I'm really excited for this World Elite FNATIC game because FNATIC out of the EU teams have looked incredible.
Oh,
I mean, they, we'll see if they can compete with Moscow 5 and CLG.EU. That's going to be the question for them. But they've looked really strong recently, but they did, get a new AD carry. So Rekkles has looked, nice in the bottom lane, but he's going against World Elite Caomei or Weixiao. One of the strongest, if not arguably the strongest AD carry in the entire world. And that's going to be a tough matchup for him. So it's definitely going to be interesting. I think World Elite is one of those teams that comes in with pretty high expectations into this tournament. Yeah. And it's going to be up to FNATIC to see if they can shut him out. FNATIC wasn't even in the tournament. It was alternate. FNATIC, they've been like second place in I think 3 of our qualifiers.
In the third qualifier and the fourth qualifier they got second.
Okay.
So, but still though, that's to have that kind of regular performance. That is amazing. But here we are, Champ Select game number 1. We are ready to go. Picks and bans. We'll get this shifted over real quick, and we should have this underway. But also, while we're getting this fixed, I also got to say, we got there's the work cut out right now for both of these teams, and these are also, when you look at it, very similar teams too. Like I'm looking at Misaya, I'm looking at xPeke. They play a lot of the same champs too. Like Orianna, a very big contested pick between the two of them, and FNATIC, they also have done their homework. Twisted Fate is banned up against World Elite 86% of the time. That is massive. Misaya and TF.
Almost no one lets Misaya.
Almost no one lets him play. I mean, come on, they made a video about him saying how awesome TF is. I mean, of course you have to ban it. Vlad, Zyra, Lee Sin, and Orianna also coming out.
Diana is still open right now, which is an interesting one to leave open. Lee Sin definitely being banned for good reason. Lee Sin has just been a monster recently. Cyanide, we've seen him play Lee Sin some recently. Rengar being banned last. So there's a couple of strong champions left. There's champions like Shen. Diana being the first pick. She's just so powerful. But we'll see how they can do because the interesting thing is xPeke, he's been running some unusual mids recently. We've seen him run York. We've seen him run Corki. Lanes that are really good at shutting down that mid lane. And Diana, usually you think she's a pretty strong mid lane. Well, how is she going to do against York? Well, we've seen exactly that. We've seen xPeke shut down Diana's in the past in that lane. So that's going to be an interesting thing. A lot of pressure is going to be on him. And Cyanide potentially grabbing that Xin Zhao pick. And we've seen him do that in the past, but definitely going to be an interesting one.
Yep. And xPeke, I will say this much though. He has had some odd choices in the past. And sometimes when he does those odd picks, they don't exactly work out. Nidalee in the mid, in the past, he played it once. Galio in the mid, he's played it once. That's someone we really don't see a whole lot of anymore. But on some of the champs, he has had some mid Lee Sin play. He's got some wins on that. But he's got a pretty good he's got a pretty good selection from, but like I've said, Misaya and xPeke.
Fargan and xPeke going back and forth. Who can do the most unusual mids?
They do. They do. But it's xPeke definitely his success rate is clearly not as high. But like I mentioned before, he and Misaya, they play a lot of the same champs, so it will be very interesting to see where they go from there. So it's going to be the Nunu and the Xin. We've been seeing Xin quite a bit, but sOAZ, I assume that's actually going to be his. He's had a little bit of experience here. But actually, Cyanide, they've actually both only had 2 games with them in the recent tournament play, so that's still somewhat ambiguous. We'll see where he goes. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting. I haven't seen sOAZ play Xin Zhao, but Cyanide, we have seen him play in the past, so I think it's going to be a support Nunu, but they, like you said, they do have those options. World Elite picking up Corki and Cho'Gath. So Cho'Gath, really strong control jungler, and they've decided on their champion for Weixiao. So he's going to be running Corki this tournament. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of ADs we're going to see. I mean, Ezreal's going to be big still. Rekkles, it's his best AD carry, so he's going to get that Ezreal pick. So that's going to be fortunate for him, as long as he can control that. We've seen him really strong with Ezreal in the bot lane. But we're going to see a lot of diversity this weekend. We're going to see Vayne as arguably one of the strongest AD carries, and Rekkles might just go ahead and do it. Vayne and Ezreal are his number 1 and 2, so he's just going with that late game advantage potentially. But there are a number of other options. Yeah,
Vayne, Rekkles, his Vayne and Ezreal, so far both of them undefeated in tournament play. So either one would be amazing here. I would assume that he'd be going for that Vayne, get to at least cancel out some of the true damage, or at least put on equal ground some of the true damage that Corki's going to be putting out, and Malphite being considered also. So let's see who else we got left on Wii. We still have a support that needs to be figured out. Is going to be going straight on in for the Sona, and then hey, Shen is open.
Yeah, Shen and Olaf definitely make sense as picks. There's also Aurelia. We've seen some Jax. I don't really expect that, but Jace, you know, at least any number of strong champions, they go with the Olaf. And Olaf's definitely very strong. We've seen, you know, a number of people using him like Stanley of TPA, so that's going to be a nice pick. They do have to worry about a potential lane swap from FNATIC, so Vayne in particular is someone that you oftentimes see in that lane swap. So that's definitely going to be a strong lane matchup for FNATIC, but we'll see where they go. They still have their mid to pick potentially, unless, you know, xPeke could be running that Nunu, but I'm assuming that Nunu's going to be support, and we'll see what he's going to grab mid. Maybe a double AD or something, or maybe even he just goes with that Yorick. We've seen him do it a lot recently.
Yeah, the Nunu.
Ari's like usually his bread and butter. Could
go for an Ari. Could be doing that. Because we still have some other options too, but we'll see where they go. They still got a few more seconds to pick. But Vayne with that Nunu, that extra movement speed, that extra attack speed buff, that could be good for the lane swap. But it's a matter of
you ramp up her damage very quickly in the game. The snowball as well protects her, and they go with Jarvan.
Oh, interesting. I don't.
It could also be Malphite mid. We've seen Malphite mid in the past.
Yes.
So they have an option there. But I've actually heard from some teams that we might see Jarvan mid from a couple of teams this tournament.
I did not see Jarvan actually on the recently played for anyone on FNATIC. So this could be some interesting tech coming on in. xPeke looks like it's going to be him, so it may very well be that Jarvan mid. You also got Nunu going for the Ignite as well, going to be very aggressive. Vayne, you have to go cleanse on her, and Weixiao actually going for the heal summoner. We've been seeing that a lot. We've seen a lot more defensive summoners actually on the ADs coming on in recently. You know, they're straying away from the Ignite, they're straying away from the exhaust, just so you can bait out a little bit more in those fights. And also look at Caomei, Ghost Teleport, sOAZ also going for the teleport. So I think you think some potential backdoor strategies maybe later on.
I doubt the backdoor. I mean, very few teams go for this strategy.
Pull the Void Boy.
Those are very late in the game, but what it does offer is it offers those lane swaps early on.
It does.
It offers you know, a lot of flexibility. He switches to Ignite last second, so as you get a little bit more kill potential, you're a little bit stronger lane running that Ignite, so he will have a slight advantage over Olaf, though Olaf is definitely an incredibly strong laner, and xPeke, he does go for that Jarvan. So real quick, we have an interesting team from FNATIC. There's not a lot of magic damage, but they should do very well against Diana. Mid, xPeke, his goal is going to be to shut down Misaya, and Jarvan should be able to win that lane matchup. But usually you see Diana, she can passively farm against most champions, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can make happen in that situation.
Yeah, the World Elite right here, that's going to be critical, absolutely critical to protect Sona, make sure to protect that ultimate, because everyone from FNATIC, it is a very up-close and personal kind of game that they're going to be playing. Everyone needs to get everyone just goes in and commits to the engage the moment they get in for that. Malphite with the ultimate, Xin Zhao diving on in. Same thing with Jarvan and his ultimate too. So it's gonna be an interesting one. And I imagine though with FNATIC, if they don't, if they do well early on, they may just be able to muscle it out completely.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what they can do in this situation. Just going to work on getting these overlays fixed real quick, guys. So hopefully we can get that sorted out. But definitely going to be an interesting match between these two teams.
So we'll see. Get in here in just a second. Real quick, but here we go. We should be good. Just got to bring it on down. There we go. We got it. First stream of the day, of course, things are going to be a little bit, we'll have a little bit of a hiccup, but we got it.
Yeah, and we'll be able to see what's going to happen between these two teams and what they can do.
So everyone from FNATIC actually going on into the side, into this river brush. So we'll see if they're going to defend. We may or may not see Weed actually going over for the point defense here.
And so far we've seen FNATIC. They're going for kind of a passive opening. They are going to protect their blue, and we'll see where they can go with this. Sorry guys, this is just a minor thing, and we'll be able to get that. There we go. That should be pretty close.
There we go. Got it. Excellent.
All right,
Cool.
so far we have some early ward coverage. World Elite, very aggressive with their ward coverage. That's something we've seen a lot with from some of those foreign teams. Some quick damage on Caomei, not really anything to worry about. So Olaf actually wins that situation, but there is a ward over by the blue, and World Elite, they are making their way over there. So we'll see if they go in for a late steal. They do have a ward there, so if they see that FNATIC is going to be trying to take that, that's going to be an interesting situation for them. But early on, World Elite, they've protected themselves, against Cyanide, which is going to be really important because Xin is a jungler who definitely wants to snowball early on. And now it seems xPeke and sOAZ, they're actually coming for an invade here, and the ward catches them out, so Olaf's going to be perfectly safe.
Yeah, and it's only the two, so they can make a pretty healthy assumption about where the rest of FNATIC is, and indeed, second ward over by the blue, going to be spotting him out. Let's get the Blood Boil already being used onto the Vayne. Just want to help out a little bit, make sure that Cyanide gets that pretty free and easy. xPeke though, he's still doing the dance. He's still doing the dance, wants to make sure that he can actually go around and get a little bit of vision, but no, he will not. Realizes that he will be swayed, and we actually going in for the invade. They will be able to take that blue. FNATIC has actually been pushed away. Misaya with great positioning over on the side, pushing away the rest of FNATIC.
Yeah, really impressive play from FNATIC so far, and just fixing a couple of things that'll hopefully fix the stream here, and I'll hopefully get an update on what's going on there. But World Elite, so Olaf, Caomei, he actually grabs the blue, and it looked like he was actually making his way over there, but the early invade, I guess you could say, from xPeke and from sOAZ, it seemed to slow him down, but he's still able to grab that blue. He goes back, then he teleports up into the top lane, so he has an early advantage over Malphite now. He will be able to pick up on some of these creeps, and he's actually going to be ahead, and he's also going to be able to passively farm, so that's going to be a really strong lane for him.
Those axes are going to be coming down quite frequently, and that's one of the advantages of passing off the blue buff to your top laner. If you have someone with that range farm advantage, with the capability of doing so, he can just throw those axes all day. For the next 3 minutes, he's going to be getting so much XP. He recognizes that sOAZ is going to be pushing relentlessly, so you might as well try and get as much advantage as you can, try and get as many creeps as you can. But meanwhile, you're in the mid lane. You got Diana, still a level disadvantage going up against Jarvan, so xPeke is doing pretty good for himself. He's also looking to push the lane rather hard, so Misaya gonna have a little bit more of a rough time farming, just as much as Caomei is. Granted, Caomei's gonna have a little bit easier time with that blue buff. Misaya, though, hopefully with that shield, with the passive, gonna be still getting some pretty good farm, and actually staying pretty even, however, is out of health potions, so that is a little bit risky. Meanwhile, xPeke already has his full 3 still.
Well, and it's going to be really important for Misaya to be able to control that blue later on, and already you see Rekkles really in a dangerous position. Just perfect harass from Weixiao in that bottom lane. 20-6 is the CS score right now. So we were talking about this is the key matchup in this game for FNATIC to get Rekkles into a successful situation. They're pushing him into the turret so he can pick up some extra CS here, but he's actually missing a lot of it through the turrets. So falling behind very early in this game, they definitely need Vayne to be in a strong position, which is why you oftentimes see that lane swap with Vayne. But we'll see what they can do to get him in there. Yeah,
Vayne also notoriously squishy earlier on, and when you have someone with so much poke, a very offensive-oriented support like Sona just Q every single day. It's like, oh, Vayne, you want to get some last hits? Oh, that's cute. Here, have a few sound blasts to the ears. I'm sure it hurts just a little bit too much, and just the farming 29-9. Weixiao and FZ, they're happy with their performance so far. They're going to go back. They're going to get something nice for themselves. They've tripled up. They've tripled up in 5 minutes, and that is insane. Corki getting the Dorans and some extra wards. Sona getting those boots, wants to make sure you're still mobile so you can come, dive in, dive out, and get the poke on. But when they return, they're going to find that the lane swap has actually already happened. But meanwhile, mid, Cyanide coming on in with the dash. 1, 2, 3, will get the pop-up onto Misaya. The Ignite is still on. Will they be able to get it? There's the dive in, but no, first blood. Gonna be going to xPeke. He flashes on out. Cyanide taking the rest of the hits. They will be fine, wonderfully coordinated there in the mid.
And that's the lane that FNATIC wants to win. Xin, he's definitely an aggressive jungler. He can get off those aggressive ganks, but Jarvan, he has a lot of kill potential, and he can also abuse that melee versus melee lane. So FNATIC can take some opportunities there. As the lane progresses, though, if World Elite, if they can get blue onto Misaya, then he's going to be able to passively farm, and it's going to be very difficult for them to have enough range to take him down, because he can just sit back, AoE the minions, and not really have to worry about it. But we see a lane swap, so FNATIC making one good decision here. They needed to get Rekkles out of that situation because he was absolutely being abused in that bottom lane. sOAZ is going to be in a tough spot as well, but once he gets some armor, he should be okay. And then it's not really that key for him to be anywhere near as farmed as Vayne. So he can definitely fall behind, but Weixiao already in a position of strength in this game. So we'll see how that's going to work. And even if xPeke does well in the mid lane, we've seen him roam a lot out of that mid lane. I don't know how much you can expect him to outroam Diana. You know, Diana's usually one of those champions that really can control a game early on. Jarvan can as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. But he really is going to want to win that lane and then try and spread the ball to the rest of his team.
So whenever he does go in for harass onto Misaya, it's just standard auto attacks hurt a little bit too much, and that is the advantage of having a position in the mid, even though you don't see it all too often. Caomei here in the top lane. Now Rekkles is finally getting a chance to farm. He's caught up a little bit, but he's still 10 behind in comparison to the enemy AD. But Olaf is still doing fine, and you also see that sOAZ, to counteract some of the farm that he's being denied, did turn that Ruby Crystal into the Heart of Gold. So he'll be just chilling out for a little bit over as bot tower.
Yeah, but we see great ward coverage from both teams. I'm a little bit surprised that FNATIC actually warded so significantly, because usually Cho'Gath is going to signify more of a passive jungler. It's going to be more about control, but they're going to be able to keep an eye on him. World Elite, though, they get to keep an eye on Xin and try and shut him down early on in the game. And the constant harass, Corki and Sona is just one of the strongest harass lanes in the game. Yeah. So that's very strong for them. But Cho, they do see Clearlove. He's actually making his way down bot, and they might be going for an early steal here for this blue, or maybe even a backdoor or a kill behind the turret onto Malphite. But Clearlove, he's actually going to be going for that blue, and that is the response.
His feast is on up really quick. Smite, Nom, quick steal, and the ward was there, and FNATIC realized, you know what, by the time we get there, we won't be able to stop him, so best case scenario, let's take theirs. Rekkles and nRated down here looking for the steal. Caomei's over onto the side, and Misaya coming on over around, but will not be there in time. Actually going to be going to Vayne. Not the best case scenario, but at the very least, they stole ours, we might as well steal theirs.
Well, and it's interesting, it tells to how strong the junglers are early on, because Xin he can get off some aggressive ganks, but he's way behind Cho'Gath right now, level 6 to level 4. And so Cyanide, even though he had it warded, he just decided, alright, I'll let you have my blue, which is not something you see a lot of times. For that, someone to just make the decision that when they have the vision and they're standing right there, to just give up a free blue. But they're able to get a blue in return, so that gives them a nice situation. But Xin, definitely not in the best spot, but we'll see how that helps Rekkles. We did see, though, he was only 10 CS behind, so Corki's actually out farming a little bit in that bot lane, even still after he's been able to leave that lane. But we'll see. Corki's definitely an early game AD and could put on a lot of pressure early on.
Yeah, sOAZ just playing a little bit of hide and seek there with Corki. He's like, yeah, are you still in lane? Can I still not farm? Yeah, all right, okay, I'll go back. I'll grab my wolves. It's no big deal. Just don't worry about me. And Weixiao, he's going to try and freeze that lane as much as possible, because he realizes as soon as the wave gets pushed to the tower, then you're allowing sOAZ to farm. So he's going back, he's grabbing the wolves. We actually see him roam out a little bit, realizing that he can't farm, might as well go into other lanes, try and make plays. We actually see him go mid. He is 6, he does have the ultimate, so it could be huge. And Clearlove with the early oracles.
And oracles usually wins the game early on. If you can control the oracles, then you're just at such a huge advantage. The map control that they're going to get is phenomenal. Cho doesn't need a lot of items, so he's going to be really safe there. But Malphite and Xin in the mid lane, they want to get this. Diana goes into xPeke, but they have the follow.
Oh, flash out of the Jarvan ult. Will get out just in time. Misaya popped up just on the very tail end of that, and sOAZ cannot clear the gap in time. xPeke took way too much damage on that engage. Misaya will be fine. Will be healthy.
xPeke is actually lucky that Misaya didn't dive in on him after he took those tower shots, because he almost could have gotten the kill. But Misaya playing very safe in that mid lane, so just gets some damage and gets out. Doesn't want to risk it.
And when you're in a tournament like this, when you're on land, we have so much money on the line. The best option, and most options, is to play safe. You don't want to screw anything up, especially because this is group stage. Remember, these are best of ones. Granted, you're not going to be eliminated completely out of the group stage, but you might as well play safe, make a good position for yourself, and there you go, the dragon. With that play,
not only the dragon, but they're going to get Malphite as well.
Ooh, Misaya coming in and joining Clearlove over behind. sOAZ, though, is relatively safe on this tower, but he realizes something's up. Misaya goes in. You are not getting away from here. Going straight for the dash. Uses the ult, sOAZ, just to get out of there. And World Elite successfully claimed the bot lane as their own. The minions are now pushing. 3-man push down in bot should be able to take the first tower of the game here to tier 1 down in bot. going to be belonging to World Elite.
Well, there's not a lot of kills in this game so far.
Yep.
You know, FNATIC has some strong lane matchups, so it would be kind of difficult to take down the Jarvan or the Malphite.
Yeah.
But World Elite's just pressuring them as far as map objectives, and they're, you know, really winning at that extent. And the Oracles is partially what's allowing them to do it.
Yep.
So xPeke, he was low in the mid lane. He had used all of his cooldowns. His ultimate was on cooldown as well. World Elite just decides to walk down, grab the dragon. They knew they were in a perfectly safe situation. FNATIC, they're going to try and take this top tower, but Olaf, one of his strengths is his wave clearing, so he's going to be able to easily clear this. He's not going to take that much damage, and they should be safe.
They forced the ult, though. He forced the ult.
No, his
ult's
still up.
Oh, it's the ult's still up.
It's his
Never mind.
W, but
This is
yeah,
W.
so that's a little. He is going to sit back a little
Never
bit.
mind.
Cyanide trying to pressure him underneath this tower, but they actually have Corki and Sona for the follow-up. He does ping them out, so they have lane swapped here. Weixiao gets to lane against Rekkles once again, and you know he's looking forward to it. So that's going to be a really tough matchup once again for that Vayne.
It's still early in the morning. It's still early. I'm still making bad calls, but it's as soon as we get the first morning jitters out, it'll be fine.
That's fine. They're not counter jungling themselves.
They're not counter jungling themselves.
World Elite pressuring the mid lane already. You know, just constantly pushing around the map on FNATIC. FNATIC. We've seen them be very aggressive early on recently. You know, a prime example would be we have seen them play against like SK recently and just absolutely obliterate them. You know, we've seen some nice early game aggression from them, but World Elite is bullying them around, and now they're taking this top lane as well. I'm not sure that they can stop this. The cannon minions should be able to stop it, and Diana as well, zoning them off. It's just barely alive, but Misaya, he catches out xPeke. They have Xin as well, so they will back off and play this passively.
And while xPeke is forcing off the Diana, nRated being brave, throwing down the ultimate. Sona got keep still, but Fzzf will go down also, so support for support so far, but Misaya caught by two members of FNATIC. There's the Jarvan ult, cannot flash out of it this time. Misaya going to be trapped up against the wall. Will we be able to get Cyanide in return, though? No, one auto attack from Corki. Weixiao going to be enough to do it, and here comes Caomei. He used the teleport and the ghost to get back into the fight. Double kill for the Corki, but he will go down for his effort, and Caomei does not want to 2v1.
As well, the rupture.
Here comes Clearlove. He's going to pop up sOAZ. He's going to be slowed. Will he be able to get back to tower? Uses the ultimate, is back up. There's a pop-up coming from Jarvan xPeke. Will he go down? Will he be able to get Caomei instead? Shut down coming in from Cho'Gath, eating up the Jarvan. But Olaf goes down also, sOAZ grabbing that one.
A 4-for-4 exchange for FNATIC, so somewhat favorable, but it seemed like a strong position for FNATIC at first. You know that World Elite, they were trying to escape out of there. Diana backed off at first, but Nunu, with the slow and the movement speed that he has, he was able to chase down Sona, force a fight. They were able to turn around, grab the Nunu kill, and then Corki just barely grabbing Vayne. If Corki hadn't gotten that Vayne kill right before he went down, that would have been a loss all around for World Elite, but they're able to grab a turret as well. They're able to hold on to that Oracle, so Cho'Gath coming in late, but we'll see what they can do with that. Misaya chasing down nRated here. He's pretty low, but they'll just back off, and then he can put some pressure on this mid turret.
Also notice too, Clearlove, when he was attacking the tower, he actually turned off the E. One of the very few instances where you ever will. Just he didn't want to aggro, he didn't want to get the extra damage onto sOAZ, he didn't want to grab that turret aggro, he just wanted to get that turret and GTFO, and indeed he did. And even though that last fight was a 4-for-4, Clearlove was the only one who didn't die. Still has the Oracles. Well,
FNATIC, they have a team that's very strong in the early game. Diana is as well. Diana is someone that just scales throughout the game. Corki as well. So it's kind of interesting. It's Corki and Diana, their early game, versus Jarvan, Malphite, and Xin. So you know, right now the burst is kind of in FNATIC's favor with Jarvan, but the long exchanges should be in the favor of Diana and Corki. It's just they started out at a disadvantage. You know, Olaf, he had to teleport in. I think at first he was a little bit slow to teleport because he was, you know, kind of waiting to see if they could get out, and they thought they were going to be able to escape in that top lane, but not quite able to get out. Partially that's because of the great advantages that Nunu has early on in the game, and nRated actually grabbing an Oracle of his own. But he did go down that last fight. Weixiao almost taking out Rekkles. One more attack, one more rocket, not able to get it. He did force out the cleanse, but just barely not picking that up.
Then you got Caomei get trapped between three members of FNATIC here in top lane. Did use the ultimate, but it's just a struggle for him to get away. There's the ultimate come back up from sOAZ. Pop up, Cyanide going to be grabbing credit for that one. Misaya, nRated, saying no, you cannot leave as quickly as you'd like to. Going to get some extra damage, but does force him back.
That's a
minion wave to
second
support
turret
it.
for a first turret. So
Yeah.
tier 1 is probably going to go down up top for FNATIC, but they're pressuring the base. They actually might not even get that tier 1 because they have to get back quickly because World Elite's just going to keep pushing in. It's 15 minutes into the game. They want to take down this base turret. xPeke, he can try and clear some, but without that AP carry, they're missing some AoE clear. But at World Elite, they do actually back off. So they have that bot lane. It's open. sOAZ, he's able to take down that top lane, and World Elite's in a really strong position right now. 5k gold advantage, or just about 4k gold advantage over FNATIC.
And that is that is nearly all objectives and just sheer farm. The kills are actually FNATIC's
stolen.
favor, and yet World Elite still has this massive gold advantage here onto the 17th minute. 4k this early on in the game is absolutely massive.
And one of the scary things for FNATIC right now is you compare the oracles on Cho versus the oracles on Nunu, and Cho's, just vastly safer than Nunu is at this point in the game. He's going to be roaming more, and you don't really expect him to go down in fights. Whereas nRated, they have the burst to almost instantly kill him.
Yeah.
So right now, FNATIC, if they can keep onto their oracles, it gives them an opportunity to come back in this game. They need to be able to clear out the wards from World Elite and deny some of that aggression. But if World Elite's able to catch out Nunu, he's going to drop very quickly. FNATIC, if they lose that oracles, then that could be it. Like, they could just be so far behind in this game that they might not have a chance to come back.
And even when this next big team fight comes up, also look at the front line of World Elite. Chain Vest, Aegis, Warden's Mail. They know FNATIC is very heavy on physical damage, so they're going to be able to stay in that fight a little while longer and have Weixiao actually on the back end throwing down more missiles, throwing down more damage.
And that was one of the concerns coming in this game, is the physical damage heavy team for FNATIC. A lot of times you can actually run a physical damage heavy team because it's difficult to itemize into that armor early on, but Cho'Gath and Olaf in particular are champions that they'll itemize into those defensive stats early on, and then Diana and Corki, they have high enough base damage that they don't really, they make up for the rest of their team. So the base damage is very high on World Elite, so they can go into those defensive stats. A lot of times you're not able to get the armor that early in the game, but that's going to be scary for FNATIC. Once FNATIC starts getting some armor pen, that'll be fine, but early on this could kind of force fights in the way of World Elite.
Yeah, so far that armor pen though, it's only the Brutalizer on Jarvan, and just whatever residual armor pen they have from their runes. World Elite also muscling in for yet another dragon. They know the wards are cleared. You still have that Oracles, but xPeke does have something to say about it. Out in front, trying to bait something out, which has the standard up. You got Caomei still on the side though, keeping the aggro up. They want to make sure the dragon doesn't quite reset yet, because they know they can pick it away. Clearlove speeds up, does grab it, and there's the initiation coming from Malphite. Over on the side, you got Diana with the pull-in, Nunu with the ult right in the middle of the lane, but he is stunned by the Sona ult, and there's Jarvan isolating the Sona and Cho, but does die within. Misaya off on the side. Cyanide does have to flash out to get out of the fight. Very low. There's a flash from FZZF, wants to slow, and sOAZ over on the side, going to be stomped by the rest of Wei. Nice flash from FC. He wanted that slow. He wanted to see if he can actually get Vayne to still stay behind, but it was still a fantastic fight.
God, that was a perfect fight for World Elite.
Yeah.
Sona had the beautiful ultimate. Corki almost going down early on, but Weixiao was able to back out there. He was actually forced to use his heal, and he almost went down at that. So FNATIC's quick burst almost grabbed him. If they were able to take down Corki, they would have been able to win that exchange. But Weixiao, he was able to get back, and then World Elite provided a perfect front line for him, and Sona hit 4 people with her ultimate, which absolutely won them that fight.
Including
and then the AoE from Corki, including Nunu. So nRated, he's back. They're chasing down Weixiao. He's a little bit low, but the Cho'Gath Rupture, it gives them that separation. That's one of the great things with Cho'Gath is in team fights, the separation that he can provide for your team with that Rupture, and the fact that he's just an all-around tanky body. So we'll see if he gets out there. Weixiao's in a dangerous spot here, but they don't have any wards on him. He's going to be able to Valkyrie over the Baron Pit at the very least. There he goes. So he's going to get out of there fine. But 8k gold advantage for World Elite, and almost one fight for FNATIC, but you have to imagine that fight almost seals the deal for FNATIC, but they do have a very strong late game with Vayne if they can allow him to continue to farm. But you can compare the 80 carries, 4-1 on Weixiao along with 160 CS compared with the 120 and 1-1 on Rekkles so far.
And even then, also look at the rest of the lineup. You got Diana still ahead in farm, even though Jarvan does have a few kills to his credit, but also look at the difference between the junglers. Twice the farm, twice the fun, and that is a very, very big show. Level 11, level 2 in the ultimate, so he's just gotten that much bigger, that much more healthier, and that much more tankier.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of times in the past Jarvan comps succeed early in the game, but then fail as the game progresses. Misaya catching up sOAZ here. Weixiao's going to have enough damage to take him down. The question is if the rest of the team can get to him, because Sona's here grabs the slow, but Cho'Gath is actually going to zone off both Nunu and Xin Zhao, and sOAZ just barely makes it out of there. So we'll see if FNATIC can actually make a turnaround here. Olaf is now split pushing, and that's the advantage of that teleport. So he's going to split push that bottom lane, while World Elite is just zoning them up here top.
Ult is now back up for Sona. FZ will have that available to him. And meanwhile, Clearlove actually going on down, splitting up through the jungle and clearing out all coverage. Caomei, he's off to his own. He can just run amok as soon as he gets to that tower. And FNATIC realizes they need to get over there. They need to defend. sOAZ will be on guardsman duty down there in the bot lane. But World Elite also clearing out whatever coverage they can. Clear out the ward inside the Baron pit. And going to be meandering on back on in to over by the red buff. xPeke wants to get a little bit of vision, throws down the snare. There's the rupture coming on in. There's the silence. I think they might be able to. He's in a full retreat, but no. World Elite playing it safe, grabbing the ward, resuming the split push.
Well, and they have them zoned off of top lane now.
Yes.
They know that they can pressure them there. Bane's mid, Malphite went bottom, so they know they have the advantage top. In this situation, it could be a 4v5. sOAZ needs to make sure he doesn't allow Caomei to teleport. That is his only goal right now, so he's chasing down Caomei. If he can get a kill there, that would be fantastic, but he needs to make sure he can deny that. The tower almost goes down. There's the initiation from xPeke, but there's the teleport coming in. There's no cancel because that Malphite ultimate is down. The rupture, the first guy goes down. nRated drops as well.
No.
World Elite just annihilates FNATIC, and now they can press in for this top turret. They should be able to grab an inhibitor here, and then the bot is exposed as well with minions pushing up. This might result in 2 inhibitors for World Elite.
This may be game. This might very well be game. FNATIC may just get frustrated and surrender because they know how bad of a position they're in. It's a 10k lead at 22 minutes. That is massive to have at this point. And I'm having trouble about where FNATIC can go from this. And even then, that fight was like so casual for World Elite. It's like, Nunu's ulting, what do we do? Well, we got plenty of time. Let's just rupture. That'll take care of it.
Well, and one of the issues with FNATIC's team, like we've talked about, is how they scale into late game. Well, Vayne and Xin are both very strong late game. That's partially why they went with the Xin jungle, to make up for Jarvan's failings later on. xPeke, he's going to go down. Weixiao has the red buff if he can chase him. He's going to be able to get that standard to get out of there, but Misaya with the follow-up, they drop him very quickly.
No.
And Jarvan as a champion, he has a lot of burst early on, and he's incredibly tanky early on in the game. That allows him to usually control those mid-game fights. But they fell behind early, and then as the game progresses, Jarvan has no sustained damage. So out of their mid laner, they're really lacking there. And World Elite, they're actually waiting, seeing if maybe they can catch someone out of position. They know that FNATIC maybe can be baited into this Baron.
Right now, World Elite wants to tell FNATIC, by the way, you are no longer safe outside of your own base. You saw what happened with Jarvan. He tried to farm, and he died for his efforts. They're putting the fear right now into FNATIC, just making sure that they can just never be confident leaving their base.
But again, World Elite's playing this very safe, so they could have potentially pressured that Baron. It would have been a 4v5, but they didn't want to get low. Olaf and Cho'Gath, they won't tend to get low. It would be a fairly safe Baron for them, but it opens up the possibility of a steal for FNATIC, which maybe could result in a comeback. So what they do instead, they sit back in the jungle, they wait to see if FNATIC's going to come and just expect the Baron, since that would be kind of the standard play there, and then they just back off. They just go, get their gold. They recognize we're crushing FNATIC. They're crushing FNATIC in these team fights right now, so they don't have to do anything that risky. Now they've healed, they've bought their items, they've spent all of that gold advantage that they've built up, and now they can potentially pressure that Baron again once Weixiao rejoins the team.
Randuin's, Frozen Heart, Zhonya's. Caomei, though, getting caught off a little bit, but it's okay. You got the support from the rest of your team. He does get brought down just down to half, courtesy of Rekkles and those silver bolts. He's like, yeah, that's fine. We've displaced you enough. We can go back, resume, push the mid. Also, looking at the rest of the items on the team, you got the Try and the Last Whisper on Corki, along with the Red Elixir. You also got the Zeeks on to Sona. That helps out nearly everybody on the team, and that's the great part about a lot of the Asian teams too, is that the synergy between all the individual champ picks to make sure that whatever you do, whatever items you grab, helps the entire team, not just one or two people.
Yeah, the early aura items are definitely very strong. Jarvan, he is back, so they do recognize he's out of there. But Weixiao, he has that red buff. If he can catch someone, there's the Shirelius actually, but it doesn't grab Weixiao. But Misaya, he engages onto sOAZ. sOAZ forced a flash out of there, and they will back off. But World Elite forcing a flash. They put FNATIC on the defensive once again, and maybe they can, come pressure this Baron. I'm a little bit surprised they're actually not just pressuring the bot turret, but maybe they're expecting maybe FNATIC could get a steal or take the Baron themselves. So very safe play. They know that Jarvan was in the mid. They pinged them off, and now they are actually going for the spare. They've been trying to bait for a while now. FNATIC hasn't been coming. All right, let's just take it finally.
Yeah, they have the damage. They also have the smite and the feast. You got the rupture going on just to delay Cyanide just a little bit, and there's all of the kill onto the Baron. You got the flashes in and away. Weixiao going to be pushed back by the main ult, but here comes sOAZ. Desperation attempt with the ultimate to the entire team. You got Jarvan with the ult strands in the back, wants to single out Corki, and he's doing pretty well for the time being, but remember, this is V with the Baron buff. Jarvan going to be first to go down. sOAZ trying to retreat by a Triumph, but cannot. Rekkles is running away from the base. He's being pushed out by Diana and Olaf. Double kill for Corki, going to be grabbing the Nunu. Rekkles has nowhere to go. He's just he's in a mere struggle just to stay alive, but no, there is the ultimate from Misaya and the pull in. That's the convincing kill. Cyanide, the only one left alive. It is a full 4 for free. We should be able to push on in, grab the Nexus. This should be their game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a surrender here. They should probably be able to take this regardless. Weixiao dropping Cyanide very quickly. One more attack under there. He does get the ace, and they will be able to take this Nexus. So World Elite, 1-0 in the group stage so far. Just dominant play versus FNATIC. I mean, it didn't look like FNATIC was really in the game for most of it. So just really dominant performance. And World Elite's definitely one of the favorites coming into this tournament. So they get the Nexus, they get the win, and they'll be in the winners for this group stage, and we'll see if they can make it into that winners bracket.
Then they will be playing the winner of Dynamic and Blaze, and that is going to be a very exciting match on Zone. But I will say that I've been talking with a lot of the teams coming on into this, and many of the teams, their top 3 threats, their top 3 worries, World Elite was among them. And granted, they've been performing very well lately. Some of the roster changes, not really an issue for them. And actually, I think historically, they actually do better following a roster change for some reason, which is so weird to me. It's like, you have a new lineup and you have to get your synergy. It's like, no, we do better. Everyone's on the same page. We do fantastic. That is proof positive right there.
World Elite is just an insanely strong team.
Yeah.
They have to be one of the top 4 contenders in this tournament. So the Group A and Group D are just so powerful. I mean, TPA and Moscow 5 and CURSE.NA in Group D. Group A, to have the matches that they have with World Elite and AZUBU Blaze. FNATIC was thought to maybe be a contender in that group, but against AZUBU Blaze and World Elite, that's going to be a tough showing. So we'll see what they can do. But World Elite, they do take the first game of this group, and we'll see where they go with this group. We're actually next is going to be Group D.
No, actually, we're going to be going. Yeah, we're going to go to Group D next. Taipei Assassins versus Black Bean. It is what many are considering the first seed and the last seed coming on into this tournament. I've talked to Black Bean a little bit too. I mean, they know what's up. They know they're where they are currently. They're not expecting a whole lot, but they are promising to try their best and give us a show at the very least.
Well, we'll have to see what they do.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. We haven't really seen that many games out of Black Bean. The ones that we have, they haven't really looked like the strongest team. I mean, they don't seem like they're at the same level of competition here. But they definitely are a team that's trying to make a showing. And then if they can, improve, take what they learned from this international experience, then maybe in the future we'll be able to see them. But that's it for the moment, and we'll be right back with the next game. It's going to be Taipei Assassins versus Black Bean.
See you in a bit.
The new AMD A-series APUs give you discrete-level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Rated M for mature.
Elite, an early controlling lead versus FNATIC, just absolutely dominant in that first game.
Absolutely, and a lot of the teams, they were fearing World Elite, and now if you didn't know, now you know. Very aggressive play, wonderful coordination coming in too. Granted, FNATIC, they did have that first gank coming in was very well coordinated, but that was it. That was all they had. And also keep in mind too that FNATIC, they didn't have exactly the most prep time for this.
Well, yeah, but they've been preparing for other tournaments.
Yeah.
They've been playing, scrimming as a team. That is one of the downsides of coming in, not as a regularly qualified. They came in, took alternate spot. But World Elite, you saw, every single minute they had that game mapped out. They had, all right, Olaf, he takes blue buff, he goes into the top lane. If there's a lane swap, if they had done the 2v1, which is kind of what I expected them to do at the beginning, and sent Vayne up top, then Olaf would have been fine. But versus Malphite, it just gave him an advantage. So he has an advantage in that top lane. Weixiao, he was fine with shutting down Rekkles in the bottom lane. And then, you saw the pressure that Cho'Gath was able to put on. They passive for the first couple of minutes, but they had wards everywhere to completely deny any aggression from FNATIC, and then World Elite turned it on. They took the Dragon, then they took the bot lane, transitioning lane to lane. It was really impressive play.
Yeah, all the aggression from the junglers was some that, as such, where you spent too much time in the lane, you're not farming properly, was down in creeps, and you saw even at the very end of the game, there was World Elite, they had twice as much farm on their jungler.
Yeah.
As opposed, and even then, when Cho did finally join the fight, he actually joined the fight around level 6, level 7, and he already had.
Well, he was 2 levels ahead.
He was 2 levels ahead. Not only 2 levels ahead, but also 2 feast stacks.
Yeah.
Going into those first few fights, which are absolutely huge, and people underestimate the extra health you get as Cho with the ultimate, but it adds up. Every little bit counts. But
and just a quick reminder, guys, we will be in this game shortly, but if you actually head to IGN.com and watch the games there, so IGN.com, our front page, you'll be able to watch these games in free 720p HD right now. So definitely take advantage of that. But there's also a voting app. So if you have an iPhone, you can get it there. We have a iPhone app. But then also on the main page with the stream, there's voting. So if you sign in, you vote as the games progress. You can actually change your vote as the games progress, and then you lose points. But if at the end of the game, if you had picked FNATIC early on, then you're like, wow, World Elite's crushing him. Let me switch my vote. You'll still get some points. Those points over the weekend, and they do tally across multiple games. If you want to check out other streams, they will tally for a prize giveaway. The grand prize is an IPL Origin PC, which is actually what we're using here for all of the people. We've heard in the past, people maybe having issues with laptops or anything like that. So the PCs we have are insanely good. It's 16 gigabytes RAM. It's NVIDIA GeForce 660, I think.
I think so.
So, really impressive stats. It's a really great computer, guys. So definitely check that out. But we will be in this game shortly.
Yeah, and we'll also do our best to make sure that Dyrus individually touches every single one.
There is actually a you can buy the PC with signatures. I believe.
I think you can. But that's even then, and even with the signatures, it's still a fantastic price.
Yeah.
And also, if you are currently in a struggle to watch a stream on your TV, if you're currently dragging your computer downstairs, no fret, because we're also streaming on Xbox Live, the IGN app, also free HD there. If you're considering it, want to get all the friends over, have some pizza, have some chips, fantastic there. Black Bean, TPA coming up next. Everyone is in the room. And before the break, we're talking a little bit too. So this is what everyone is considering as the match, the first seed versus the last seed. And let's talk a little bit about TPA. If you've been living under a rock for the past few months, the current world champions.
Yeah, well, they're incredibly strong. Toys is arguably the strongest mid laner in the game. Lil Balls, he's been very strong in the jungle in the past. He's one of the top 5 junglers, you probably have to say. Stanley, I don't think there's any question that people would consider him a top 5 top laner. Bebe and Mistake, they've been really strong in the bottom lane as well. So you go top to bottom, the individual skill for Type A assassins is amongst the highest in the entire world.
Yes.
They've scrimmed a lot in the past against Najin's Sword. They've had a lot of a big relationship there, but they're a very strong team. However, they've been playing in a lot of tournaments recently, so it's, maybe they haven't had quite the amount of time that you expect for them to practice. They've had some losses recently that maybe surprised some people. The Garena Premier League, the finals versus Singapore Sentinels. I mean, partially you have to consider that the SGS is a very strong team, and I think that's definitely the case. SGS is definitely going to be a contender this weekend. But you have to wonder, after winning the $1 million prize for the Season 2 championships, where World Elite's head has been. And maybe Blackbean, can take advantage of that. Because there's no way that World Elite or Type A Assassins is, expecting to lose to Blackbean right now.
Right.
So maybe Blackbean comes in. They have the advantage of surprise. Type A Assassins underestimates them and, can maybe take something there.
I think none of the teams here are really expecting to lose against Blackbean. Even then, like some of the NA teams, I remember looking at some like the Curse videos, and I remember Liquid actually looking at the Wikipedia page. It's like Iceland and Blackbean. Who are they? Like people are kind of like more confused. And actually, there's only one team here that has actually played and actually knows a little bit about Blackbean, because Blackbean actually scrimmed up against Fear into the late hours of last night.
I heard something about that game with Afromil.
It was ugly. It was definitely a little bit ugly, but Blackbean, though, that was the first time right there last night that Blackbean has ever actually scrimmed against a non-Thailand team in a professional setting of this caliber.
Yeah.
So they're definitely a little bit shocked.
Yeah.
They're definitely a little bit rocked, but they are comfortable. They do know where they're at. They know very well how people are viewing them currently, but there are strengths among the team. The Thailand meta is very, very passive, very farm-oriented, and it's just a little bit unfortunate that they're here against nearly every single one of these teams are very aggressive oriented.
That's where the game's going, though.
Yeah.
And that scares me, because the games that we've seen with Blackbean, we saw them beat Bangkok Titans to get into this IPL5 qualifier. So they did have a nice run, a nice showing of beating a number of people. But at the same time, versus TPA, is Blackbean going to outfarm TPA in lanes? Maybe. But TPA has some of the highest individual skills in the world, so it seems unlikely that they'll fall behind in farm. So then the question is if they can take control of those mid-game fights. That's going to be the key for Blackbean. That's how they were able to beat Bangkok Titans. Bangkok Titans, they were the aggressors in that game. And Bangkok Titans, it seemed like they were steamrolling them, really. They were just really putting a lot of pressure on throughout the early portions of the game. But then Blackbean was able to turn it around with some strong team fights. They had some nice AoE control. They would use champions like Vladimir for their top laner. They would use champions like Vayne, or Graves, who has AoE. So, definitely some strong picks there. We'll see, if they can prevent TPA from getting off to too much of a lead, or even hold the lead themselves. They can maybe make something happen. But it's going to be a tough one for them. And
also, a lot of Blackbean's strength is also within their jungler Insta. And on their Facebook, if you read like some of their bios, and hopefully my Google foo is right, my Google translation is right. But upon the things they fear the most is like we're afraid of ourselves when teams let us have Skarner. We fear ourselves when we get Skarner.
Well, Skarner's a very strong pick overall, and we did see versus the Bangkok Titans.
Yes.
Skarner was part of what got them back in that game because they were able to pick off members of Bangkok Titans. They were out of position.
Yeah.
So that's where Skarner excels, being able to force fights very quickly or grab people that are out of position. But you can't imagine that TPA is going to be out of position very often.
Right.
That's not a signature of their team. They tend to be the ones that, if it's a 2v2 fight, now all of a sudden it's a 4v2 in TPA's favor. And that mobility from both Toys and Stanley is oftentimes what wins them those games. So that's going to be a very scary prospect for them. But yeah, we should probably expect that Skarner pick.
Yeah.
And that does give them hope because Skarner, he does have that quick pick-off potential.
And that is the advantage of being an unknown. That is the advantage that both Blackbean and Iceland have coming into this. You have no idea what to ban against them. You have to learn on the fly what bans you need to be using, and especially something like group stage, these are best of ones. You only get one shot. You're not quite going to know where to go from the get-go. So what we're going to see against Blackbean and against Iceland is actually more like standard like solo queue level bans, like your your Malphite, your Shen, your Blitzcrank, your Katarina, things like that.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. I have to imagine that we'll see like an Orianna ban on Toys because his Orianna is just devastating. Blackbean, they can't allow him to get that. Maokai on Lil Balls, one of his stronger champions, Mundo as well. But probably will leave open the Mundo, see what they do against that. I don't know. It's going to be tough. It's going to be an exciting match. We'll see. I mean, this is really is going to be the tell, I think, for how strong Blackbean is as a team.
Yeah.
We'll be able to check out this game and see, all right, what can they do? How do they look as a team? And I don't know. This is going to really maybe enlighten us a little bit for the rest of these matches.
I would like to see that too. And also we're talking a little bit about low balls too. His Maokai is strong. His Olaf is strong. His Mundo, his Dr. Mundo, in recent tournament play, he's 11-0 with Mundo in the jungle. That is insane. That is absolutely insane.
Part of that goes to the team.
Yes.
You know, Type A Assassin's overall record is insanely high. So for them to have 11-0 on that champion, you have to imagine there's a couple other champions on their roster that are in the 90s or 100%.
We got Jack's top lane on Stanley, Oriana in the mid 100% win rate, Anivia, TF, which has always been a huge contester in the Asian region. Ezreal, seen some Vayne, Graves. We got some insane Lulu numbers also in support.
Mundo is interesting because some people really like him as a champion. Some people kind of shy away from him, and it's he has incredible strengths in the jungle. Mundo as a champion has some of the highest early game damage of any jungler in the game. So that makes him very strong at dueling in the jungle and also in the top lane. Those are his big strengths, jungle and top lane. However, he doesn't tend to put a lot of pressure in the mid lane. That's why a lot of teams shy away from Mundo because he can't really apply that pressure in the mid lane. He's not very strong at those mid fights because you just retreat to the turret, no big deal. But when they already are happy that Toys is going to win the lane by himself, or just passively control that lane, it's not that much of a concern. And then they get that jungle presence that Mundo provides. So that's definitely a strength there.
Now we will talk about one jungler who can put pressure on the mid, and one jungler that we've seen quite often a long time ago from TPA, and is Alistar. And he's fallen off a little bit, but we may see him actually resurge here with TPA. And also remember that one of TPA's biggest strengths is those team fights. They are so well coordinated. It boggles the mind sometimes to see these guys in massive team fights.
Well, it's they keep Bebe safe. Toys' positioning is always it seems perfect, but I think the big thing with TPA that you see is they take advantage of their opponents being out of position very effectively. So they don't tend to get caught in positions where they have to force a fight that's not in their favor. They're usually very strong at retreating out of those kiting, and then they'll wait until they have a person advantage. So they force those early and mid game fights where they have the man advantage, and that's very easy to win in those situations. You don't have to worry that much about positioning when you're fighting 4v5 or or I'm sorry, like 3v1 or something like that. So we'll see what they can do. Iliade, their support for Blackbean is the only female professional player that we know of, but definitely the only one at this tournament.
I also saw the scrim with Fear, and Aledo, I think there's a bit of a communication issue still within Blackbean as a whole, and I think I saw a little bit of that last night too, because I saw them scrim, but Aledo was just kind of like off on her phone on Facebook. She had I think we had their coach playing in for her. Like I asked, I was like, why is she not playing? And so she steps in. She's there for champ select and then just hops off the computer. I'm like, it's a little odd.
Yeah,
it's definitely a little odd.
That is interesting. I have to imagine she's on the computer now when the game starts. But that has to be a concern for their team. But I don't know. We'll see what they can do. So it's they definitely have some options.
Fear, Twitch, the first one banned out from CLG Prime. They do not want to have to deal with that. They do not want to have to deal with Afromu today.
Well, Twitch is definitely a champion that we expect to see a lot of in this tournament.
Yes.
Fear's been using him recently. It's one of his strongest champions. We've seen Dignitas use him some. A lot of people are definitely trying him out. So he's very strong. Diana also being banned out. But we'll see a couple of the things that CLG can maybe try and do. They've looked very strong as far as like their early aggression. We've seen Chauster in the jungle with Lee Sin. They might actually get that Lee Sin pick. So Lee Sin not being banned, that's like the first non-Lee Sin ban of this tournament. But they actually go with the Nunu. And we've seen Chauster play Nunu as well. Lee Sin, Cho'Gath, and Nunu are like his three primary junglers. He has a lot of flexibility. But that Nunu pick early on in the game, they can win a lot of fights. If it's a jungle Nunu, it could be a support as well, but it's a very aggressive jungler. I mean, the movement speed advantage that it gives to your team and the snowballs shutting down any early physical damage before many champions have their abilities leveled up enough, it can just easily win fights. And we've seen some really cool snowballs with CLG from that early Nunu pick.
Snowballs with snowballs. I mean, that's how else would you do it? I wouldn't want to do it any other way. That's just me. But there is a slim chance it could be a support. Loco Doco, despite he's actually been with the team for a decent amount of time now, and he's only ever really played 3 supports: Sona, Lulu, Nunu. That's it. Four letters across the board. That's all he really does. But he is amazing with that. I want what's your opinion right now? How do you think Loco Dogo is actually like meshing with CLG right now?
He's been very safe as a bot lane. When
Yeah.
you watch him in the support role, I haven't really noticed anything that flashy from Loco Dogo. It doesn't seem like he's an incredible game changer, but he allows Doublelift to farm, so that's something to be said.
Yeah.
And then as a team, as a whole, getting Chauster into the jungle has really worked out well for them. And Loco Dogo, it seems that some of his influence coming from AZUBU,
Yes.
has helped out. He's been able to, I don't know, work on some of the strategies. And CLG, those early strategies have definitely worked out. They've had consistently one of the strongest early game invades that we've seen, and that was even before Loco Doco came. But now we're seeing them round it out a little bit more. They can take those early towers and know how to push that advantage. But Lee Sin going to Fear, that's definitely a really strong pick. That's going to be kind of scary for CLG. xSmithy, it's interesting. There's conflicting thoughts about xSmithy as a jungler because xSmithy at times he's incredibly strong. He's
Right.
a very strong jungler. But a lot of people actually think that he's not that great as far as team presence. Like his ganks aren't that strong in team fights. He kind of struggles sometimes. But we have seen his early counter jungling can be up there right with the best. So we'll see what he can do.
And his champion selection also is really all over the map. He hasn't really had any great success or any great fall-offs with any real particular champion. He's still like trying to find his match, like what fits best with my team. Lee Sin in particular, at least in recent tournament play, not so hot.
Yeah.
So we'll see where he goes. He could still be a top Lee. There's still that ambiguity right now with Fear's picks, but with these two picks, Orion in mid, Kog'Maw in the bot.
Well, Lee Sin in general is just very strong. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he can do there. I thought that Aphromoo might grab the Vayne, and I think Vayne is probably his strongest AD. But Vayne and Kog'Maw are two ADs that I really expect to be played a lot this tournament because live setting matches tend to go a little bit long sometimes. It allows you to get that really strong late game AD carry presence in there. So if they can control the front line for Aphromoo, then he's going to be able to pick up those kills. But it's Aphromoo versus Doublelift, who are arguably the two strongest ADs in North America.
Right.
So that's going to be an interesting thing. Aphromoo, sometimes when you watch him, he's incredibly strong in the lane phase. He's one of the best ADs in the world at punishing mistakes in the laning phase. That's where his strength lies. He's really good at taking advantage of those early mistakes. In team fights, if they can protect the front line, he's going to be safe. But a lot of times you actually see Aphromoo, if he feels threatened, he loses a lot of damage because he'll run in circles. He won't be able to just constantly be attacking like he needs to. And CLG has a team that can control that front line, so that could be kind of scary for that Cog.
Yep, and also not to mention that during the laning phase, and this is Nunu Caitlyn that we are now looking at, and that is a very big push-oriented lane. And Aphromoo, he can be very aggressive, and this is really putting him out of his element, I think. I don't think, at least not from what I've seen, that many recent Kog'Maw games. So I think he may be in for a little bit of a shock this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Cog, it gives them that late game presence. Aphromoo, his ability to focus down targets, but then also cycle between targets is pretty strong. So that's definitely going to be an exciting pick. He's going to have the early damage. He likes those champions that have damage without getting a lot of items. So like Vayne, Draven, they can win those early fights without a lot of items. So that could be very strong for them. But we'll have to see what they can do because CLG, they might be going for an early push strategy. This is it's a very similar comp to what we've seen from them in the past. We've seen them run Trundle in the past when Hotshot was jungling, but Cho'Gath, as a jungler, he's such a safe jungler, but his Rupture, it actually works really well for poke and kiting teams because his Rupture can completely get your team out of there. He's tanky early on, but then he gives you that ability to kite. So that can be strong, and then they can get the Caitlyn Nunu push, which is one of the strongest pushing lanes in the game. They can try and take early towers. Gragas can win the early game. We might see CLG group up like 15 minutes in and just try and push straight down the mid lane because that's kind of something we've seen them do in the past when they're running like a Gragas because of the control he gives under turrets and having that Caitlyn as well. I honestly wouldn't be that surprised to see them just group up early on and try and bully their way into Fear's base.
And also keep in mind Gragas is also going to be very critical to shut down Fear's game plan too because Orianna, she's a very team fight oriented champion, and Orianna and Lulu together into fights. You're going to have two champs here which are going to be busting on into the front line. It's either going to be Lee or it's either going to be Aurelia. And it's like, hey, you want your initiation? You want your Orianna ball in position to get that shockwave off? No, here, have a barrel. Get out. I don't care. Just leave. Just leave. We'll just go ahead. Leave us alone so we can continue pushing your stuff in.
Yeah, and the shields will help some, but you're right. The poke is going to be a little bit too strong for CLG against Fear, I think. But it's gonna be interesting.
CLG using poke, I never.
Yeah, right. Hotshot could have just gone Nidalee and just made it complete.
Yeah, he could have. He really could have.
But the benefit of having that Olaf is he can get into that back line onto Kog'Maw. They wanted someone that can get right in the face of Aphromo and, like we said, prevent him from being comfortable in that back line.
Right.
That's exactly what Olaf can do. So it's going to be an interesting situation for them. But I'm excited to see what happens in that mid lane because Mandatory Cloud, he's a very strong mid laner. I mean, he's one of the best in North America. And a lot of times people say that one of the issues with Fear is that Mandatory Cloud expects his teammates to play at his level. And he expects them to go in for kills and whatnot a little bit too ambitiously for them. But we'll see what they can do. Yeah. Gragas versus Orianna is kind of interesting because around level 4, Gragas can actually kill Orianna if Orianna's out of position. But after that, it tends to turn into a free farm lane. But we'll see. They both have quick kill potential, and both have very aggressive junglers if they meet up in that mid lane.
And I also hope that Fear's communication is up to par, too. I was talking with Gnome Sane a little bit, and I know that they did not get as much practice time as they would have liked. I think the holidays kind of screwed up things a little bit for the team, but they're still here, they're still present, and we will see what they do. Also, one more quick note before we get too in depth into this: Chauster on Cho'Gath, that is his most played jungler.
Yeah, he's very strong at Cho'Gath.
Very strong.
I thought your note was going to be how they're on the blue side, but
that is also true.
But you're right,
and they are also now nearly all bot lane.
Yeah, and that's something we see a lot from CLG is those early invading strategies. Olaf, he's keeping an eye on the top, so Hotshot, he's not going to allow them to get in there, but they're going to try and come up. Aphromo, he's keeping an eye here, and they don't have the range in initiation to try and pick up a kill here, but Aphromo, he's actually moving over to the side, so they might be going in for a red steal, and they might actually walk back into CLG. If Aphromo comes back this way, he could be finding himself in a tough situation.
They will actually be spotted, so right now Chauster out in front, the tiny Cho'Gath for now. Bug for bug. He's like, okay, we know you're there. But here comes Zuna actually face-checking into the bush, going to get the Equilibrium Strike on to Hotshot, but he's still still throwing down those axes and getting those refreshes. He's already down to half, but Zuna will not be wasting any summoners just at this point. And CLG just decides to go fall back on into their bot Tribrush. And, it just dawned on me, too. That blue side note is pretty good because, remember what happened at Worlds? They lost because they never got blue side. It's like all of our strats. They're on blue side. We never expected all to be on purple.
They've adjusted now. They're much stronger as a team. xSmithy, he's moving up. He does Q, so they're safe. They do have the ward there, or CLG has the ward there, but they'll be able to just do a normal jungle path. And then Chauster, he's actually going for a red first potentially. So we've seen that a lot in the past from Chauster, and it gives them the right timing where he can get up into the top lane and pressure Aurelia before Lee Sin can get up there. So it gives them a nice opportunity. Zuna actually coming to check down, sees they're not doing the blue. He knows, okay, Cho'Gath, he's at red. He's going to be making his way up top. He could go for a level 2 gank, particularly in the mid lane with the body slam of Gragas if they catch out Orianna. But we'll see what they go from there. Yep.
So here come farming there in the mid, just pretty easy. Hotshot. Zuna did come back. He did decide to back, heal up. You do not want to be entering lane half health. That's just never a good prospect.
Yeah, and Hotshot went back for the mana as well, but no one burning any summoners early on. But
that's the point.
You saw the early damage that Olaf has, and it's going to be an interesting lane. It's a skill matchup lane.
It is.
But Olaf, he has the potential to take down Aurelia.
And also, we got to take a little bit of notice down here in bot because we'll see how the push-oriented strategy here from CLG goes. Because you got Nunu with Caitlyn. Caitlyn has some of the best range. Was that the cleanse? No, it's just orb. She's not. Orianna has the shield. What am I talking about? You got some harass going from Muffin Q just to keep Doublelift slowed. And Locodoco didn't actually go Blood Boil first, I don't think. Doesn't look like it.
Nope, went with Snowball first, which is the stronger play on Nunu. The Snowball, it allows you to counter out any AD aggression, particularly against Lulu. So if you go the movement speed first from Blood Boil, then it'll allow Doublelift to harass a little bit more. But if Muffin QD was then aggressive with that Lulu pick, they would actually win the lane at that level 1. So you go the Snowball first, it's the safe route. Mandatory Cloud in this mid lane now, and this is right where we were talking about. With that body slam with Gragas, you can get quick kills, and Lee Sin will want to make his way down as well. But Mandatory Cloud, he's playing very passively because he knows that Gragas, the cooldowns are so short. If you hit one body slam on Orianna, you can follow up with a second one and pick up a kill, even just 1v1.
Yep, and there was a ward over there in the top river, so ManCloud did know about the presence of Chauster. And you saw xPeke making his way down, just stayed on the side of the river, up over on the ledge, right on the opposite side of the Wraith. So just in case Chauster did decide to get a little brave, he would be having the great position just to get the Q, be a presence, and be a part of that team fight.
And so far, Mandatory Cloud's been using his ranged harass advantage to bully around Big Fat, but Lee Sin keeping an eye on mid as well, and will be moving up into the top lane, so we'll see what he can do there. But Chauster moving into mid again. There's the body slam. They get the slow. He has the mana to follow it up. The silence, the rupture doesn't hit. Mandatory Cloud, he's going to try and get this flash over the wall, but actually just backs off, so he's very low, but is able to get out of there.
Still no Summoner's Burn there in the mid. Very very smart play, and also great utilization of the shield too, just to stick it out a little while longer. xPeke here, top lane. Does Hotshot actually see him? Is it, yes. Yes, he does.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He's right around the corner.
Oh, the other side, okay.
So he's right around the corner, even though it seems that he should have been able to see him. He did back up in the bush, but I think he was right in the shadows.
Wow.
And Cho, maybe he did see him. I think he did, because Chauster did come for these wolves. So some nice early jungling there. He has a level advantage over Lee Sin. And Lee Sin's generally a fast jungler, but Cho's a little bit faster. So he's taking advantage of that, and we'll see if he gets an early lead.
Yeah, xPeke tried to make something happen, but you recognize.
Oh, rupture from the shadows.
There you go. Chauster coming on in onto the side. Man Cloud, he's going very low. Does burn out. The flash was not ignited. Big Fat used it earlier, but the Chauster did get pretty low on that attempt, so good on Man Cloud. But xPeke will be able to make something happen here in the mid. There's the Q just barely out of range of Chauster. That could have been huge, but at the very least, Lee Sin and his presence helped push CLG back. It is still a 0-0 kill game.
Yeah, that was really close. I thought they were going to be able to take out Mandatory Cloud there using the shadows on Cho'Gath, but bot lane so far, Lulu's had actually done some a nice job harassing, and Muffin QD is a very strong support. He really helps out Aphromoo a lot. So Aphromoo has been able to farm despite the fact that Caitlyn is probably the strongest AD laner in the game as far as harass and just controlling the lane. So we'll see what they can do there. Lee Sin, in the meantime, he's making his way up top for Hotshot.
So you got Aurelia Zuna, does get the slow, forcing the ghost out from Hotshot, but will it be enough? xPeke just waiting for the right moment to go for that slow. Got vision in the brush. Will he be able to do it? You got the strike and the ignite, keeping him behind. He's got the health potion going, but it will not be enough. First blood going to Fierce Zuna there in the top lane, and he's in a great spot now.
Yeah, Hotshot trying to juke back and maybe bait out the Lee Sin slow. That would have allowed him to get out of there, but just a little bit too far forward and no early wards to keep an eye on Lee Sin. So, that's kind of a failing on a lot of the NA teams that you see is that they don't drop those early wards like we saw from the previous games from like TPA and World Elite. But we'll see what he gets up there now to try and protect himself. Once he hits 6, he should be safe. He can play aggressively and know that he's going to be able to get out of almost any situation. But, early level advantage kind of struggles.
But also remember too, we talk a lot about top lane, and a lot of the mentality of the pros is that top lane is an island. Not many teams actually make a lot of presence there in the top lane. They just kind of leave it to their own devices. But to see that aggression come on out is like, well, force them to buy the ward, force them to play a little bit more different than they usually would. And you see Olaf, Hotshot, he did buy one, throws it down into the top river, so hopefully he'll be a little bit more protected. But if xPeke comes in through the top Tribrush, he will actually still go by undetected.
And Chauster's moving in. He actually wants to get this blue steal. Lee Sin is backing, even though his blue is going to be up. So Chauster, he's going to move in with Gragas, and they're going to be able to take this. Lee Sin, he cancels that teleport, but they're in a dangerous situation. Loco Doco's here as well. They should be able to get the feast, maybe. CLG barely taking it. Can they get it? Yes.
Nice.
So Chauster, he actually does grab that in the end.
Without smite. Without smite.
Yeah, he's only level 5.
He's only level 5. Didn't even. The pressure was just not there from Fear, and that was great though. Great from Loco Doco to come on up, just in case. Get your snack on, get that blue steal. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's like, as long as they can't have it, that's a good spot for us.
Yeah, and it was a little bit surprising. It seemed like xPeke almost forgot about the timing.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like they were really prepared to control that blue. Yeah. And so losing the blue on Orianna versus Gragas is really key, because if Big Fat, if he can get his blue, that's going to allow him to outfarm Orianna or come back in this situation. And it's I mean, they definitely both spam a lot to try and farm.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's just he's there in the wolf camp. He's like, oh, my blue respawn. I should probably stop backing. It's just like, oh, yeah.
So to be fair,
those timers.
To be fair, he did notice Gragas coming over, so he could have been recalling in case he just needed to get out. And he's like, okay, I can leave the recall going. If not, I can cancel it. So he gave himself options, some quick damage onto Aphromoo. There's the ultimate. Not going to be enough, just barely. Oh, the minions take him down. Aphromoo drops. And so Gragas
Wow.
going for the blue, but really awesome damage. The quick burst from Caitlyn and Doublelift. Caitlyn and Vayne have been his bread and butter recently.
Yeah.
If he wants the late game, he goes with Vayne. If he wants the early game, he goes with Caitlyn. So definitely taking advantage of that.
Shame. I'm pretty sure Muffin Q's shield would have been down because he's usually on point with that kind of stuff, and he also was not 6, did not have the ult. Hotshot blowing his ult, wants to get a little bit of push. Zuna actually using his also, but xPeke is here, Chauster's here. No huge kills. Nothing really happening here top lane. Both of the junglers have great presence, able to dissuade the other. But yeah, those blue buffs being down now, Gragas benefits greatly from that blue buff. Keep on throwing those barrels, safe, passive farm. Orianna, though, really needs that blue. You're going to be throwing that orb every which way, so Big Fat is going to surge ahead in the farm here while that blue buff is still
and
up.
Orianna going with double Dorans as opposed to Chalice, which is Chalice has been kind of how we've seen Orianna's build for a while now as that first item. The double Dorans early on, it gives you some mana regen, but it gives you early game potential. It's a little more killing potential than Chalice gives you, and a little bit more survivability, which is key against Gragas, since Gragas is going to look to win those early fights. So an interesting decision by Mandatory Cloud. I think it's the right one, and we'll see what they can do. xPeke moving down, he does have that Madred, so he can try and pressure Dragon. He does have enough to actually solo it. So if they get a pink ward over there, Fear can actually solo the Dragon at this point with Lee Sin.
Also keep in mind, going back to the mid too, there's been a lot of presence from Chauster to mid too, so that extra health is actually going to be coming in handy quite a bit.
Well, Chauster's generally, it seems, winning the jungling battle so far.
Yeah,
and it's the whole presence from his entire team, but he's very strong right now. He has 3 stacks. Yes, just now 3 stacks. So he's very tanky. 1,500 HP at this point in the game, is pretty significant. So we'll see what he can do, as far as forcing these early fights.
And we saw it, and we said it. We said this earlier with We versus FNATIC. A lot of people underestimate how huge those stacks are early in the game. How much of a difference an extra 100, 200 health can actually be in those fights, in those ganks. So we'll see if he makes any more moves. He's actually going up and around behind the blue buff area. He recognizes that the lane is warded, and actually got Gragas charging over the forest wall to Muffin Cutie and Aframu. I think they're a little bit unaware of what may be happening as soon as the wave pushes up. But Lokodoko, along with Doublelift, they're going on. Chauster and Big Fat, where you stick around. They know they see Lee Sin actually taking the wolves. Will they do anything? There comes a rupture down onto xPeke. There's the barrel to keep him behind. You got the feast coming in too, and the ignite will be more than enough. Big Fat getting that kill on a Lee Sin, a little bit unaware.
Yeah, and they realize the blue, it's not up for another minute now, so it's kind of surprising for them to go into that blue side jungle, but that's exactly what they were thinking. They knew that Fear wouldn't expect them to be there. Like it's not, there was no reason for Gragas and Cho to be there except to try and pick up kills, and so they tried grabbing someone out of position. They were maybe going to dive the bot, but they decided not to because the minions were pushing away from them, and Doublelift and Lokodoko weren't pushing the tower fast enough, so they catch Lee Sin, and that's a nice early advantage for them.
Yep. Also, going back down here to the bot lane, Aframu actually 25 creeps behind Doublelift, maybe a little bit more than that. And it is strange to see him in kind of like a defensive pose here in the bot lane. But Kog'Maw, though, he does ramp up quite a bit once he starts getting those early items. Get a Zeal on him, he should be fine. But it's just a matter of how big Doublelift can actually get. You already have the BF sword. Could be going for the Thirster pretty early on too, and just all of that push potential that Lokodoko is providing. He's also got the GP10 for himself too, so that's going to be huge.
And CLG, it looked like they might be going for a blue steal, but they back off last second. Orianna's actually recalled, and so has bot lane. So it actually would have been an okay opportunity. But at the time that they were doing it, Caitlyn wasn't in lane, so they were concerned. They were like trying to decide. They're like, okay, Loco, can you make it up here? And he's like, Caitlyn's not here. All right, they back off. But now they're coming up to the top, and this is something that we're seeing from the new CLG, and we've talked about it in the past. We've seen from some of their matches that Big Fat is roaming a lot more out of the mid lane, which is not something you used to see. You used to see Big Fat, he had turned into a passive laner in that mid lane, but there's the rupture, the flash, even through missing the silence. So he hits the silence, but it's not there fast enough, and Aurelia is able to back out of there. But Big Fat and Chauster, they combo perfectly together, and a lot of times, like for a while, CLG, you looked at Big Fat in the mid lane, and he doesn't really do a lot early in the game. He's not winning his lane as much as he used to. He's not pressuring the map. But now, recently, with this Gragas, we've seen him roaming all over the place. We've seen him putting pressure across the map.
I like what you said earlier. The new CLG is kind of like the reopening of like a burger joint or something. And this is definitely a different attitude, different play style coming from CLG, and it's refreshing to see this, to see them try and make these plays and be aggressive. It is significantly better than the boring old split push we are so used to seeing from these guys. But it's still true to their kind of play style. They still have this poke-oriented team, but it just works so much better and so much more efficient than what they've run in the past. It is a beautiful thing to watch.
Well, and it's going to be interesting to see what timings they're looking for now.
Yeah.
Gragas, he's almost has enough for that needlessly large rod. Doublelift is almost done that Bloodthirster as well. And they have a team that's very strong in the mid game, so I really expect in the next couple of minutes we'll see them probably group up. Once they finish some of those early items, they're going to be like, okay, now is the point. We've just finished Bloodthirster on Caitlyn. Now we're strong enough to try and push into their lanes or force an early fight. And we'll see how they can pressure it. And so Fear, they have to be expecting CLG to be doing something like that at this point. So they need to be ready to swing into a lane and respond.
Muffin, Cutie, and Aftermoon have the lane for a little bit for themselves. Loco did decide to go back, grab the Heart of Gold, so 2 GP10s on him. So he'll be having that income, a little bit of an income boost. But Doublelift still doing very well, farming underneath tower, taking a little bit of damage. And this is Aftermoo trying his best to be aggressive, but still taking quite a bit of damage there from Doublelift in retreat. But this is also where the Lulu comes in. This is where Muffin Cutie comes in with those glitter lances for some of those slows. But this is just free damage for Doublelift, though. Just that blood boil, that extra speed boost is so vital to have. It doesn't, to a lot of new players, it doesn't seem like a lot, but that little extra speed does so much.
Oh, and xSmithy's being held up in the top. Hotshot, they might actually go for this. The tower is very low, so they are going to just back off for a second, but they're starting to pressure him down there. While the bot lane, the constant harass from Caitlyn. Aftermoo is now very low. He doesn't quite have the same lifesteal that Doublelift does with all of that damage, so he's able to heal up a little bit better. So that harass advantage is in Doublelift's favor. He's able to win that lane for them, and we'll see, once they get that tower, that could just be the crashing wave coming down for CLG that snowballs them across the map.
It could be. And to see like all three tier 1s, if they were just collapse all at the same time, it's like, hey, how'd you like 3,000 gold for your team? That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. They made us very well get it. You got the Q. Don't even need the ultimate double. Will that be enough for a double? Forcing out the heal Loco with the exhaust double for Doublelift. True to the name, Loco will go down here. No, it's not enough damage. Very well coordinated down bot. Didn't even need any help from the jungle because he is here top lane. You got Lee Sin, Zuna, the shield protecting from the feast, but will it be enough? The Ignite still ticking, but Chauster actually gets kicked a little bit too close to Zuna. The turret shots, the tank is strong. You got Loco taking down bot turret, but you still have a huge fight down here.
Cloud and Big Fat are coming up, though, so it's going to turn into a 3v3, and it's actually a good opportunity. xSmithy, he jumps in.
Nice.
There's the W. They pick up that kill, but they're very low. Big Fat, he could get a double kill here. He wants to get in with these barrels.
One ultimate barrel could actually kill both xSmithy and Zuna if they're too close together. But they know they need to split up just a little bit.
Yeah, and
Big
he's
Fat
zoned
knows.
off right now. He knows there's a ward in the bush from the minion attacking him, but Big Fat not quite able to get in there, and it seemed like CLG was going to win that exchange, but in the meantime, they're going after the dragon. So kind of surprising, xSmithy on Lee Sin. That's one of the strengths of Lee Sin, is your ability to win fights that it just seem impossible. You kite in and out, you jump in, pick someone off, and so it started off, it looked like Zuna was going to go down. Zuna seeming to do pretty well so far for himself. He's behind Hotshot and farm, but hasn't gone down in these situations. So we'll see how the fairly new top laner for Fear continues to progress.
And also remember that Lee Sin, he did invest a lot of points into the shield early on. So I think that those extra few points invested may have actually been the turning point, because remember, Zuna did get feasted. Chauster was looking for that straight up snack kill, but did not get it. The protection, the team fight control from xSmithy was just a little bit too much there to handle.
Yeah, and a lot of times you see Lee Sin go for like 2 or 3 levels because it allows you to, for instance, solo Dragon and do all sorts of cool stuff. But maxing it out, like you said, it's a little bit more of a defensive play. It's not going for quite as many early kills, but it will protect his team. And he knows the rest of his team has enough sustain damage that he doesn't need any bursts from Lee Sin. And Lee Sin's burst on his Q early on in the game is nice, but in team fights isn't that significant. The flash out from Loco, so a little bit concerned there. He dropped a ward and didn't want to get himself caught out, so he backs off. off. But CLG, they're starting to move down. Big Fat is now in the top lane, and Hotshot is pressuring that mid. That's going to be a turret. So 3 turrets down for CLG.
In very quick succession, as well as a lot of global gold for CLG Prime, and they're going to be taking that to the bank. But the Orianna ult will not be doing anything to an ulted Olaf. Hotshot just strolls with that swagger walk right out of there.
Like you said, the quick 3 turrets, that's a 6k gold lead off of a 4-2 advantage.
Right.
So the game, it seems very even, and then all of a sudden CLG is able to take that advantage. And that's what we expected with this kind of mid-game comp that CLG is running. The question is, can Fear hold off and get Aphromo in a situation where they have 5v5 team fights?
Yes.
They want these full team fights, and that allow Aphromo to really thrive. But we'll see if they can get to that point. Big Fat now controlling the top, so they're comfortable with Hotshot roaming now. And Big Fat has the mobility. He can move down from the top and keep Aurelia pressured there and then come to the mid. So it forces fights at their advantage.
Yep. And also, got Gragas and Cho just ravaging Fear's jungle right now. It's like, hey, we found a red buff. Might as well take it for ourselves. And xSmithy looking to just harass Hotshot just a little bit, just to try and open up some opportunities for MainCloud to actually farm. But while they're doing that, though, you have the ward. If that ward was not there, there would have been no clear. That could have been a very quick double kill.
Yeah, they would have been able to grab that very quickly, but Chauster so far has complete map control for them. You see the wards across the map for CLG, and then having that oracles as well, so it's allowing them to do this really aggressive split push, which is where we've seen CLG thrive in the past.
Right.
And that's going to be difficult for Fear to group. The biggest counter to a split push is one, stalling champions, but mostly you want to try and force engages. You want to try and pick up kills against people that are split off. But when CLG has complete ward coverage over this map, that's going to be very difficult for Fear to do.
Right. But also, remember too, one of the best things against split pushes is also the Baron. And Fear, if they can manage to sneak it, you got the Rekkles on the lead, you got Aphromo Kog'Maw building up into that attack speed, that percentage-based damage. They do have a relatively fast team once they start itemizing well to grab objectives like Baron Dragon, if given the opportunity. But if this ward control continues from CLG, that opportunity is going to be very slim.
Yeah, but CLG, they're in a position right now where I would really expect them to group up and try and take down some turrets because they just finished the Rabadons on Gragas, and Caitlyn had already finished that Infinity Edge. So Infinity Edge, as opposed to the Bloodthirster, gives her so much more sustained damage, and I actually like that build a lot on Caitlyn. It used to be common to go the Bloodthirster, but one of the issues with Caitlyn late game is that she has no sort of ramp. She has nothing in her kit that scales that well into late game. So she doesn't have a natural buff ability like Kog'Maw or anything like that. Yeah. Having the Nunu helps, but having those crits will give her the single target damage that she sometimes lacks. And being as far ahead as he is, Doublelift is going to be in a great situation now. So we'll see if CLG forces any fights.
The thing. Look how much farm you're ahead. You've got your 3-0. You have the money. You might as well spend it. You might as well invest. Get that advantage. You still have the Vamp Scepter too for that residual lifesteal. You don't necessarily need the Thirster to have your sustain in fights. Just the Vamp Scepter on its own is more than often sufficient.
And so we'll see what they're doing. They're still holding onto this bottom lane. They're not trying to be too aggressive here. They're just slowly waiting. Maybe they're actually trying to hide, I think, for the moment. So they have CLG, they have Big Fat pressing the mid, and I think they just want to group with Chauster, try and grab this tower really quickly. And we've seen CLG go for the tier 2 towers quickly sometimes, but we'll see if they can maybe go for it and if Fear can respond.
Yeah, everyone's kind of just like, hey, this is your lane, this is my lane, but Chauster will find that ward over by the blue. So Fear must know something is up and something soon. xSmithy also taking out the Wolves. But we saw what happened last time he was there, a little bit too far away from the rest of the team with CLG going in for the invade, so he knows I actually probably got here. There's probably it's probably not just Cho. I'm probably found out by someone else here. You got the Scream, not going to be landing out silence, but you also notice too, xSmithy does have the oracles of his own, so it's just it's a ward battle, it's a vision battle, it's an information war, as we're between these two teams right now.
Yeah, and CLG's easily winning that battle. xSmithy does have an Oracles himself, but he's nowhere near as tanky as Shoyath is.
Right.
So, again, that was a concern with FNATIC versus World Elite, but Lee Sin, there's the threat that he's going to go down quickly in a fight, and once they lose that Oracles, that's going to be devastating for them. But as long as xSmithy can hold on to that, he can get rid of all those wards in their jungle, and you're seeing he's already gotten quite a few.
Oh, yeah.
But that's going to allow them to just passively farm, which is what Fear's wanted to do so far, and CLG hasn't been forcing any engages. So it's allowing Cog to get later and later into the game, and if Cog gets farmed, you never know what can happen at that point. If they can protect Cog long enough, protect the front line, then he's just going to be devastating.
And he's itemizing correctly. He's going straight on in for the Infinity Edge. He knows he needs big damage, and he needs as much of it as he can very soon if he wants to stay relevant in these team fights. But the opportunities, they're going to be trying to go to counteract this blue invade. CLG does take it. bigfatlp takes it for himself, and there's a pursuit come from xPeke. He does a little bit of vision.
Well, they can't fight him right now.
They
There's
can't.
no way for Fear to come in here.
Look at bigfat. The bigfat's positioning right there. He's waiting for the prime opportunity. If he can get one barrel, if he can isolate anyone, he's going for the dash. There it is. Zuna parsed up against the wall. ManCloud now with the team. There is the Oriole. Again, 3 members of CLG, but Mandatory Cloud will be able to get out. He has a shield, flashes over the wall. He will be safe. Hotshot charges out in front with the ultimate. But Zuna a little bit too far away from the rest of the team, but there's the speed buff and the shield from Lulu, and eat a trap on the way. I made it out of that fight. Good for me. I deserve a cupcake.
And that's honestly surprising that they were able to get out of there, but the Oriana ult was just enough to dissuade them. So the Oriana ult, is just perfect for controlling, but they're all low. They have to back off, and now CLG can maybe pressure mid, or maybe they actually might just transition into the top lane. So they're just keeping up this pushing pressure. There was never really a threat of them losing that fight. The only thing that could possibly happen was for them to not win it. So Mandatory Cloud doing a nice job getting him out of there, but it looked like they were going to die, because I was honestly surprised when Fear, when they walked right around the corner, and they were going to kind of put themselves in a bad spot. I thought the Greg Assault was just going to instantly win the fight.
It was fortunate enough that the position just wasn't right, because if anyone got blown backwards into CLG, that would have just been an absolute disaster. The jungle walls did enough to actually keep people pinned, but not really displaced. And remember too, if you ever have to move past a hard object, the remaining travel time does translate into a hard stun. And the members that were displaced and were stunned for that period of time weren't quite in the vision range of CLG, or were not quite in the most reachable of areas.
Yeah, but we'll see what Fear can do here. You're right. The vision did have something to do with it. Fear did a really nice job of kiting out of there. Yep. They have some nice movement speed. They were able to get the slows from Lulu and whatnot. But I don't know. We'll see what they can do. They're keeping all the lanes pushed, and so it's just constantly giving them nice farming opportunities. They build it into a 7K lead, so not that much more significant than the 6K, but you have this feeling that CLG is just waiting to pop and just waiting to just instantly win this game. And just take an inhibitor. So we'll see what Fear can do to try and stop that.
And you look at the big damage now coming in from CLG. Needlessly large rod and the chain vest coming in onto the big fat. Gonna be the Zonias later on in. Nunu has completed the Zeke's Herald, and that in combination with the Blood Boil, Doublelift may very well get to very close, if not completely at 2.5 attack speed. And that is the best item you can ever get onto someone like a support Nunu. And double Shirelius too to boot if they ever get there engaged and you want to secure it and make sure they're in position. You got to, just in case one breaks down.
They want to know they can force a fight, and it seems CLG they want to force this Baron. They have the Oracles down there. There's the Rupture over the wall into xSmithy. The barrel as well. xSmithy will drop very quickly. He does go down, so losing that Oracles. Zuna trying to force the fight here, but CLG wins it very quickly. Hotshot chasing down Muffin Cutie. Aphromoo nowhere near in position to take any damage. Muffin Cutie, the ultimate. The Caitlyn block onto Aphromoo. Big Fat does actually go down, and Aphromoo turns it around a little bit, but you saw the entire fight. Aphromoo, he wasn't even in it. I mean, they were not in the position to be able to fight CLG, and CLG forced it.
Mandatory Cloud may also still go down here. You got the silence followed up by Rupture. There's a snack. There's a shot. Doublelift still managing to pick that one up. Mandatory Cloud just a little bit too far out. And they were in an okay position. Fear was in an okay position. It was a 1-for-2, but now with Mandatory Cloud down for quite an extended period of time, CLG the arc. Doublelift, I didn't even know you could do that. I did not even know you could actually
it's one of the cool things with Caitlyn. A lot of times you can even sneak the Baron. If you, we've seen it before with like AZUBU where they would have dashes over the walls and to try and sneak it, but they take it very safely.
Right there, there's one little spot on the edge. There's a gem right there on the ridge. That is the point if you ever want to, dash or shoot, or in the case of Hotshot, want to Shyvana ult over. That is the spot. That's the one. And
it used to be there was a spot where you could smite over the Baron wall.
Yes.
But, that was removed a while ago, but they're able to get a really nice lead, 10K gold lead. Now Baron buff is on them. They have a team that's very strong at taking down turrets and poking at the turrets. So Orianna can clear the waves pretty effectively to try and stall them, but Gragas can zone them with his barrels while Caitlyn is just destroying Fierce turrets. Yeah. So I wouldn't be that surprised to see CLG just make their way up right up in that mid lane. Though, who knows? Maybe they'll go for that split push again. They'll just allow Hotshot to slowly push down the top while the rest of them are or in another lane.
Like, hey, guys, I'm a little reminiscent for our old strat. Can't we just do it once more for old time's sake, please? We're in a position to do it, might as well. But remember too that this is group stage, this is LAN, this is the big show. The best option you can do. We've seen teams also do it here in the previous matches of other groups. Play it safe. Do the right thing. If the game takes a little bit 5 minutes longer just to secure the victory, you might as well do it because there's a lot of money on the line here.
Oh, and you see Loco Doco just tanking that turret for a second with the Baron regen. They're going to be fine. xPeke coming over the side. There's the rupture. So seeing if maybe they can catch him out, but already a lot of damage from Doublelift. Look at how low that turret is. So putting a lot of pressure on that turret, and Big Fat, he's actually taking the blue. So once he gets that blue, he can group with his team mid, and they might be able to go for this.
It's a struggle. It's a struggle for Fear to actually take stuff from their own jungle at this point. You saw how much of a crate that could have been a potential engagement and kill onto xPeke just to simply get the race. That's how far behind they are. That's the position they're in right now. And Chauster and Hotshot, they're tanky enough to the point where they can just tank turret shots and not give a care in the world.
And that's really significant because Orianna can clear those minion waves pretty quickly, but for them to be able to just confidently tank those turret shots, it allows them to drop those turrets very quickly.
Nice.
This one, the barrel actually on the Zuna, it could force them back where they could get this shortly. Hotshot getting pretty low, but they force out the Shurelya's, so he will have some regen there. But Fear, they're all very low, and Doublelift just constantly getting that pressure on that turret.
Yeah, Hotshot was the primary tank of the turret for that first engage, but the poke may just be a little bit too much for the turret. About 2 or 3 more shots should actually do it. Hotshot going in 1, 2, 3, maybe 1 more, 4 for good measure. And that is the mid-tier 3 now down. The inhibitor now under duress. You got a minute and a half still left on that Baron buff on CLG Prime also, so they can still make huge, massive plays. But there's a Shurelya's. Nice Orianna onto the side. 3 members of CLG Prime caught up in that, but the inhib still goes down. It's just a matter of kind of very low Hotshot and a very low Chauster make it out. I think they managed to clear the distance.
Yeah, so they back out easily with that Cho'Gath rupture, but you saw Fear was scared of CLG at that point. They know that CLG has a serious advantage, and they weren't able to get much damage from themselves. So Fear just kind of trying to poke in, but never a concerted effort to prevent that take from CLG. So CLG just works their way in and bullies them off of that inhibitor, and that's going to be brutal. I mean, now with that inhibitor down, they can do the same thing in another lane and just try and slowly make their way in. The Baron will be down, so they won't be able to tank the turrets quite as aggressively as they were because they won't have that regen, but they can just slow push their way in now, and Fear won't have that big of a say in it.
I'm also looking at Hotshot's build. He bought a 30-minute Warmogs. Just right, that's it. He's got health. He's got a Doran shield on each arm, and he's got the Shurelya's on top of his head. That's all he's got.
You don't need a lot on Olaf. He has
really
so
don't.
much base damage. I mean, he's just such a strong champion overall.
He's got the true damage. He's got the ultimate too. I mean, he doesn't need a whole lot. And mix it up with Chauster. You have Cho'Gath. You have someone you build up those feast stacks. You don't really need a whole lot on him either. So these are very, very efficient champs.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And efficient champs that are really strong in that mid game, so early to mid game.
Yes.
And CLG's been able to push their advantage from that. It's still only a 7-3 game, so it's not a heavy kill score. They're not forcing fights with Fear. They're just slowly taking their map, and Fear just kind of being left behind. CLG just took everything from them, and now they're going to be coming top. They can press down that top lane while the mid is still pushing against them. Doublelift should be able to take this before anyone actually gets there, so the second turret will be gone. xPeke might actually go in for this, the flash, but Doublelift gets out of there barely, and now xPeke is going to go down. The Lulu ultimate to try and get him out. They actually back off, but Zuna drops, and CLG's in a great situation here.
That's what I get for trying to protect the Lee Sin. Rupture going down, not going to be able to get anyone, but flashes in response and in defense, trying to close the gap. But CLG Prime now knocking on the top tier 3. Fear has all decided to recoil back. xPeke has no choice. He needs to return to the fountain, get healthy, and wow, just like that. Mandatory Cloud cannot escape the few sniper shots. No skills, no ult, anything used by Doublelift. Just sheer auto attacks and the Blood Boil were more than enough to kill Orianna. Now top inhib is going to go down. This, without the Baron buff, CLG is in it's still a huge position, but you have some free shots coming from Aframu. They still hurt onto Hotshot, but you still have the rest of the team still alive.
You compare it with Doublelift, and Doublelift, even though Caitlyn doesn't scale as well into the game as Kog'Maw does, in these team fights, Doublelift is just constantly attacking and constantly wearing down Fear. He knows he's safe because of their gold lead. He knows he can do whatever he wants, whereas every single one of these fights, Aframu gets off like 5 hits maybe.
If
you know,
he's in the fight.
Right, like he's barely pecking at him. He's
Right.
like, oh hey, each one of my attacks does a lot of damage, but he's not confident enough to control that front line because he has to deal with Gragas, he has to deal with Olaf, he has to deal with the damage from Caitlyn even, and so all of that early lead for CLG. It just completely shuts Aphromoo out of it, even though Aphromoo's farmed pretty effectively. He's over 300 CS,
Yeah.
he has Infinity Edge, he has a Phantom Dancer, but he doesn't have the confidence with his team to be able to stand up and deal the damage that he needs to.
He's got Phantom Dancer and he's got IE, that's it. You look at Caitlyn, not only does she have both of those, she also has a Bloodthirster on top of it.
And a Last
Whisper on
yeah.
top of it. And a potential QSS later on top of that. Essentially, two and a half full items over Aphromoo right now.
Well,
That's
and
amazing.
On Caitlyn, he doesn't really have much of a threat of being taken down by anyone. The QSS isn't really that necessary. Chauster almost going down. You saw Aphromoo, he does have the damage that he needs. But Doublelift just in general, he knows that he likes the QSS. It allows him to constantly deal damage as opposed to the GA. If you go down with the GA, then you're kind of hurting your team because there's a couple of seconds when you're not attacking. So he's going to be very safe there. But CLG, this is going to be the final push most likely, and we'll see if they can win this.
There's Zuna, he knows it, so he's going to dash into Lu, ult on top, try and get 3 members of CLG popped up, but still gets very low and needs to retreat. Muffin Cutie going to be caught behind, and again, auto attacks helping out with Big Fat with 1 barrel to help get the kill onto Fear. Mandatory Cloud's already out of it. The rest of Fear is very low. Muffin Cutie nearly died, had to go back to the fountain, and CLG Prime takes the remaining straggling inhib and now pushing on into the Nexus. Aphromoo 3 shots. 3 attacks from Doublelift is more than enough to get the kill on Zuna. Charging on in, very brave, but not able to get a double kill for Caitlyn. And that is 2 members of Fear left open. 1 member of Fear left open. I'm sorry, that's a triple for Doublelift, and this should be it.
Oh, he's going for it under the fountain,
but
CLG with the impressive win over Fear. 20k gold lead at the end of that game,
yes.
But it was all based on objectives. They just bullied Fear around the map. They had really nice early game champions. They were able to move in for a win. So 1-0 in their group. They take an early advantage. 1 more game, and CLG is going to be able to move into that winner's bracket, which is really significant. I mean, the winner's bracket is just so incredible. And you have to wonder, their last game, it's going to be potentially CLG.EU, potentially ICELAND. They could face against Fear again. If they lose their next match, then they could be matched against Fear potentially. But we'll see, what they can do. Just 1 more win to get in that winner's bracket, and they actually Group B and C face each other in the winner's bracket first round. So that could be a nice road for CLG to get into the semifinals of the tournament.
It could be, but what if Prime does meet up against Fear again in this group? What can Fear actually do to ensure that this does not happen again?
Well, it's interesting because Fear has a lot of really unusual strategies. That was a very safe play from them. It was kind of a standard play. They went with some champions that they know they can play safe and then win later on in the game. It didn't quite work out for them that way because CLG was bullying them around early on. I'd actually like to see Fear play one of their aggressive early game comps.
I think we all do.
One of their teams where, like Draven, for instance. And Draven, he falls off pretty significantly in fights because if you can put pressure on him. And that's a serious concern for them, which is why I tend to like, Aphromoo on other champions like Vayne. But if they go with that aggressive early comp or one of their unique strategies like that, they could maybe take something off of CLG.
Good. I'd like to see that, and
But again, it is best of 1, so that's only
right.
in the situation that CLG then loses their next match and Fear wins their next match.
Right.
So,
but let's keep in mind though, Prime more than likely going to be going up against their brother team EU.
Yeah.
Which let's face it, a lot of people say the EU brother is the better brother.
But how much practice has EU had recently? They've been roaming all over the world. They've been sitting in the US. They've been traveling. Some taking a break as a team. So you have to wonder where they are as a team. They kind of just pick whatever solo queue champs they enjoy, and that's going to be tough for them.
Yeah.
So CLG might be in a position to take it.
And I know some of the practice has been lacking. I talked to Wicked earlier, and so what kind of research have you done? Looking, coming into the event and said, we don't research teams research us.
Oh, of course.
So that's got.
But we'll see. I've heard there's going to be some interesting things from Froggen this weekend, so I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I'm looking to watch Snoop Ace look at stuff.
Okay.
That's just me.
But once again, guys, thank you. That's our first 3 games of these rounds.
Yep.
We'll be continuing with the group stage. You can keep up to date on everything with our brackets and whatnot. We're actually going to be cutting off, and it's going to be Phreak and Jatt coming on afterwards, and they're going to be continuing with some of these group stage matches. So right after this quick commercial break.
I'd expect we'll have very standard bans, whereas Iceland will have much more targeted bans because they've been able to scout COG. Like COG said earlier, we brought this up, they don't prepare for other teams, but other teams have to prepare for them because COG has such a standardizing playstyle.
Yeah, of course. So you're seeing the extremely shocking first ban Anivia, of course, like a 70% ban rate against Froggen that Anivia, the Maokai. So you can clearly see here a lot of research has been done, and CLG.EU actually right away are spamming bans against the mid lane player as well. You know, do these open up any picks for them, or is this just like is them actually looking at Iceland maybe a little bit?
This could be them doing a little bit because the Hong Kong qualifier games were viewable for them, right? The few games we pulled from. However, their mid lane player actually, Diana, Gragas, Orianna are 3 of his most played, so those are the 2 they probably identified as being the most threatening. They probably don't care if they get Gragas. Lee Sin, of course. Shen was also another one of Iceland's most picked champions during the qualifier things we have. So
and Shen opens up a lot of possibilities as well. Of course, you can play in the top lane or in the jungle, so you still allow yourselves to sort of counterpick the opposition. But the main goal here, of course, is that Shen is such a great split pusher, such that you can kind of build a strategy around. You know, if Shen can win his duel in the top lane and just kind of keep pushing and pushing and pushing, it'll be very difficult for your opponents to stop you as a whole because you'll win the 4-on-4 and you'll win the 1-on-1.
Yeah, and almost every team comp CLG.EU does is somewhat similar. And even before we went to the delay here because of the headset issue, we noticed that Iceland had played mainly Shen as well. So we thought maybe they might have something up their sleeve. If they're going to pull it out, you almost want to do it immediately, in all honesty, just because CLG.EU might be the strongest team in this group and they'd want to be able to beat them right away. But with the Shen first pick, that also being their most played top laner during their qualifier, seems to me that they're still playing standard.
Yeah, and that's fine, of course. Like, and honestly, like when you get a first pick like Shen, it's something you can kind of really rally behind in the first place. You know, Lulu and Ezreal are great champions in general, and I wouldn't be surprised to see CLG pick them. And it's a great bottom lane, and they'll have a lot of presence. But like, Shen is one of those champions you can just build yourselves around at the very, very beginning. And you look at these kind of picks coming through here, and heck, you can almost play Protect the Kog'Maw here. That Kog Nunu coming together there. You've got a lot of late game damage output potential, and that is going to be the lock-in, and you've still got Shen that can protect that. So, you know, I like this from Iceland, but they've got really great picks.
Team composition-wise, this makes a lot of sense already, right? Nunu Kog is extremely strong, as you said. Shen is very standard in the top lane. It's already good Protect the Kog'Maw. It's just a matter of, you know, are they going to be able to outplay CLG.EU? Because that hasn't really been the case for so many of these other teams that have picked up. So with this, though, will Froggen do something kind of creative in the mid lane? They haven't seen the enemy mid laner. If I had to guess, there's been no Aurelia ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, as it comes out.
Shockingly, Wicked's most played.
If Wicked wants to play Aurelia, he's going to play Aurelia.
Yeah.
If it's not banned. Almost every single time it's up. And that's going to be good for him. I've seen him do very well against Shen. It depends on the rest of the team comp. He actually kind of revolutionized that Ionic Spark with Zen build, which is like heavy magic damage. If they run that, if Froggen wants to play physical damage mid, so if he does Jarvan or Corki or Lee Sin, right? But of course Lee Sin's been banned, so he can't do that. Once again, I mean, this is standard classic CLG.EU.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of things they want to play. I mean, it's a little bit different because now Kreppel's been playing a lot more Lulu. That wasn't really in his repertoire a while ago, but now that they've been, you know, they played the AZUBU Summer League in Korea, so that gave them a lot of experience. Because like the Koreans love Lulu so much. Like Lustboy actually has a nickname where they call him Les Lulu because he plays it so much. And so, you know, he's picked that up, so it's a little bit new for him. You know, it used to be like Leona every single game, but now that, you know, if Twisted Fate is the lock-in here, I mean, this gives a lot more options to Counter Logic Gaming Europe. I mean, if they really go Twisted Fate, they've got 2 globals on this team, and I like TF as well because he's going to participate in these other lanes, which is going to help Kog'Maw so much as well that they can almost guarantee a really good lane for Cog here, and he's going to keep scaling on up.
Yeah, I mean, they have played Twisted Fate twice. It was actually one of their only losses, Iceland, in their qualifiers was TF. Morgana, however, they've never picked if they decide to go with that. So let's see if their AP mid can show a bit of versatility. Now he's going to go right back to TF, and they'll get that kind of global strategy with Protect the Cog. We'll see if that works out for them. Now the big question is, what is Froggen going to throw up in the mid lane against TF? Because TF is a very almost attackable laner early. Like a lot of the people that don't like playing TF just worry about his laning phase and don't want to get through it. And I mean, we've seen if he decides to go Lux. I know there was actually a montage that showed up on Reddit of Froggen's Lux just destroying people with light binding, really just fishing for kills. And they have the Ezreal combo, so the way that works is they just land a light binding and then just kind of bisect their ultimates together, and someone just gets obliterated. And you know, that would very easily work for CLG. They'd be very comfortable with that team comp, and it would really just be on them to outplay Iceland.
And it's cool here too because you got two things that work really, really well together here on the CLG lineup. One is like long range poke. You've got Lulu, Ezreal, and Lux all working together, kind of dealing damage from very, very far away. And there's no healers on ICELAND, so that should land and kind of contribute, so you can stalemate at Dragon or Baron and kind of work your way through it. But also you've got really, really good sort of initiation. If you, again, land a light binding or Lulu gets a Whimsy down, Skarner can just jump in there and pull someone back. And you've got so much burst on the back of that whoever you pull, unless it's pretty much Olaf, is going to die. So there's two ways that CLG can play this, which is far back or completely in your face. And I think either works for them.
We'll see how this works, actually. So, looking at the lanes, the big surprise here is actually the Lulu pick for CLG.EU, because Creepo and Pete really haven't played many Lulu comps, if I think back. Even since IPL Face-Off, we have our sweet stats. They haven't played Lulu support, I don't think. I'm missing a page. Maybe they have, but it's not one of their top 6.
No, it's certainly not.
Supports.
Like, again, this is a little bit new for Creepo.
Right, so that lane is going to be up against Nunukog if they don't decide to do a lane swap. The thing they could do, though, if they decided to go for a lane swap, is they'd be able to push down a turret, whereas the Nunukog wouldn't be able to necessarily, because Nunu's not a very good pusher since he's melee and it's too dangerous for him. Aside from that, I'd see Froggen. It's going to be on him kind of to carry and win this game against TF, and then Snoop Egg really can't gank until 6, so majority of the lanes are going to have to hold their own.
So what do you think about possible lane swaps here? Is it even worth it, or is Nunukog going to hold up in the first place? Like,
Nunukog is a strange lane. It's kind of like they don't need to lane swap against it, and it might not be in CLG's favor because I don't know how good of a 1v2 laner Aurelia is, right? She's okay. She can farm at the turret, but it's a little more vulnerable than Shen, right? They'd be kind of, if there's going to be a lane swap, it should be initiated by Iceland because they would have the better of the two, but I don't really see them trying to pull that against CLG.EU, but you know, if they do, we'll see how it works. I'm really curious to see how Iceland comes out here because CLG, we know the way they perform. They're one of the most consistent teams in the world. So really, it'll be a benchmark to see how good Iceland is right away in this game.
And the one thing I think that works well for them, honestly, is they are touted as a bit of an aggressive team. You mentioned in the beginning we had a little bit of time to fail, and that we didn't know a whole lot about Iceland. You know, they're from one of the foreign regions. We haven't gotten to see any of their games firsthand. But the little bit of programming we've had kind of states that, you know, they like to lane swap, they like to aggress, they like to invade, they do a lot of things. And actually read into the support's item builds and said, you know, if you can read it, if it's potions, if he's got potions in there at all, it's going to be a lane swap because he's going to play aggressively and take a little bit of damage. But if it's like mass wards, it's going to be, you know, passive, and they're going to kind of sit in the back. So that might even give us a tell here that they might go for something more aggressive than normal. We'll see.
So level 1, we can see the pings going out right away. Let's see if they do the standard things. Right here, you can see TK Singh on Nunu has started all consumables, so we didn't even start with the Fairy Charm. 3 health potions. A little bit worried about that lane, probably getting harassed down, so we'll see how that works out for him.
And I mean, an early vision ward as well kind of tells me that they are going to look for something a little bit aggressive. When we watched, you know, one of the first games, actually they're going to meet up right away. Snoopy taking an undertow to the face. They know about this. Light Binding comes out. That's going to hit TK Singh as well, and here comes the pressure. Look at the damage. Forcing Nunu to flash away. Undertow on the back trying to keep CLG.EU from chasing too hard. Looks like they'll finally stop that. Cat had pulled up a red card, but now EU kind of backing off. But the one thing they got was that ward here, that ward to cover up that race, so they will be able to watch Snoopy's jungle pattern.
That's all he was going for, but it was just such a dangerous place to just wander. Now CLG's going to try to place the same ward of their own. Iceland may be waiting for it. They put the ward down in that brush. I don't think CLG saw that, so they don't know they have
He's locked
vision
the gold card.
They could go for a fight here when the CLG comes in.
And there's the amazing power there. Red catching everyone. Yellow Pete getting crushed right there. Is he going to get low enough? First blood picked up. Red running away. Ignite is on. He will fall. Trading back and forth. Snoopy forced to flash away. Ice is there with the undertow. Gold card locked again. Will it catch Snoopy? His flash is down. This is all they need to get that kill. There's a stun going out. This is going to be a 2-for-1. There it is. The second kill picked up. And right off the start, Iceland with a great opening play. That ward opened up everything.
Wow, that was a very smart ward by Iceland, predicting what CLG was going to do, and that gives them the early gold advantage, but because they happened so late, no one's really been back to shop to buy any items, right? So Shen, with the kill and the death, got the free trip to base, and he's going to start with the Ward and a Cloth Armor, but everyone else really doesn't have the window to shop, so they won't be able to capitalize on any of that advantage for quite some time. But with that, everyone burned all of their summoner spells on Iceland, whereas CLG saved multiples. So Froggen, for instance, and Krepo still have Flash, and then their offensive or defensive summoner with Ignite and Exhaust. So in the lanes, really early, surprisingly, even though losing level 1, CLG's got an edge in top and mid lane, or top and mid lane right now because of the 2v1.
So we'll see how that pans out. Cat taking a little bit of pain. Looks like a bit of a lane swap here. So it's CLG.EU actually initiating that, and we wanted a 2v1 up against Red. Apparently they're happy to give Wicked complete control of this bottom lane in this 1 vs 2.
We'll go back top real quick.
Okay. Sorry.
Get
that one
what
going.
was interesting there is Krepo was just waiting in that brush and didn't show. They were trying to hope Red would start to overcommit so they could get the harass down. They took him down to about half, but because he had all this extra health potion, it seems to actually be pretty ineffective.
Yeah, he's taking a bit of punishment. Of course, the early Cloth Armor makes a lot of sense there. He's going to take a fair bit of physical from Yellow Pete in general. So, you know, trying to remove some of those auto attacks is going to help a bit. The unfortunate thing for him, though, is that, of course, Lulu does have quite a bit of magic damage as well. So I don't see that being the easiest lane for Red, even with that first blood gold.
So only 3 minutes in. That's 900 gold, even without the shop. Seems like Iceland, at least with the jump, is kind of holding their own. You can usually tell very early on just by mini kills if they kind of know what they're doing. And, you know, top lane, Wicked's completely denied so far. He hasn't yet the wave hit the tower. Mid lane is even, so TF is farming just quite well. Even the jungler is on the right paths, right? He's got pretty much matching Snoopy, and he's picked up an early Philosopher's Stone, which is going to be pretty big here. And here we always see, when that 2v1 lane pushes to the tower, the jungler loops around the back and dives. Will Red be ready for this? Will he smell it? Otherwise, CLG's going to get a kill here.
They're going to track him, keep Crowder of his cooldown. He's going to dash away, but Snoopy's going to show up here. He's going to be able to land the first sets of slow. There's the first priming shot, and there we go. The slows are landed onto Red. He's got no flash. Just going to be a couple auto attacks to go, and that's going to be that one picked up. But you can see the exact same move was made. Yeah, and this is one where, obviously, Wicked found it out, didn't have to burn anything to get away from that one. Now, they'll get some turret pressure. They might kill the turret for it, but that's I mean, exactly what you said, right? Sniffed it out. And it's funny, you were actually talking before the tournament about these 2-on-1s and how, you know, people have to learn, like, when they get to their turret, the jungler shows up and ganks you.
It's like clockwork. When you do these 2v1 lanes, it seems like once the laners hit level 3, you can expect a gank to come. Both teams kind of had a plan. They both had the same thing on their mind. It's just Red wasn't quite fast enough getting away. And 2 turrets down by 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and a dragon coming from Iceland.
Oh, wow.
So this is a very action-packed game. Barely taking the dragon down. That was completely unexpected there.
That's a really, 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 really good move for them overall, though. They're, you know, in great shape, and part of that is even that lane swap, where, you know, the reason most of these teams run their AD carry and support at the bottom lane is because you want that extra member there by the dragon. And I think this is, you know, Iceland realizing, okay, so CLG swapping, cool, we'll pressure bottom, and this to me feels like a full 5-minute planned strategy, where, okay, we're gonna push down the bottom turret at 4 minutes. We've got 4 people here. Just take control of it. We know your jungler ganked top at the same time. He's gone. 2 members top lane. They're not there. And they're happy to trade Red away, honestly. And they got so much more out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, 1,000 gold lead really early for Iceland. Really impressive play already. But now it's the question of how do you transition this? Because once you take down the first turret, where does your farming go? What do you do next? You can see the lane is pushed back very far for them. They're opting to give the farm to Kog'Maw, whereas CLG is opting to give the farm to Wicked. So that's going to put Wicked a little bit ahead of Red if they decide to eventually go back to the lane, because Wicked's going to freeze it there. The question is, will CLG try to push mid, and will Ice try to push top? Because it's 1 turret for 1, and we need to see who moves next.
So far, they're keeping their turret alive so far. We do have Yellow Pete and Crop actually taking out that lane themselves. So is that going to be like... I mean, Frog Alex is coming back now. Skarner's running around to the side, doesn't really get any ganks off because he's going to be kind of 1 versus 0, but he's actually warded off the Golem camp here, so it seems like the next move that's going to be made here for Chronologic Europe is to try to make a stab at the blue buff.
Actually, they're just shoving down mid lane as much as they can, trying to shield that creep, but it's getting pushed back. TF is actually very good at clearing down waves mid, as is Lux, so normally when you do push down that first turret early, the AD carry and support will go mid and try to push down that one next, since the mid is generally the most important turret to take down.
Yeah.
But because of the incredible wave clear both these teams have, it's going to send them almost back into a modified laning phase where people don't have turrets at their back. So Nunu Cog in a lot of danger, as well as Shen right here. let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, and Snoopy's getting close to level 6. Now, Red only 4, actually, so Snoopy's probably going to get to 6 before Shen does. And the difficulty here is, with no turret to run back to, they can easily go for a gank on Iceland's top lane. And when you look at that,
Here they
comes
come.
Skarner and Lux.
And there's no turret behind him, and the TFL comes in, though. That's going to scare him back. Where's he going to go? That was just to dissuade what Snoopy was going to do.
Yeah.
Lanes are going to reset again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really, really good read overall, though. Cat, he's saying, okay, they're coming top lane. You know, he saw Lux go MIA. He's, you know, he guessed on Skarner, basically, and it was the right move. But here comes a push again. Lycan taking so much pain here. They're trying to fire back. Kruppa taking a bit of damage, but
Snoopy's
again,
coming
Skarner's
again.
back here. Flash exhaust, the slow is on. There's Yellow Pete. TK Singh not going to like this one. Snoopy in a great place as well. Actually, not in range for the slow, though. Lycan with the flat. No, it's not going to be enough. The heal goes off. Lux ult not quite going to hit. And he's actually still outranging Snoopy just barely. Snoopy's not going to get the slow on this attack. He's going to get one more hit to go. Will he finally land it? Yes, he will. One auto attack, 2 auto attacks. There you go. Finally
But
picks
is he
it
going
up.
to get him?
It's going to be close. Looks like
No.
Lulu's nearby. Shield doesn't even need it.
So a good chase down. We knew that was going to be the danger for them when they tried to 2v2 lane without a turret behind them. They completely got ran down, and they didn't pull off the same move themselves. So, you know, it's going to be issues for them. The gold lead they got from the First Blood and from the Dragon gone now because they've given up those 2 kills. Let's see if they can hold on and keep this up, or is CLG just going to take it over?
Oh, there we go. Red finally hitting level 6, and there is that blue steal coming out here from CLG.
Yeah, you
Froggen.
called it.
Yeah, Froggen trying to get the control there, and it's going to go to Froggen. Nice timing right there. Yellow Pete knowing he could land the 1 extra basic attack and give that one over. I mean, and that was great, though, by CLG. They planned that top gank to get people off the map so that they could go in for the blue buff and have more people there for it. Like, you know, I talked about, you know, the dragon kill from ICELAND being planned. Like, this felt like, again, a 1 minute in advance orchestration from CLG. Gank top, kill them off, take blue.
It's a little bit of a back and forth here. You can see CLG was forced into a slightly different game plan when both the turrets fell. A lot of times they like to have the laning phase until 15, 20, 25 minutes, really, as long as you're possibly going to let them go for it. But because the laning phase was modified or somewhat changed at 4 minutes with both those turrets going down, really just has to change the mentality of the teams coming in. So Froggen getting the blue steal is going to let him hopefully bully Cat a little bit. You can see he's already growing that median kill advantage, 82 to 59 in the mid lane. Already with that Chalice of Harmony. Snoopy already picked up an Oracles, as you can see him clearing out those blue wards.
Yep.
Even though the gold is even though Iceland came out to an early lead, it looks like CLG might be trying to take a bit of control here.
And I think they've got all the rights to. Now, 228 has picked up his own oracles, hasn't consumed it just yet, so he's going to be a big factor here. But yeah, you know, CLG.EU, I think their team is really well suited towards making a lot of aggressive plays. Everyone on that team is pretty fast. I don't think they want to sit there and let Twisted Fate get his ult, teleport somewhere, let Shen teleport somewhere. Like if both teams just lane, Lycan gets farmed on Kog'Maw, and the global ults from ICELAND just let them run wherever they want, and they're very, very happy. So I think CLG should make some moves.
And now we see actually Twisted Fate, Nunu, and Shen all coming through to the mid lane. It's very, very close. Someone's pointing to the screen, not really sure what's going on here. But double buff Olaf with the oracles. Both junglers now picking up the oracles. Shall see what they end up going with. And I think we had to make a little switch there. What was that?
Oh, I didn't have the scoreboard up there for ICELAND versus CLG.
Oh,
Sorry, yeah.
yeah.
So we're running the scoreboards up here at the second stream, and I did not apparently learn quickly enough about what to do.
Come on, Phreak.
I'm sorry, I'm trying. I even streamed like on my own, and I like still didn't know how to click buttons apparently. But we're back. You can tell ICELAND left-hand side, that blue team CLG. For those of you just joining us, we're here in the group stage at IPL5. Keeping up with the current times. And this is the second match here of Group B. You've got both CLGs here. CLG Prime 1-0 up against Fear is going to be waiting for the winner of this game right here. And it's looking very, very close. Identical gold, actually, 11 minutes in.
Yeah, so both teams actually, now with the Oracles, have cleared out a majority of wards. All 5 members of both teams sneaking around the Dragon here, looking to get a pick off. They're going to be fishing with the light bindings. Ice might be just waiting around the same edge trying to pick off a gold card. They know they're going for that ward. This is very tense.
That was a really good read. He actually went toward that ward and turned around, not even being able to see Froggen, and was like, he's going to throw spells at me, and actually juked him. That was a really, actually great move. Like, honestly, even if ICELAND doesn't do very well this tournament, again, there's underdog, no one knows much about them. From the moves they've been making, they are absolutely phenomenal individual players. Like, I mean, they're of course, everyone here at this tournament is really among the world's best, but
Well, they're holding their own at least in the first 11.5 minutes, which says a lot because
Oh,
so
absolutely.
many teams were not able to do that against CLG.EU in the past, or really any known professional team. So the fact they're this unknown team out of Hong Kong that is actually dead even with gold, 11 minutes and 40 seconds in with CLG, has taken turrets, has gotten first blood, and has gotten a dragon, really shows that they came to play.
But there's a gigantic minion wave top that someone's going to have to kind of account for here, or CLG.EU kind of wins the stalemate just by kind of accruing or having more gold lost to the map. But here comes the pressure. CLG really putting the pressure onto this dragon, getting it down about 10%, but they're still afraid. They don't have quite the map vision to take these down, you know, uncontested. That ICELAND constantly is just around here. And the one good thing for them is Red was down here farming the bottom lane and can simply ult back into the fight.
And it's not like CLG to actually pull out dragons and force fights. They generally like the other team to do that for them. So them being pressed here is a little strange to watch them do. They're clearing out the wards. They're hoping that they will overcommit or just give up and CLG will get a free dragon. But this is still very much not like them. They're not even an objective-based team, so to speak. They normally just farm. This is a very strange, odd play from CLG right now.
We can see actually a little bit of moves coming in there. Froggen going for a bit of pressure. There's the ult coming out from Twisted Fate. It's going to reveal everyone on the other team. Sees that no one is even close to stopping Shen, and it looks like they're just kind of going to disperse around Dragon at this point. No one really making any major moves anymore. Again, ICELAND can make moves anytime they want because Shen can show up, but I think CLG realized that they need Wicked to kind of counteract that and get farm himself, so they had to get off that Dragon. G2 had actually slowed down a little bit, had to pop a Zolt. So again, a couple of cooldowns actually now missing here for ICELAND. The Ragnarok for Olaf and the Destiny for Twisted Fate. I mean, is that enough for CLG to try to start a fight?
I mean, it's a war of attrition right now. They've gotten the 2 ultimates down and cleared a huge amount of wards. They think they've starved them completely out of it. You look at everyone on ice, there's no wards on Dragon, so they don't even know that this is happening. Looks like CLG finally finished it off.
Yeah, they just have Froggen in the mid. Again, you mentioned Lux being a great minion sweeper, able to stop pushes, and you saw that exactly. A 1 versus 4, and no pressure was made on that middle turret. They got a dragon for free, really nice move. And this is the first time we've actually seen Cyanide Gaming Europe winning in this game.
Finally being able to take it back. Didn't get any kills, so they haven't cleared off the oracles, but they have shown to have kind of the superior pressure here. They're the ones actually forcing on ICELAND, which is very much unlike CLG, but they'll do that if they feel like they have to. As soon as they get a lead is generally when they kind of pull back and just wait for the other team to try to get it back. They're very controlled in the way they win games, and thus far, they're back in control.
Well, the thing is, like, to me, just because I see Nunu Kog'Maw and it completely dominates my brain, I feel like it's up to CLG to make moves early on. That ICELAND has this like ridiculously amazing, if we sit in lanes all game, we win for free composition. Where like Kog'Maw's going to be brutal. I don't think there's like enough assassins on CLG to stop him.
Well, they have Lux is the thing, right?
Okay.
Lux can reach Kog'Maw if she does it right.
Okay.
It's just a matter of, like, yes, Nunu Kog'Maw does scale kind of crazy, but then they also have the double global, which is generally a mid-game composition, because once you get into that grouped up, you know, 30 or 40-minute teamfight phase, the globals aren't as important anymore because you're just fighting in the same places. You can split push with them fairly well, but at the same time, CLG is one of the best teams at dealing with Shen, just with the way they play. We'll get into that if it ends up coming up, but you know, not as worrisome as you normally think just because they put Nunu Kog with the double global team. Generally, that would be to ensure a victory if they are ahead, but since they're not ahead, it might not be enough.
Okay. So you know, we'll see if they can get their gold lead back together right now. Kog'Maw, not in the best shape, has not finished his Zeal just yet, and CLG.EU, they're making moves over and over and over again. They've pushed down the second middle turret, or the second turret, the one in the middle, and yeah, you're right, they're just pushing themselves ahead bit by bit throughout this game.
And we could actually be in for a long one. There's a binding, and you can see they're just poking around, hoping to get them low and then siege down these turrets. Shen is split pushing right now, though, so they're going to have to pull back or go all in right now, and knowing them, they're going to pull back.
Yeah, that's their general gameplay here. You mentioned that during the pregame show where the number one thing that CLG typically says is
disengage.
Disengage.
Over and over.
CLG disengage.
It's a hard thing to do. I mean, you try to carry that tactic into solo queue. It's like, let's disengage, guys. No.
That doesn't happen.
One or two people will miss the memo and you'll lose the fight entirely. But when you pull it off with organization and with a lot of practice, it can be a very viable strategy.
It's actually the kind of thing that like Counterlogic Gaming North America was trying to run for a long time throughout like the North American regional, was this like long range team with like 2 to 3 summoner teleports where they would just try to not fight and then like Doublelift would kill an inhibitor out of nowhere, and it was great. They would just slowly win the game. You know, CLG.EU, they are disengaging a fair bit this game, but at the same time, they are making moves, right? They've built themselves a gold lead by getting more kills, by getting that second dragon and making the right moves there, and by taking down these turrets there. So, you know, as strange as it might seem, CLG.EU is kind of the aggressor in this game, but they're making very measured steps, right? None of their pushes are getting them caught and counter-engaged on. They're just kind of slowly growing, and that is kind of trademark CLG.EU.
It's actually kind of strange how the longtime fans will recognize this, but back in Season 1 when CLG.NA was kind of the #1 team, they played a lot like CLG.EU. And even though the teams aren't related aside from the name, it's just a matter of the low kill, high farm, late game strategy was pretty much invented by CLG.NA. It's just been perfected and improved upon by CLG.EU, and they're really the dominant force with it right now. As here comes the TF ult, they might look for Snoopy's oracles. Godbreeze's flash.
Oh, they got the flash away. The ult's still on. Twisted Fate will teleport into this brush here. Not quite in range for a stun. Didn't want to jump in too aggressively to get jumped by Snoopy. But Undertow's still going out. I mean, oh, would you look at the combo there, Lux? So much damage on a Cat's Twisted Fate. That's suddenly going to wake people up. And there we go. Snoopy is sweeping out wards. They're not quite able to push this middle turret either. So, you know, Ice trying for a move, but again, CLG.EU really good at disengaging.
So hard to push in on a Lux, especially when Froggen is as assassin-like with his combos. But at the same time, it's only 1,000 gold against 18,000 in. ICELAND is holding pretty well those bindings, getting really scary.
The bindings are really what's doing a whole lot for CLG here. It's allowing them to initiate fights if they need them, because otherwise you have Skarner like running at people, and that's usually really hard with Ice Blast in that situation because it'll completely break any kind of speed you've got. And so it's like Froggen waiting off in this. This is like his favorite spot, by the way, when they're on purple team, is right across this wall, long range light binding, lands it, a lot of damage. Look at TK Singh just so very low, and Nunu's a champion who needs to be kind of in the fight. Like Ice Blast and Absolute Zero are very big factors here.
He needs to be able to zone control with that, and because of all the poke, another binding landed on Lick, and they're getting half the turret down. Here's the disengage. Oh, there's a flash.
Oh, no, they got the flash done. Krepo taking a lot of pain. Great double shields, though, going to completely block out Ignite and everything else. CLG, I feel like they actually almost have to disengage at this point because Red is split pushing the top lane, has full health, has that Sunfire cape. It's working very great for him. And they're low enough on health now, it's going to be a little bit harder for CLG to push in. They've sent Wicked on Aurelia up to the top lane to try to stop him. And that's what they're going to be for now.
So, you know, holding pretty well right here. Twisted Fate's almost at his death cap. They actually beat CLG to an Aegis of the Legion. You can see Olaf's already built it already. So he's going to be, excuse me, a little bit ahead of Snoopy on gold just because of the kill. The really early Philosopher's Stone that Olaf was able to pick up. And they're staying right in this Phreak.
Well, and the thing I want to point out as well is I've been keeping track of the gold as this game goes on. When CLG.EU took that second turret in the middle, they were exactly up 1,000 gold. Since then, that's now 300 gold. That in the last like 3 minutes, Ice just constructed several hundred gold out of nowhere. And if that keeps going on,
split push top is what happened.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, he got a couple waves.
And so it gives them this like mid-game, and you mentioned it, right? The globals there are kind of like a mid-game strategy here to try to like make things happen. And it's doing that, right? They're kind of disengaging. They're playing far back. They know, again, that Kog'Maw's there and is great. Now, Froggen's catching people out, but they're constantly getting Red more farm. He's getting up and up and up. He's ahead of Wicked in minion kills. He's kind of the major source of gold here. And CLG's got to like keep trying to make moves themselves, like Dragon here.
Well, they just saw the Twisted Fate and went back to base. They snuck another Dragon. They had the Oracles declared off, and they're going to try to get this game, it seems, with objective control. There's a TF ult. They just realized it's been taken. They're trying to take the middle tower. We might see a fight here. Wicked's trying to flank around.
Oh, an amazing true shot barrage catches 4. Red gets the taunt. He's going to hit on the yellow P. He's so low. Trying to chase on with the flash. He can't quite kill him. Ignite is on. He's still surviving. Lux puts the damage down 228, forced to run away. The turret actually alive. And we look at that as 0 for 0, but so nearly 3 kills in that fight.
And everything got burned down onto Pete, and he barely escaped the Lux shield, giving him the double shield. Back to the game of poke, you know, Pete went back to shop. CLG a little low. Let's see if Ice can finish off this turret, but it's unfortunate that Cat on TF is out of mana.
Well, and that's just, it's just amazing for them overall. And this Kog'Maw, he's so speedy now as well. He's got that Phantom Dancer completed. He's got Blood Boil on him. This Nunu actually going to check. He's about to finish maxing it. He's 1 level away from getting that. So this Nunu is going to be able, or this Kog'Maw rather, if he's paying very, very close attention, should be able to outrun Snoopy and should be able to dodge all of Froggen's abilities as well.
And you can see now, you know, the red buff on that, and this is surprising, really. you talked about the individual skill of Iceland, but you look at the Kog'Maw versus Ezreal lane, and even though those were 1v2s, it's still just down a lot to the last hitting and farming, and 155 on Kog'Maw to 135 on Yellow Pete shows these guys really know what they're doing, you know. Red is even farmed with Wicked. Froggen is 50 ahead of Twisted Fate. That's going to happen, right? And just overall, even though they've lost 2 dragons, even though they're down a turret, they're staying only 1,000 off in gold, and they really have not, they're not a pushover whatsoever. They're staying very well in this game.
Exactly.
And with how close that last fight is, if they get just the right catch or a good engage, now there's a death cap on Twisted Fate, they get the right set of circumstances, they could very well take this game. I'd still favor CLG.EU, but this is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically, CLG.EU is winning. It's 21 minutes in, a 2-kill lead for Counterlogic Gaming Europe. They're up a dragon, they're up a turret. You know, they're overall just ever so slightly ahead. Honestly, to be fair, the only kills Iceland has picked up in this game were the 2 kills at level 1. Since then, CLG has run 3 kills in a row in the general gameplay, and that I think that speaks quite a bit. That, you know, in the pregame you said that CLG.EU are the favorites here. They're a little bit stronger, and they are. They are a little bit stronger right now. Now, again, these teams could both go either way. It's close enough that it's anyone's game, and we're seeing the resources just be split almost down the middle here. It's going to be up to how these teams team fight, how they go back and forth, what kind of moves they make.
So Bloodthirster getting completed onto Yellow Pete, not going for the Trinity Forest Rush like usual. Still just the Athenes on Holy Grail on Froggen. He's really waiting for that Death Cap and Sork Shoes before he really kicks in heavy with this stuff. Sunfire Cape on Red Shen. That's for the split push. He might go for an Ionic Spark there because he's got the 2 components of it ready to go. Really, they're just preparing for more of their game plan. Split push Shen, farmed up Cog.
Oh man, Kog'Maw has a burst summon or heal. He didn't quite need it there, but that's Lux without any magic pen, without any significant ability power here, right? He's only going to get scarier and scarier against Lycan there, dropping him below half health in one combo. That's going to get worse and worse overall, especially when Wicked joins in on Aurelia. I'm a little bit fearful for Kog'Maw's life, but you know, I want to see the underdog here though. I want to see Iceland do well overall. That just to see, you know, teams show up, and again, you know, IPL is like the tournament where teams come out of nowhere and surprise everybody. So yeah, I'm just ever so slightly pulling for them just for that reason, if nothing else. I
mean, you can see though, Froggen's still not really hit his build yet. He's at 212 AP, doesn't have any magic pen yet, so that combo on Kog'Maw, it did half of his health, right? That's going to kill him when he gets Death Cap and Sorcerer Shoes, right? So that'll be a big point. Everyone going back on CLG to shop here. If we just check the gold really fast, you can see there's a whole bunch of gold for them to shop. Froggen's got 2K spent right away. I think that'll be his Death Cap. There it is. And that's going to be really big because now he's actually converted that advantage he's gained on Cat from Twisted Fate, and we'll see if it comes to fruition later in the team fight. Yeah, he's matched him for auras. Bigger items on Froggen. Now they can win fights.
Yeah, the Trinity Force is there. The Shurelya's... actually, the Shurelya's is only on one side. That's a big deal. There we go. The pull is up onto Cat. Snoopy in the front, taking a lot of damage. Nice absolute zero. Sing knocked up. Burst goes down. That's 1 kill picked up. Can they turn this into anything else? Exhauster on a Lycan. Yellow Pete does get dropped down 1 for 1. Do they have the rest of the damage? Twisted Fate going in aggressively. What will they catch? Not quite anything. Froggen getting chased down, flashes away. Still, everything's alive. Just 1 for 1. Wicked getting pushed down, but he is disengaging. And when you look at that, everyone on Counter Logic able to run away at 10% health, and they're running towards Baron.
Yeah, so there's the disengage by CLG.EU. They got the 1 for 1, but are they too low right now? Ice, I don't know if they have the damage to take down Baron. They do not have Nunu to buff up Kog'Maw. They're all very low on mana. This is an all-in gamut. Froggen's ultimate is coming up shortly. They're going to try to poke down, potentially steal, or even fight here. They've all shopped. They're coming down. This is a very risky play by Ice. Could cost them the game, or it could win it. Let's see what happens.
Well, they're getting it very, very low, down to 1/3. Froggen's still waiting around, but Snoopy is so far away. Are they going to stay on? There's 1,000 health to go. It's not going to be an ult. It's going to be it. Picked up. Froggen so very, very low. Forced to run away. There comes a flash taunt again. Lycan drop. He's going to fall, though. Now what can they pick up? Wicked incredibly low. He's going to flash out as well. Snoopy finally getting picked up. Wicked off from the side, trying to spam with the ultimate, trading a, looks like a 1 for 1 kill, but Baron was still picked up. That's still a gold lead here for Ice.
And it only cost them 1 kill. That is huge. There's still Baron on 4 members, everyone except for Kog'Maw, and the gold from that is also really, really impactful. Huge, huge play there by Iceland. Will they be able to push here? Because it's so hard to push against Lux. They're actually, you can see a blue elixir just got built onto Frog, and they're making sure they get a power spike because this is the moment where Iceland would be able to roll over CLG.EU if they want to take control of this game.
Yeah, Red actually recalling back, decides, yeah, that got pushed enough. He's going to get himself back to healthy. Ionic Spark, Sunfire Cape. See what else he grabs right here. Does he have money? He's got 1,500. He could buy whatever he wants. I don't know if he's like navigating the shop or waiting to see. There we go. Phage picked up.
Going Triforce.
He's going for that dueling power there because he realizes that he needs to be able to fight off Wicked's Aurelia. I mean, the best thing for him is if he actually pulls 2 people in instead of just a 1 versus 1. If he actually pulls 2 people, they can create 4-on-3s elsewhere, and that's just huge. Actually, Ice. Wow, look at that. Just they've still got map
Easy
control
dragon.
going. Yeah,
Yep.
easy dragon. Actually, the ults come out. That was actually really, really close, but that is going to be Olaf's.
So they get their first dragon in the game after their first Baron, retaking the gold lead that they had lost early in the game. It was actually Wicked over in the top lane who was split pushing a bit, trying to just make this Baron expire. CLG doing a pretty good job clearing these waves and keeping just the map pushed so they can't get pushed in on themselves. The turrets are still 2-2. ICELAND might look to take that top turret with Shen or just shove straight up mid lane. Either way, if there is going to be a team fight, we saw even before the Baron buff, CLG's really just not ready to fight yet. They need to land the Lux before the fight instead of after. Otherwise, you seem to just get rolled over.
Do you think this is a weakness in their champion select, or is it okay to rely on Frog and Qs?
I think it's very much, it's their playstyle, right? So many of their comps revolve around what Froggen does. When it's on Anivia, it's stalling, waiting for the right wall to come off and cannon them off. Lux is a lot the same way. They're really just waiting for Froggen to land bindings. It's a matter of patience, and it's a matter of getting those moments. This is how CLG plays. Froggen and Wicked get the farm.
She stole blue.
And he just stole blue buff. I think, can we shoot back to TF? Because he already had a blue buff.
No, she got the 87 gold. I saw her, and it was a fully
Very
refreshed
good.
leg. It was full on like great steal from Froggen. Nice play there. So again, that is a player you can absolutely rely on. Has not died at all this game. 1 kill, 2 assists, and he's got a lot of kills. So again, we're here. Not quite half an hour in, ICELAND really turning a couple of heads here, putting up a pretty good performance against Counterlogic Gaming Europe. That split push can happen from so many sides. You got Shen on the bottom trying to stop Wicked.
Well, he'll stop him just
At
fine.
the top. Oh, yeah. And there we go. And they've got the team waiting around. If someone tries to dual Twisted Fate, they're going to be in for a surprise. Looks like not the situation, though.
So there's actually, Yellow Pete is pushing the mid lane. They're going to try to do this while they hold off. This is very dangerous because there could be a 5-on-3 if they teleport in at the right moment. If Red comes in, they're going to push for this inhibitor. Yellow Pete's got to get back to base really fast because ICELAND might push this.
I mean, he's still going for it, and they're relying on Lux to stop the minion push. They're like specifically letting Yellow Pete stay up there. So
This is their gamut. He just ulted mid lane. He's going to continue this push. It's now on CLG to fall off or Ice to go in.
and they're going to push on the Froggen. Froggen dies before he can ult, and that's going to be free reign over the turret. Shen pops onto Cat as well. Cat's going to get away from the turret there, but suddenly, yeah, there we go. The recall finish from Wicked. This first turret's going to go down. They're onto the inhibitor now, and Yellow Pete, he's going to recall as well. The ult from Twisted Fate is on. That's going to spot everyone and make sure they can watch the initiation. He ults out to make sure he doesn't get jumped on. And the 4 members of ICELAND are going to completely walk away. That flash initiation for Twisted Fate made that fight.
So they were able to break the turtle so often, at least when COG turtles, it's the inhibitor that they hold on. The fact that ICELAND got that inhibitor in 29 minutes is really, really impressive for them. Yellow Pete was not able to complete that split push in time. That was a risky gamut that did not pay off for CLG. They're forced into these decisions because they're used to having the lead in these games and just taking them out. Now that they're behind, it's on them to start coming back in here. QSS actually on Twisted Fate, so they're making sure the one fight that they almost lost was because TF got pulled by Skarner. The next big thing for them is for Kog'Maw to get that QSS because that'll also make them somewhat immune to getting instantly killed by Froggen. Once they get those 2 items, they'll be a lot more dangerous.
Well, and now that his items are completed with that Infinity Edge, that's of course going to be his next big pickup. We'll see. You know, the gold not very high just yet, so this is the interesting situation where, though, you know, there's a lot of damage on ICELAND, but, you know, again, CLG they can pick someone out and make those kills happen. That's, you know, going to be CLG's big move right here. The inhibitor down, ICELAND trying to make some moves here. Finally, for the first time in like 15 minutes with a lead in this game, they're down in kills, but they've got everything else in their favor. They're up 2 turrets. They're up Baron, though that's timed out by now. And I think they've tied up Dragons 2 for 2. So,
Yeah.
very, very close game. Only 4,000 gold, to be fair, splits these teams apart. That's not enough to just determine the game based on gold. It's going to be how these guys fight. They're going to push on in. Is it going to be it shouldn't be any. Oh, there's a taunt actually landing on so many people, putting out a fair bit of damage. They're going to be forced back again. CLG disengaging. Wicked pushing back. Cat off from the side. Snoopy's going to pull in onto Licken. That is the right target. Look at the burst damage. He's going to summon her heal, try to keep himself alive. Wicked's been forced right there. 2 kills already picked up, and they are chasing on down. The revive coming out does not matter too much, and look at that kill after kill after kill. 3 for 0. And it's going to be Twisted Fate. Can he get anything here? Red's trying to run away. Flashes over the wall. Still got a whole CLG team trying to chase him down. Trinity Force there on Ezreal. Will he get the slow? He does actually. Snoopy here again. The dash over the wall. Red is alive, but Still 3 for 0 here.
Oh my goodness, we saw that once they needed the QSS on Kog'Maw to prevent him getting pulled in, and oh man, he got pulled in. This Super Minions are split pushing up there, but Froggen's there to defend. Shen distracted them for quite a while, but they might be able to trade at the very least a turret, hopefully an inhibitor for them. They're going to fall back probably after this though. Yeah, they got to. So not quite able to get the inhibitor, but a very, very good fight by CLG. 2,000 gold gained from that, inhibitor turret gained from that, and the fear that they can win fights against Iceland.
The scary thing, though, too, is that they've lost one of their Nexus turrets. Froggen went back to defend it, but the Super Minion push actually took down one of the 2 Nexus turrets here, which means that any bad fight for CLG is almost guaranteed to be the base blowing up here in Iceland's favor. So it's almost even more pressure for them to be like, we can't make any single mistake here.
And here's a really, really interesting thing coming in. Cat's next item is going to be a Lich Bane, right?
Yeah.
They also have Shen. So if that's ever unprotected, if CLG ever leaves an exposed inhibitor, they can double teleport into there and just obliterate the turret. Shen can tank it with this huge amounts of armor. TF can kill it with the Lich Bane. That's a huge amount of danger CLG now has to account for. And they have to be very, very controlled and careful in the way they poke around this Baron, because that's where the next objective is. You can see Shen, Red up in the top lane pushing. CLG needs an answer to that because they're also poking around Baron. We're going to see some really exciting stuff happen very quickly because CLG, tough to answer this. They're pushing mid.
Oh no, and I think it's going to be pretty happy for Iceland to go for a base trade. They should be faster, I would expect, but now they know that CLG up in the front lines.
They're sending 2 back. They're getting an inhib.
Sending 2 back, but they're going to go for the inhibitor for free. I don't know, if I'm Iceland, I just go for it. Twins of Fate actually teleports in. There's what you called it. Shen is there. They're going to make the pressure. Wicked is on top of this one, but they've got minions as well. This is really going to be a base trade here. The push onto Froggen so very, very low. The taunt does not land. Wicked getting really low. There's the rest of the recalls. They're actually leaving everyone to go back to the base, it seems. But they've got a 5-on-5 here. This turret now taking damage. He's going for the pain. There's the pull. It's going to be so much pain. This Kog'Maw not liking his life very much. He's going to fall down. A 2 for 0 so far. They've turned it back onto Aurelia. TK Singh going to fall. Crepo, no health, but they're going to chase down Cat. Looks like no one is going to be able to fight here for Iceland. YellowPete going over the wall. He's going to find Cat. The Quicksilver Sash does keep him alive. The ult, he's going to dodge it. He's going to be okay here, but there's no way he gets away from Stoopy and YellowPete. He's going to fall on down, and now it's just Olaf left alive. That fight did not go like Iceland wanted.
CLG forced Iceland into a decision, and CLG outplayed them when that happened. They got the inhibitor, and they made it back in time. Essentially, when they pushed mid with 3 people, Iceland thought they had a clean shot at the base, which is why TF and Shen went in together. But when they actually had the 2 members back there to defend, they confused them, made them hesitate. It gave the rest of the time for all of CLG to come back, and now they're forcing the Oracles off Olaf, and they're going to get a Baron.
Oh, completely crushed on down. That makes it the ace just before Nunu revives. And now there's really not much chance for them to steal Baron away, so this is going to be theirs completely. Counterlogic Gaming Europe, honestly, I'd call that a comeback at this point, because down to 1 Nexus turret, that's a tough situation to navigate. This Baron going to be CLG's here. You can see they're up in 8 kills, but look how close that gold is. It's not kills that's making this game. It's all the map control, the just rampant split pushing the turrets that have been kind of the wheelhouse for Iceland. CLG finally in what I think is actually map position. And
in both of these fights, they've been able to pull in Lycan on Kog'Maw because he's yet to complete that QSS. Let's see if he has enough gold for it right now. We need 900 to finish that off.
Yeah.
Another 150, but with the Baron buff, this is going to be a bit of a pause button in all honesty for CLG. They're so vulnerable in their base, but because they have Baron, Iceland's not going to want to fight them. I think there's going to be a lot of farming out here, and it might be a while until we can get a fight. If CLG can get one, they're obviously going to take it, but with the double QSS on the 2 priority targets, it's going to be coming soon for Iceland. It's going to be very hard for CLG to force in the right position unless Iceland makes a pretty big misplay.
Oh, they're coming to check down onto the Dragon. Okay.
He was behind the wall.
Yeah, he was behind the wall. I was like,
got me a
hold on
little bit too, yeah.
I saw the mini-map. But so we're kind of in a weird situation here, right? The inhibitors respawn at the top of the map there, so there's a lot less minion pressure from Iceland onto CLG. But that middle inhibitor has fallen pretty recently, which means big minions are going to keep pouring down that mid lane, and that leaves Iceland's base pretty vulnerable, I think.
It means that their side turrets are actually pretty vulnerable, because you look at the bottom lane, they haven't lost anything in that. You look at the top lane, they're only down the 1 outer. CLG might be able to loop around and kind of take those outers, unless, you know, stuff like this. Red keeping that side lane pretty pushed up. The top lane is a little pushed themselves. Now it is the 1 inhibitor versus 0 inhibitor. All of CLG's minions will have 100 more health, but even with that, if they keep pushing them out, CLG's going to have to capitalize on this. Baron almost half gone already. Red's got to get out of here.
They're piling down towards Red. Now, he does have zero vision of that river, but he smells it. He smells it. He's
actually ults. Yep.
He's going to ult away from that just to make sure he gets away. That's going to make him get out in just enough time. And there we go. Cat at the top lane, happy to farm that all out. And of course, all of CLG, and there's that bottom turret you said was available. They're going to pick that one up. 5 to 7 in turrets now. CLG pulling this back as far as structures are concerned.
And they're going to continue this push on. They know Twisted Fate's in the top lane. They know the Shen ult is down. They're going to be able to pick up 2 of these real cleanly, and they might even try to continue into the inhibitor turret because they know TF's way up there. It's going to take him a while to get back. He's got to get back immediately if they want to hold this down.
And the recall coming back out from Shen, and there's Wicked diving through, picking up all the minions rather quickly. Now let's see what happens here. We got a potential 5-on-5. Twisted Fate finally recalling backwards. CLG using this Baron to jockey for position. We've got a minute and a half left on it. They're waiting around on the right-hand side.
Actually a binding that everyone thought would land. That's why YellowPete procced up his Ezreal ultimate. They're down in Ezreal ult right now for this upcoming fight. Might be making it very difficult for them to take down this middle turret.
Oh man, YellowPete is shaking some wild cards off to the side right there. That's really, really good overall. There we go. Wards off into the base. Going to help spot Cat when he goes for those pokes. Just trying to toss out wild cards. He's actually hitting pretty well. Crepo taking some pain here. Blood-boiled Kog'Maw, though. I feel like he's so safe, though, with this turret right there. But, I mean, it is up to CLG really to make these moves here. They've got big minions coming down the mid lane. They've got a couple of champions down here. Stoopy waiting around. Did not want to pull in Shen, it seems. That's probably a great choice. Olaf getting lower and lower, though. Both these teams really poking out a lot of pain on both sides. There's the pull in from Red. They're going to find a little bit of damage here. Stun going off to Lux. But there's no one quite dying. Red's so very, very low. And Froggen actually dropped incredibly low as well. The shield's trying to keep them alive here. CLG still pushing.
Yeah, TF took a gold card to Froggen's face right over the wall there, and they're defending this very well with that wild card spam. Everyone who got poked down has actually been able to shot back. So a small lesson in disengaging here, trying to keep that middle turret around while dealing with the Baroned up CLG, and they're doing an expert job holding this off. Can they continue?
Oh, 228 taking a lot of pain right there. And there we go. The push is on again. Olaf forced to ult away so very low. And the ult coming in. He's going to get Froggen. He's so. Can he get it? No. The Lulu will keeping him alive. A 1-for-0. And Ice has to disengage. And Froggen's going to stick around in the background. They've now made a 5-on-4 happen.
Well, they still have a little bit of the Baron buff, so that's going to continue to heal them up. And Twisted Fate going all in, that could be the fatal mistake that cost them the game, because they're going to push clean through. Baron now off, but that's going to be the second inhib. And if they get some kills, they'd be able to end, but they may end up disengaging. Either way, multiple inhibs coming down here and a huge advantage gained for CLG.
That middle inhibitor literally just respawned 3 seconds ago, and they're going to get now double inhibitor death. And they're not going to want to fight with Twisted Fate down. And look at the pings, actually. The minions themselves actually took down this top turret, so they are up to the inhibitor again. CLG able to start wrecking this base. Kog'Maw trying to keep them back. Light binding hits too. Nice ult, drops them low again. Froggen is just crushing people's health bars in these fights so far.
It's been pretty much like we thought was going to happen. He pokes with a light binding, and if he gets a good one, they'll go in for the fight. Even at the start of the poke that happened in the bottom turret, when they landed the combo onto Olaf, that's when Skarner went into ult Shen. So it started everything with the enemy already having a member at half health or below. Even with all this, though, if Iceland gets a clean team fight, if they can somehow hold out long enough for both those inhibs to come up, they still have the threat. I mean, we had the back and forth about Nunu Kog'Maw being crazy late game, but it's kind of nullified by their Twisted Fate and Shen not having the globals.
Yeah.
That's almost exactly what's happening here, because the gold is even. CLG's not a particularly amazing late game team, and it's shown that Iceland isn't either, but because they have the Nunu Cog, it's keeping them kind of in it. And the even gold is resulting in very even fights, because the team comps actually match up very evenly in scaling. Yeah,
they really do. And the thing that I think helps, though, Iceland so much is that they're finally getting some health bars for themselves. Olaf has a Warmog's armor finally, so that like Lux poke almost goes to waste on Olaf at this point. He's got a Negatron cloak, Shirley's Reverie, Warmog's armor. I don't see Lux pulling him down very fast.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is not good. Yeah, Sing forced to flash away down below half health. YellowPete a bit of poke as well, getting him lower and lower. Wow, would you look at that team?
22 health.
Oh my gosh. And he's gone, right? Like, he can't be in that fight anymore. It's a 5-on-4. A little bit of red buff slow from YellowPete. Not quite going to catch up to red, but that team they just put damage on from across the screen, and lower and lower and lower they go.
Another blue buff steal here, going to keep it. Now they have Froggen and YellowPete with the blue buff. That's extremely high poke. They don't have a Baron buff. They don't really care at this point with how much they've proven they can poke here. That was like all the damage that landed on Nunu there was from over 1,000 range. It's just a matter of being extremely difficult for Ice to hold. This, the wards are inside the base. They're going to keep spamming them in there, going to threaten them off, trying to clear these wards. And the turret getting poked by YellowPete. He's got a Guardian Angel now too, so he's more safely poking. Half a turret gone in the first wave. Let's see what they can continue to do.
And the great thing is, as well, is they have blue buff on both Ezreal and on Lux, so they're going to constantly put out these skill shots, constantly clear out these minions, and they're playing so very smart too, because only YellowPete's going for the turret damage.
But you can see the damage threat. Last Whisper being completed on Ikogma. It's crazy. 0-4, but with 300 minion kills and the Nunu buff, he's still a huge threat to be reckoned with. CLG might peel back for a Baron here, but with the 2 inhibs down, they're just going to keep pushing down. If they get 3, they'll win the game.
Yeah, there we go. Arcane Shift back. There's a little bit of pressure going on. A nice ultimate from Lux. Wow. Everyone's so incredibly low. No magic goes from Red, and there we go. In the front, it's going to be... Oh, look at Snoopy just getting crushed on his health bar. Is Olaf going to keep chasing through? That's going to be Nunu falling on down. No more kills picked up. 2 for 0 still. 228 now stuck in the front. Wicked pops a Guardian Angel. Licken gets caught out here. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it will. Froggen picks that one up. And that's going to be so many kills picked up here. The shield just barely blocking the passive damage from Cog. That's going to be everyone falling down. Would you look at that one? Froggen making that one happen. 20-6, 41.5 minutes in. CLG.EU clawing their way through. They're going to go 1-0 in the group. They're facing CLG Prime next. Iceland going to be facing Fear to stay alive in this group stage.
Just slip my blazer back on here. Try to look professional. No, I'm not going to do it. I can't make it. Unprofessional look. It's fine. I got the shirt on. That was an awesome game, Phreak, actually. Look out Fear, because that's the next matchup, right? Yeah. CLG.NA won, so they'll be going through to play against CLG.EU in this group stage, and Iceland will get to play Fear. But that was really just a matter of Iceland having an edge and not really having the experience against CLG.EU to know exactly how to close it, but that could have swung on so many things. There was a Nexus turret down for CLG.EU that game. That's how close that was. The gold was pretty much even the entire way. Eventually, the poke persisted through for CLG.EU and they were able to take it. But overall, great play by Iceland, and they have a future in this tournament and even in the rest of League of Legends, because if you can play against CLG.EU like that on your first try, it's impressive.
Yeah, and I got to hand it, though, because a lot of that game was made on clutch moves. The opening was really, really good. The first turret, the first dragon, all that. And they were in the driver's seat for so long, and it was Snoopy getting 2 really good impales 2 fights in a row. Like we talked about Frog and Lux and how his poke.
He got Licken twice in a row on Cogma.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's so huge. Like it's where everything's going to come from. Is right that team. They have like one, I mean they have a couple of different initiators, but like that's the only way you like for sure kill a high priority target. Snoopy getting in there. The Shurelya's, the Whimsy. Everything coming together. The shield coming out from Lux and just pulling that Cogma in. That was so incredibly important.
Yep. So 42-minute game. Classic CLG in a sense. They held out. They're able to stall. We're going to continue to have more group stage games. All the streams having games right now. Main stage, there's a spectator-only stream. We got 4 groups going at the same time. All 8 teams playing at once of 16, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Getting caught up in my words. But we'll have another group stage game coming up. Going to take a quick break. Who... Singapore Sentinels, they're the only team to run Karma occasionally.
Yep.
They were at IPL Face-Off. They didn't do too well there. They have taken games off of TPA in the past. Yep. They're from the Garena Pro League. They were barely edged out to make it to the World Championships, actually, by the Saigon Jokers. So they're a little bit of history on them, because a lot of people might not know who they are. Meet Playground, on the other hand, is a team of very young League of Legends players. Pobelther, I believe, is 15. I think Enki as well. They play, as Pobelther would say, they play ham all the time.
All the ham. Just
all the ham, all the time. Yeah. Super, super aggressive. They like to do crazy strategies. They love Blitzcrank. But these are essentially a lot of young kids who are solo queue kind of superstars. They've done one tournament in the past, and that was an MLG. They did very poorly, but that was their first LAN event together. Let's see if they can come out stronger here.
Okay, well, we're seeing the picks come out right now. And it's interesting, actually. I want to step back, because it is like both these teams are trying to prove themselves again. They've in each case, have not had really great openings. And both these teams actually are extremely sort of confident in their picks and bans. The bans went through really quickly. The insta-lock Lee Sin, the nearly insta-lock on the Zyra and Nunu as well. And I like Zyra as well because she'll go mid or she'll go support. So I guess with Nunu, no, because Nunu could jungle as well. So yeah, you've got a very non-obvious team here for Meat Playground.
Yeah, and wow, SGS, Lulu, and Urgot.
Shield strat.
Speaking of unexceptions, it could very well be. I mean, they love running the shield strat with Lulu. There was even an IPL video with HatPerson just saying, this is the shield strat. You run Lulu and then something else to shield, right? Like you could run Orianna if you really wanted to, but obviously that's banned.
Yep.
Man, if they did
Karma or
Karma
Jarvan.
and Jarvan right here and they had Elise in top, I'd
G-Force
be...
banned, but they could
I'd be
run
for it.
like
Oh, shoot, you're
so,
right.
Shen's gone, but
Jarvan is what they like in that comp, though. Like, they love running
yeah,
shield
he's
strat
like
Jarvan.
crazy initiator, like jumps in your face. So, but with Lee Sin and Irelia in there, Lee Sin can tag team off of Blade Surge with Safeguard, and they're both in the front line. Lulu's gonna knock people up in the air, and you've got Janna there for the background support, and of course just Urgot as Urgot. So it's like a super crazy tanky team that's like full of bruisers.
And you can see here they have Janna and Lulu. So if I had to guess, that's a mid Janna. I think
Yeah,
Janna
that's my
might be a
guess.
bit more than the mid Lulu. Both of them would work, but I think the scaling shields are more going to come out of having an AP Janna than an AP Lulu support. Lulu's also been widespread all of a sudden. It's like no one saw it. Only the Korean teams running. Everybody runs support Lulu. Just kind
Everyone
of
just
like,
learned.
there's the progression. They just climb the hill, and now everyone's doing it.
Yeah.
Looking back at Me Playground, though, look at this composition as well, because they got Shogath, Nunu, who's probably in the jungle.
I've
Or so-
seen
like-
Show top.
The crazy thing about this,
I've seen Show
Shogath
mid.
can go anywhere. He can go
Yeah,
mid, top, or
mid-top
jungle.
Yeah.
Nunu can go... I mean, realistically, he can go jungle
Top
support.
Jungle support.
You can run solo Nunu, but they're not going to do that.
Okay.
Zyra can go support or mid as well. So really
Okay.
completely keeping SGS guessing. And I'm going to be honest, we did a bit of history here.
Mm-hmm.
This was the fastest picks and bans I think I've ever seen. These guys were not, they weren't counter-picking, they weren't, like,
They're running their
they
strat.
had something they wanted to do.
Yeah.
And SGS was like, shield comp. Me Playground was just this thing that we're still
Yeah.
figuring out. But either way, that was fast.
Yeah, it's them like, here's our first 3 picks because it'll work with anything. Like that's how most teams do their initial picks. Is like this will work against almost anything. Like that's why we saw like Ezreal and like Lulu all day like from CLG. It's like this will work against everything, and
Yeah.
it did, right? And so they grabbed like the Cho, the Nunu, the Zyra. It's like these can go kind of anywhere. It's gonna end up being Cho top lane for Hazard, and then it's like okay, we can start meshing that together and be like, you know what? Yeah, let's send Nunu to the jungle. Let's run that Zyra. Let's run that Zyra lane.
All right, so let's start figuring out how this is actually going to work here. So
Okay.
Pobelter on Anivia, very huge amount of control. That mid lane matchup against Chowie is going to be pretty interesting. They're kind of going to shove each other. Bottom lane, Caitlyn Zyra is actually really, really hard to lane against. It's the longest auto-attacking AD carry, the longest auto-attacking support. Zyra's got one of the best attack frames and 575 range as well, so that is such a poke-heavy lane. There's no sustain on SGS, and they're running with Urgot, who is 450 range, I believe.
it's pretty low.
Right? Like, he needs to bully to be able to get that out. The lanes are going to be really hard for SGS here, and if they can get to the fights with their shield comp, we'll even see how that works, because there's a lot of sustained damage coming out from Meat Playground as well, so it's going to be... I like Meat Playground's composition more than SGS, but this is still actually going to be kind of a crazy game, because Urgot and shield comp is not something we see every day.
Yeah, anything with Urgot in it in general, right? And especially if you add in champions like Janna who are going to misplace people and Lee Sin who's going to misplace people. You suddenly got a situation where, if Urgot gets that one good swap, like that person is like on the other side of the screen at this point and like pushed back by Lee Sin, pushed back by Janna. Anyone counter initiates Janna, gets rid of them or whatever. And like they can pick out any one guy, and up until like 25 minutes or so, like you can kill a Cho'Gath, like it's not that big a deal. So it can kind of go either way here, where like the perfect situation for either team is like free kills for days.
Right, and, tangent, happy birthday, Chowie, because his birthday was yesterday. You saw him on the elevator.
Yeah.
Hopefully this trip to America is slightly better than the last one, because I know during IPL Face-Off, a couple of them actually got quite sick, and they were like...
Ooh.
They were throwing up off stage and things, and like it was, so their poor performance at IPL Face-Off could have a lot of been due to their just being physically ill. Meat Playground. This is also a group context-wise with CURSE.EU and Team Solo Mid. CURSE.EU beating Team Solo Mid, so the winner of this game will play CURSE.EU, and the loser of this game will actually play TSM on this same stream. So if you guys are looking for the TSM match, stay here. It'll be up next.
Yeah. So and of course, I guess you actually mentioned already all the matches, but we can see both these teams kind of starting to make their moves early on. Meat Playground looking actually a bit aggressive early on. It looks like, they're looking at a blue invade potential, but it's like you don't really get to counter jungle Nunu all that well. And realistically, this team just feels like the better level 1 team here from Meat Playground. They've got a lot of crowd control. They could theoretically have Caitlyn traps.
Oh yeah, it's
And
like
there we go.
You flash Frost into a brush, and then if you land that, you Zyra root them, you knock them up, and then you trade them down with your new snowball. If they catch someone,
rush.
it would be over. So they're all 5 together. You can see SGS is a very defensive formation, and they've actually warded their own Wraith, so they're expecting an invade. They're also waiting in this brush. They'd have to fire a blind skill shot around the wall, otherwise Urgot's going to see them, and here's the
There
skill
goes.
shot!
The stun's going to land on a LY4. He's going to flash immediately. Did not want to get a Rupture onto the back of that. He's actually already learned Rupture at level 1 without even seeing a champion, so Hazard has committed, well, I guess he's top lane, he doesn't need Vorpal Spikes, but he's committed himself to being there in that early on fight. Nunu's still yet to learn an ability, makes a lot of sense there. 1 minute 40, the lesser camps have spawned, and look at that, Singapore Sentinels, Chawi and Darkness running together. They're looking to steal the Lizard buff, but that's been warded by Meat Playground as well.
Either way, I don't think Meat Playground can get the stop here. Both teams just complete vision over one another. And actually, everyone from Meat Playground peels off. They don't go to steal the red, I believe. They're all going up. They're going to look to kill Darkness here. He has flash up. He might be able to get the red in time, but this is trouble.
He's actually pulling it back to the brush. He doesn't know he's been spotted. There's the stun from Anivia. It's going to actually going for the Ignite as well. I don't know if anyone's in range, though. Equivocal's coming after the side. That's just Ignite burn for almost nothing. But Nunu does have a pretty easy chance. Actually, no, sorry, I missed that, but Darkness forced to flash. Hazard did land his own Rupture, burned his own Ignite as well. So, and it's going to be a lane swap. So right now, Aurelius is going to be stuck in a 1 versus 2. Hazard finally going to recall back. Pobelter was a top laner for Curse back in the day. So I just assume Pobelter was top lane at all times. But Hazard's going to go into that 1 versus 2 as Cho. I think Cho's an okay 1 versus 2.
So, Cho'Gath in the 1v2 lane used to be picked fairly often for 1v2 just because of his sustain at tower. He can take a few pokes and then will heal up if he gets the last hits. Can pretty much clear the wave if he gets some points in Rupture and Pharaoh Scream as well. Neither red buff actually being taken. That was a really good push off by Meat Playground because then NK was able to go back and get his blue buff. And that's going to put Darkness a little bit behind in the jungle when compared to NK Inc. We've seen these, let's push up to the turret with our duo lane and then dive them from behind.
Yeah.
Let's see if that happens this game because it seemingly, bottom lane would be ready to do it, except Darkness isn't around, so X-Hazard should be safe for now. NK Inc.'s working through his jungle. Once he gets red buff, he should be able to do something because it doesn't look like SJS is going to dive here. He's safe. Wonder if it's going to happen on the other side.
Well, he's still going to grab the lizard buff there. It is kind of starting to pile up. They've actually pushed a bit slower at this top lane, so I think they're kind of planning to give time to
you want to wait.
Yeah, exactly. So Hazard got pretty low, though. He did get harassed quite a bit. Of course, he went back to base with 5 health potions, knowing, because he went so late, of course. He chased Lee Sin around, so a lot of money to spend there on consumables, trying to keep himself alive. We're seeing 7-4 in minions, so Hazard slightly winning here. But no, Nunu actually running to the right-hand side. NK Inc. not going to dive that Aurelia at all.
So, it doesn't happen for the first time. It would happen so many times in a row from the games that I'd seen. It's just the 2v1 with the jungler tower dive on the solo lane, but these teams opting against it. A lot of the early jungle pressure could have contributed to that. It threw the timing of the play a little bit off. With that, you can just look across the board. The minion kills are actually very even. And
actually,
wow,
no!
no!
Jumped on Equivocal, flashing over. The Great Net's going to stop him, though. He's going to run all the way back out. Oh, actually, nice bind. Going to make it out this time, though.
So I think he got stunned in the turret and took a few hits.
Yeah, they've
and then had
been
to flash
poking him
out.
on turret a lot. They've been actually taking turret damage a little bit in that lane, and he's been getting lower and lower. Pobelter, a bit of a counterattack on Chaui, but Chaui's winning that lane. He's up 4 minions, and he's doing more damage.
I mean, I don't really think anyone is pulling that far ahead, and I'm a little surprised by the decision to not match the lane swap here, or even to initiate the lane swap by Meat Playground, because I feel like Zyra would have an edge. We see a double buff Nunu waiting here. They're hoping for a dive. NK might be looking to flash over this wall and land something if they decide to dive, because he's ready to go, but he's really taking his time.
Yeah, well, Hazard's getting a little bit pushed down. And it's too late because Darkness has shown up in this lane as well. They're happy to wait around. They've got minions there. He could safeguard up to the front. And NK still waiting around. He knows that they're trying to get something to go on here. There's a silence. It's going to be a 3-on-2, though. Darkness waiting around in the brush, and here he comes in. Hazard so very low. First blood picked up. NK Inc. saying, oops.
Uh-oh.
And he's going to have to flash backwards as well. Darkness not going to chase it onto the turret, but that's still 600 gold to one side.
Yeah, oops is probably the right, as they try to dive on Unequivocal. Lemon takes a few too many hits, and no, that's just a failed dive in a sense.
Yeah.
Not a terribly failed dive. They push him off the turret. They're going to continually deny him, but it's first blood to SGS and no successful counterattack by Meat Playground. But because of that crazy range lane, 650 on Caitlyn, 575 on Zyra. First turret going down at 6 minutes to Meat Playground.
All right, that's going to put the score back, I think, in Meat Playground's favor here. Lane's still trying to match up. Nunu with a lot more minion kills overall, but first blood on Lee Sin gives him a nice bit of boost. 1480 to 1480. I take that back. They're pretty much tied. But Nunu hasn't got back to buy in a while. He's got 1,000 gold, hasn't done anything with it.
Yeah, it's surprising. Really, Nunu doesn't need to go back necessarily. He's probably just going to kind of If I had to guess the jungle Nunu build, he's going to stack some gold per 10, almost like a support Nunu, then just get to his ore items. But he's just going to do it faster, right?
Yep.
He's gotten the jungle gold coming through. And when they have something like a support Zyra that's also contributing her to hopefully steal some farm later in the game, just hasn't quite happened yet. Blue buff getting past to Chaui. He's going to continually shove. What's Chaui going skill order-wise in mid lane?
Max Q, actually 2 Q, 2 W, and 1 in shield.
So he's kind of just looking for some random trades, trying to push the lane. Most of the time you'll see them put points in their tornado, because once you stack that up on mid, Janna, you can just clear the entire wave and make sure that Anivia stays pushed to her turret. So really farming out a little bit early here. An actual gold lead for Meat Playground because they're taking down that turret. But overall, too close to call.
Yeah, you know, and I want to kind of keep kind of refreshing on these minion kills here. Caitlyn and Urgot are pretty much tied equally, 48 to 49. Actually, Meat Playground has swapped their lane, so I think they wanted the early turret kills, my guess, and they said, yes, you're right. You know, that Zyra Kate is really, really strong. Actually, Hallelujah taking a bunch of punishment. The plant is up as well. A bit of damage there. They're actually winning these trades more or less. And yeah, they're going to play that long-range Zyra Caitlyn lane and now fight against AD carries and do a good job of that.
And K-Inc trying to counter jungle as well. Really, that's just a matter of how do you transition off of the first turret kill. And the majority of the time is just going to another lane and doing the exact same thing. Urgot, not very good pusher. Lulu, however, can shove back fairly easily. They're waiting in the wings. 5 members of Meat Playground. This is that aggressive playstyle. They might look for a 4-man dive behind the turret here. They got to fall back or give up the turret. Here comes a fight.
And here comes K-Inc with a nice slow on a Hallelujah. He doesn't have anything else to really run away with. There's the flash. But still a lot of damage. Harlow actually goes back in. The last attack from Lemongod's going to pick that one up. 1 for 1 in this game. And Meat Playground now has control over the bottom of the map.
Here it comes. Very unknown American team Meat Playground here, but bunch of young, very skilled players. All 5 members. SGS trying to get them off the turret, but this looks like turret number 2 for Meat Playground 8 minutes in.
That's going to be theirs completely. Now 1,000 gold up. And heck, they've got positioning for the Dragon as well. It's a 5-on-3 at worst.
Yeah, and you can see actually Equivocal L is trying to get that top turret. They're sat on top of a ward. They're really waiting, actually hoping that SGS would check for the Dragon, but they're spotted right on a ward and they have no pink in the area. So they're just going to start right up on the Dragon. Will they try to take it? They're a little bit scared here, but they're giving up the time top lane. They need to get this if they're going to make the turret trade worth it. SGS might look to fight them here. This is dangerous. They might have to back off.
I don't see this fight going well for SGS, though. It's a 5-on-3. It should be theirs. A nice steal, though. It's going to be Darkness picking it up. Traded for a kill, though. And K-Inc just barely getting out of that one. Wasn't in range for Smite. He had gotten so low taking the Dragon. It's I think that's better for SGS, though. A kill for a Dragon is fine.
Dragon is worth just over a kill and a half, pretty much just average kill gold-wise, and they got the turret out of it. So that's pretty much 3.5 kills worth of gold to SGS for the 1 kill they gave up on Lee Sin. It's going to set Darkness a little bit behind because he lost the time from his death, but overall, Aurelia's gain, team gold-wise, huge good play for SGS there.
And there we go, giant minion wave stuck up at the top of the map. That's going to be Hazard picking that up for a bit of gold. Finally trying to catch himself back up. You notice they were pretty equal in minions, but now it's 52 to about 30. That's going to set Aurelia into a really good place. So now we're going to see the mid lane. The blue buff finally being donated over to Pobelter on Anivia. It's going to let him start to farm as heavily as he wants to. Look at that early death cap coming in here for Janna. Has that fast, needlessly large rod, spent all his gold to do that. And the pushing's going to kind of begin on both these sides here, where both are going to use their big area of effect abilities to start crushing down minion waves.
Well, the interesting thing about the death cap Janna is a lot of times you'd want to make sure you get yourself, you know, spell penetration or magic resistance stuff. But if it's shield comp, the only thing that matters for the strength of that shield is Janna's ability power. So with him rushing a death cap and with him being able to farm entire waves just with that tornado, death cap is a safe choice. Even before Sorcerer Shoes, he's going to get that as soon as possible so they can start shielding and just going in for those big giant team fights.
And the good thing for him as well is, of course, he's got that passive move speed boost from Zephyr. So you know, even if you were to upgrade boots too, like you don't need that much movement speed. You just need to be faster than your opponents, and that's generally pretty easy for Janna.
The nice thing about this, I mean, we haven't really touched on the way a shield comp works necessarily. Everyone actually builds a fair amount of resist, so the shields get even more effective, and then everyone can also contribute to shielding. So they're now counter-pushing into this bottom lane, all for trading the turrets back now 2 for 2, and they're pulled themselves right back in. Meat Playground had the early edge, but they weren't able to capitalize on anything. They didn't shop in time. SGS coming right back.
Yeah, so even with that kill lead on the one side, of course, the Dragon and the slight minion kill lead, that's completely contributing to this minor Singapore Sentinels lead. They're just, by math, they're winning. We're 11 minutes in. We're here in Group C's, the first round match The winner here is going to move on to play CURSE.EU. Loser here is going to move on to play Team Solo Mid. One of those is going to be kind of fighting a loser bracket, winner bracket kind of matchup here. But again, 11.5 minutes in, 500 gold separates these teams. Super, super close game. Lemon God about to run into 3 people at a brush. There's the chase on down. Great flash. Might get him away. Darkness has shown up. Oh, would you look at that flash? Kicks him back in. Lemon God's not going to like his fate much. And now Light Sledge, a great ult from Lulu, going to knock him into the air. And that's going to be Light Sledge pretty much nowhere here. Even the swap coming out from LY4 just to make sure it happened. 2 kills picked up for nothing. Great job, Singapore Sentinels.
That was a very good camp and really good execution by Darkness there. That's the fear of Lee Sin, just flashing behind, kicking back, creating for them, making sure Light Sludge and Lemon cannot really get going in that lane. It's just like, you think they'd have the huge advantage. Zyra Caitlyn is crazy strong in lane, but because of all the lane swapping, because of all the pushing, because of the dragon plays, because of that gank, they're really not pulling ahead of Urgot whatsoever. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. That's a strange Urgot build. He's got part of a Manamune, part of a tier, a Giant's Belt, and some boots. So he's going to turn that into something at some point.
So he's getting these stats for Frozen Heart, Frozen Mallet, is my guess. Like, Frozen Heart's a pretty standard build. Frozen Mallet, I get. Like, with the longsword there, like that's my guess on it. Instead of because like it's too late to go tier the goddess at this point. Like,
I guess Warmogs, if I had to guess.
Okay, but then what's the longsword for? You're really thinking about it?
2 components of Trinity Force.
2 components of Trinity Force. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, these are just guesses, right? Like, I'm not.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm very confused.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Hazard, trying to chase down Unequivocal. NK Inc. there as well. Looks like Aurelia will get away safely, but it's now a 3-on-1 at this turret. LY4 does not yet have swap back up from cooldown, so Pobelter forced pretty far back, but not forced to die. Turret will live, and we'll see. It looks like LY4 is going to go back to the bottom, so not quite enough turret pressure there. Pobelter did save that turret, killed the minions off, and was pretty much safe.
All right, 13 minutes in. Bit of an edge coming for SGS. Crazy lane pressure really coming in, because look at this tornado. Oh yeah, see you later, back lane of creeps.
Yeah.
And then he just a
Little
little bit scared, actually. He's a little bit scared of these 4 people in mid lane. Normally he'd be able to auto-attack those down. So Meat Playground trying a counter push of their own. SGS not 100% in position. Urgot down there, but there's the Janet tornado.
They can't
and they
push.
got to wait about 15 seconds till the next wave.
Yeah, and next time it shows up, it's another tornado, and who cares again? So this is a lot of the reason why a lot of teams pick Anivia is that great wave clear where it's very easy. But with Anivia, you've got to be kind of close by, and you got to keep channeling. With this, it's like I pressed Q and then walked away, and they all died. So this is, and they can shield turrets too. Like SGS could wait forever in this game and keep sticking around.
All right, so initially I thought Jana was just rushing the death cap because she was looking for the shield, but she's got a Chalice of Harmony now for probably just more lane push. If I had to guess, there's some breakpoint that she hit with that Nuclear Rod to hit the back lane with her Jana Tornado.
And he's actually completely splitting points between Zephyr and Howling Gale the entire time through. So yeah, it's getting enough to like knock out the last line of creeps. He knows he's not enough to kill the melee ones. He's got to still hit those himself. But yeah, it's great because Singapore Sentinels are playing like unorthodox mids completely, and are like, yeah, we're gonna run Karma, Janna, things like that. Karthus is overrated, whatever. And you have that experience to know, yes, I can one-shot the minion wave here. This is how much AP I need, and it's cool to see that, right? They've definitely put in the time and effort needed to make those work overall.
Now, there's actually 5 members of both teams creeping up on here. NK Inc. not quite there, so it's a 5-on-4. SGS trying to steal this blue buff. The Dragon is up as well, so this fight could very well result in a whole lot happening.
There we go, a lot of pain on both sides. Looks like Golem is running back and is healing the whole way through. Popo, they're getting swapped in. He's going to try to flash backwards. Is alive right now. There's the egg. A great wall is going to stop almost everything, though. And it's just Equivocal running down, but his Popo dying almost through the egg. He will fall down. Darkness picks that one up, and no one has died. They've picked up NK Inc. It's 2-0 right now. Caitlyn all the way back on her base. Equivocal still there. Lemon God goes down as well. 3-0. They can get the blue for free at this point.
Chowie dominated that fight, and we have to actually check something here. What did that heal do? Because that was a full channel Jana Tornado, 157 health per second for 4 seconds. He healed the whole team. They sat in it for an entire 4 seconds, full channel.
Health.
You only have 1,000 health at this point in the game, 1,400 health maybe. Half heal on everyone on the team, completely rolled through, negated the Zyra ult, allowed them to fight in Nunu, allowed them to fight in Anivia, and they just crushed through Meat Playground there. They'll have to find a way of stopping those well-placed Jana ults and those well-placed fights, really, which is normally Anivia's forte, but that was really just SGS coming out on top.
And it sucked for Nivea the whole time too, because they went for her first. He got swapped by Urgot, stopped the ultimate, egged him almost immediately. Actually died almost entirely during egg. He had like 1 second after the revive right there. And yeah, you mentioned that full channel Jatt ult. I missed that, but I was like, how did this team like live through
No one took
absolute
damage.
zero? No one took damage. Yeah, they shielded everyone. Darkness gets to shield 2 people, including himself. Like, yeah, they mitigated everything. The front loader burst was gone. Caitlyn got pushed out entirely just by Equivocal's Aurelia. And, you know, again, Pobelter got egged. So where's the damage coming from? A support Zyra in the jungle? No, it's not going to happen. So really, really well played team fight overall. Singapore Sentinels now up 6-2. You've got a 17-minute game in here where they finally started to pull what I think is a real lead right here, 3,000 gold up. And we'll see if they can keep that moving forward. This shield cup, it's really working.
I think it's like guess the items at this point for Urgot because the turn the longsword into a Hex Drinker. And then he picked up another No Magic. So he's doing something. I'm not sure what it is.
I mean, he's buying up all his stats. Like
he's obviously stacking component stats, but
he's just
playing something.
Maybe, or he's like, you know, I kind of took some magic damage that fight. Let's buy an all magic.
Well, the mana crystal's kind of nice. He's like, I have high mana costs. I want to be able to spam for the duration of the fight. I don't want to run out, but I don't want to build a mana immune, and I don't want to get. I guess he doesn't need a Frozen Heart, which is weird because cooldown reduction is great on him. But he already had the Brutalizer. Either way,
yeah, it's
too
working.
distracted by Urgot.
Whatever, man. LI4 is
doing stuff.
He's doing work. So, okay, let's break some of these down as well. So we've got almost mirrored builds here. Looks like Deathcap's going to be first on Janna, but looks like it's soon on Anivia. Pobelter needs to get a little bit farther back in these fights to get that crazy damage Glacial Storm. That's where it's going to kind of be coming from. I want to really watch at Caitlyn, though, because Caitlyn's going to be the big damage source here. Blood Boil's going to be there. She's got the BF sword. He's got a Vamp Scepter, but I don't think that's... I think it's Aya just had a Bloodthirster, if I had to guess.
So they're holding off of this turret. We'll see if they're able to push in. I gotta say he's going Eye, 100%. You need that because you're multiplying so well with the Nunu Blood Pool. You're just going that way. It's just the amount of time it's taking with the way they're getting pressured back here. They're only at Team Gold, 21,800, 18 minutes in. I feel like that's a very low number for them. They're getting contained by SGS, and they can't win team fights just because this is a point where really all the people who have shields on SGS right now have them. And look at that. They don't really take that much damage from almost anything. And slowly but surely the turret is going down. We might see a force at some point, and here it comes.
There we go. A ton of damage. LY4 dropped immediately. A great flash for us making that happen. Equivocal getting away off the top of that one. A lot of pain coming in. That's 2 kills now picked up. They're going to keep chasing this one down. This team's got decent crowd control. Nice flashes, blocks everything. Darkness not going to go into that one. That would be a little bit too risky for him. But it's 2-0, and they've got a blood-boiled Caitlyn still to push down this turret.
Looks like they're going to be able to get this one. That was a couple things went horribly wrong and horribly right for me. Player. Oh my goodness, here comes another one.
Just chained crowd control. Would you believe that? Zyra landed the root. Knockup from Cho'Gath. Flash Frost. Silence. Everything will happen right there. Hazard being forced away. Darkness. Nice ward. Gets to jump to that one. Get away from there. Everyone's still pretty low on Meat Playground, though. It's a bit of a risky situation. Janna's coming on from the side. I don't think she's going to go for a pressure here. That seems a little bit risky. Hazard's getting chased by Darkness. Oh, no! He's going to get found. The flash. He picks it up. Darkness. Nice move there. Chaui getting found. No ult available just yet, but you know, you've still got an Urgot trying to be a menace here. Nice wall's going to stop that, and the blue steal did happen. Pobelter grabbed that one away.
Just when Hazard thought he was safe.
Oh, they found Darkness. Darkness got an Ice Blast to the face. He found NK Inc. Going for a bit of pain, not quite going to land it.
How long is he going to survive for? If he gets NK Inc. here, there'll be an Oracles for Oracles. NK's got to... If I was NK Inc., you stop chasing right now in the fear of dying.
Oh, of course. Oh, my gosh. He actually jumps back away. LY4 getting the swap on a Light Sludge because he wants to get into range to find Pobelter. Does do that. A bit of pain coming off there. They can't stay for this, though. But they get a 1-for-0. That was a nice move.
Look at Darkness. He lived through all of that. He still has his Oracles. He created 2 kills, and they got the egg, and they got the Oracles. So, going back, that was like 3 minutes straight of action. The initial team fight went wrong for them. The Zyra ult knocked up the Janna ult, so Chaui wasn't able to heal the team, and also Urgot got bursted down immediately. And then getting back to that last fight, they made up for it with some remarkable play, pretty much all from Darkness and the rest of the team following up behind. So, after all of that has happened, the mistake by SGS followed by the great play by SGS and the mistakes from Meat Playground, I think we're kind of back to where we started.
Yeah, we got a 3-kill difference. You got a 2,000 gold lead. Still relevant, of course, but you're tied up on turrets. The blue was stolen last time at SGS. This time Meat Playground stole the blue away. They're going to get their own back as well. So I kind of feel like Meat Playground's map positioning might just be a little bit better. And also, I mean, no one's played AP Janna in a really long time, at least in North America. And I feel like they kind of forgot how that champion works. Like the prior fight where Chaui got a full channel ult is because, I mean, they've got crowd control. A lot of them can stop a Janna ult, and no one kind of waited around for it, right? So, actually, I should take it back. It's basically Hazard and Pobelter.
They got 4 spells that could potentially get it. So Hazard could rupture it or silence it.
Yeah.
Lemon could get him with the knock-up on the ult, which is what happened last time. Or Pobelter could get him with the Flash Frost.
Yeah.
I'd say the most realistic of the would probably be the Flash Frost, because it's such a hard-to-land skill shot, but he's entirely stationary the whole time. They're going to be initiating more often with X-Hazard. It's still going to be tricky. That's going to be a decider in a lot of these fights, is whether or not Chaui can get off that good gen ult in the right spots, because both these teams are very controlled in the way they fight. It will be in the same area, so it's going to be about disrupting the Chaui things and whether or not they can burst down someone before the shields arrive, because it's going to be so hard to get the first kill on an SGS player, but once they do, they might be able to win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's how that happened both times. There was the one team fight where it was like a 4-for-0, and it was just like super easy mode. And that one, they picked up 2 kills and snowballed it out, and it was really easy for Meat Playground. So yeah, that first kill, you're right. I think it decides a lot here. Now the pressure's coming in onto this mid turret. We can see SGS trying to make that happen. The problem is both these teams have great anti-pushers. Anivia on one side, Janna on the other. It's going to be hard to kill these turrets without a team fight happening first.
Yeah, really, you just look at the mid laners, and it's kind of close to the most difficult to push against that you could possibly create. Triple gold per 10 items coming out for NK Inc., but yet to complete really any aura items on either side of the map. So,
Frozen Heart soon-ish.
build update, Urgot, Mercury Treads, and then another Null Magic. So he's making sure he's keeping 6 items all the time.
What's your
so
guess here? It's not
confused.
Hextech, it's not What's End. There's almost no way. I mean, he could be the Aegis Bearer. We saw WE
Could
do
be.
it at the World Championship. They had Corki by it.
Yeah,
Like, for a short time.
it was Ezreal, actually.
Or is Ezreal?
Yeah.
Ezreal had like an Aegis for a short time. I mean, it gives attack damage.
There's definitely an Aegis coming for Darkness, so there'll be a double Aegis, because he was going there. Trinity Force already on Aurelia. I'm just so confused. He's one for general tankiness and annoyance, I suppose, but man. How much gold does he have?
All right. Oh, he's recalling. He's not recalling. 1,000 gold. So
Okay.
you can finish a mid-tier item.
Yep. You can go for something.
All right, let's see. So, Chai regrouping in mid. Supports actually giving a little bit of farm to Harlequin here, or Hallelujah rather. He's already got the Shurelya's done. That's actually really good. That team does want to initiate, and they're good at initiating by running at you. Ultimately, like Singapore Sentinels, they just need to get one guy in range for one of the major abilities. They get the swap in from Urgot. They're pretty much in good shape at that point.
Then they just chain. A lot of the initiations are going to be from Urgot, which is kind of why he's built that Giant's Belt. He gets so many resistances from his ultimate that's Giant's Belt, and the shields on top of him once he gets that swap are going to be even more potent. He's really the tank. That's why Shield Comp kind of does things. You're a team of tanks, and then the 2 shielders in the back that are Lulu and Janna, and you just kind of bruise and sit in the enemy team. But they have shown that they can't really push down turrets. It's too good for Pobelter to hold. So the next thing they might try to force could be objectives. They might try to force around Baron. They're going to be able to do Baron pretty safely because of their shields. They won't take much damage, but instead they continue to poke down mid, maybe looking for some kind of fight.
And the difficulty is they can't really force it Dragon much either, because we've seen the last few Dragons be completely uncontested, and no one's really baiting themselves into that. There we go, the shields are on. They're trying to poke down this turret. It's taking a little bit of damage. Maybe it stops a bit of that. They've got
Like
Shogun
12
as well.
damage to the turret.
Oh,
Like
man.
I mean,
It's getting so low.
150 maybe, but even then it's going to take 10 waves, which would be like 5 minutes of pushing at that rate if they're going to get that. And by that point, it may or may not just be worth it. Both their side lanes look to be maybe pushing in time, and hopefully Meat Playground's going to have to peel away. But this would be a very slow war of attrition if they decide to do that. You can see actually now Equivocal on Aurelia is pushing the bottom lane a little bit. They're trying to split it up a bit. And oh man, they might get engaged here. There's a rupture.
Oh, a nice flash over the wall is going to keep LY4 alive, but they're still chasing on down because Aurelia's stuck on the other side. Howling Gale says stop it. And Meat Playground again not chasing in. Singapore Sentinels happy to play the long-range game again. No one's quite here to stop Equivocal. He pushes up to the turret. It's down to half health. Hazard, I don't think he can 1v2 this by any means at all. Rupture goes down, doesn't land onto too much. A couple of minions going down, but realistically he's not really dying that fast. Flash coming out, Pobelter getting forced away, Light Sludge away as well. Pobelter about to be egged right here. That's going to be that happening. Zyra ult goes down, has some nice plants. LY4 taking some pain. Here comes the swap, not quite going to land. Pobelter, he's going to fall down. 2 kills for nothing. Singapore Sentinel still pushing on in. Hazard stuck alone. Aurelia still chasing everything down that she can. There's now only 2 members left alive here. Shogath trying to put in some pressure here, pushing on for Chaui, but he's got gigantic shields. He's not going anywhere anytime soon. And it's now a 5 alive versus 2.
So how did they actually break that turtle there? They got Anivia out of the turret. They did the split push, which allowed X-Hazard to go away, but then Meat Playground kind of broke their rules. They ran into the jungle, and they just got caught by all that stuff from SGS. It wasn't even an Urgot ult that started it, but man, look at that Janus shield. Everybody full health, like nothing ever happened. Here's an inhib.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be theirs completely. The respawns are back, but they're going to make it away from this one. It's now an 800-point heal. John has healed over about 870 damage, or health, really, I should say, on it. That's nice and powerful. And they're walking back nicely. Now, they went for the inhib instead of Baron, which, you know, I guess it's safe. They're going to get that turret inhibitor pretty securely. Quizzical able to steal away the Golem buff. Like, they've now got what I think is like total map control here for Singapore Sentinels.
And I'm going to harp on this again because I don't know if I've quite explained it right yet, but shields and heals get better as the game goes on because your resistances multiply with them, right? So hopefully a fight's going to happen. I'll explain it later.
Yeah, okay, but, well, they're going to back off. Nothing quite landing here for Darkness. Trap goes off. Okay, I don't think he's going to get to steal this in time. I think he's got too much pressure on the back. Zyrafar, actually, Anivi's out of position. It's a 5 on 4. Hazard, the slow target right here. Light Sledge and King trying to run away. Hazard doesn't really have anywhere to go. Puts a bit of damage on Quizzical, but the Oracles, they're going to pick that one up. And actually, Zyra got caught out on the side by LY4 and Janna. So 2 kills for nothing here. Meat Playground still running away. Darkness trying to find something. Jumps to a ward. Does not quite land into NK Inc. They're going to go for this turret here.
And they're just going to continue to press down. Pobelter, again, not able to defend the turrets. He had to run away from that chaotic fight. Yet another turret. That's 6 now for SGS. The gold lead starting to balloon, and it doesn't seem like Meat Playground has an answer for this. Even with that Anivia ult, they might look to dive straight on top or just tank the turret down.
A little wall goes off. Doesn't get quite too much for him, though. But they've got a giant minion wave, and no one's there to stop this just yet. Jumps in on a Pobelter. The ward there as well. Tries to get some pain on. Not quite happening. Darkness. Oh my gosh, did you get caught? A lot of damage. Will fall down. Nice pickup from Caitlyn. Pobelter getting caught out there. It's going to be Light Sledge. Can he get the damage output? They're trying to get a Quizzical low. He's not quite going to fall. Light Sledge still trying to get some damage output. There's the binds. There's going to be the kill picked up. Second kill here for Aurelia. That's going to be her falling down. It's a 2 for 2. Now can Meat Playground turn this one around? Last time they picked up 2, they turned much more for it. Chaui running away. Gets the shield. Blocks the ult. And that's going to be that, I think.
So a bit of overstaying their welcome. They got the turret, but they were not able to get the inhib. They weren't keeping the best time on the death timers, which is what allowed Meat Playground to just sneak up after them. Even then, though, with all of those fights and all of those turrets, it's now 8 turrets to 3. The gold lead is huge. They have the death cap for a while onto him. Guardian Angel was the null magic for Urgot. We've solved the mystery. Glacial Shroud going to a Frozen Heart. And the Giant's Belt, just because he wants health for all the resistance he has.
Second item, Giant's Belt, leave it in inventory.
Yeah, just let it sit, because he doesn't want to spend the 1,500 to 2,000 gold to upgrade it, depending on what items. But, okay, got to win
Jatt,
that.
why do shields and heals scale with resists? Please tell me.
Because the heal is always the same, but if you have 100 armor, for instance, it takes twice as much damage to do that much damage to you.
Yeah.
So it's like for 100 armor, if you take 200 damage, you actually take 100 damage. But the heal isn't affected by those things, so it will always heal for 100. Which means with all these bruisers coming out, Guardian Angel on Aurelia, Aegis and Chain Vest and Mercury Treads on Lee Sin, Guardian Angel, you know, just looking at Glacial Shroud, Mercury Treads, Hex Drinker, all these guys that they're putting the shields on are stacking resists because the shields and heals are so powerful, which is just making them so much beefier in team fights.
And we're seeing them kind of just not fall over. We saw Light Sledge trying to put the damage down on Caitlyn. Finally has real items now, to be fair. Eye Edge and Phantom Dance are both done. She puts out a great deal of damage, but can she put out enough in time? She's going to get dived on a whole heck of a lot, and it seems like Singapore Sentinels are focusing very, very well and killing things pretty quickly. So to me, like, the focus of this fight is, can Light Sledge kill things fast enough? And that's going to be kind of the big determination here on Meat Playground's side is his damage output. For Singapore Sentinels, it's positioning. Can they find Pobelter? Can they find a free kill? Can they get the swap? Or can they dive onto Caitlyn properly?
And here they come. Let's see. Urgot's got Flash and Ultimate up, so they can initiate at the drop of a hat if they choose to. Will Meat Playground try to hold this, or will we see a fight? Looks like they might just get the inhibitor down uncontested, and from there they just disengage. There's the inhib. Meat Playground didn't want a piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a scary team overall. You know, it's unfortunate losing the inhibitor kind of for free like that, but that Singapore Sentinels playing very, very well, building themselves an 8,000 gold lead by their own merit. I mean, they're deserving this kind of lead right now. You know, it's kind of a respect saying, yep, you're going to outfight us, take the inhib.
So SGS looking like they're having a better showing than they had last time at IPL Face-Off Meat Playground. Second major LAN event for them. First game of the tournament. Loser of this plays Team Solo Mid. No easy matchup for them. Winner plays CURSE.EU. SGS, so much pressure down. That's multiple inhibitors they've pushed down. Going for number 3. Meat Playground doesn't really have an answer. You can see they're setting up all the Zyra plants to try to prevent against a dive. I don't know if SGS cares, right? They might just walk right on top of this stuff and go, because eventually the super minions are going to take it down. They're just walking up to that turret, and Urgot's poking it down from 400 range.
Well, they just give him 7 shields at once so he can survive any kind of poke damage. You can see that health bar looks low, and then it's actually full if you actually look at it. It's just, you know, it's shortening because of the shields. They break down half the shield damage, and he just kind of walks back and is like, actually, you didn't do anything to me right here. Wow, Hallelujah just keeps walking forward, tempting fate, and pops those Zyra seeds. And he's going to be okay.
What is Chowie's shield right now, actually, if the fight doesn't break out here?
636.
And 40 on a short recharge shield. So they catch them in the fight there. But look, they barely got damage on them, and they're still poking back and forth. They need to get so much damage just to break through this wall of shields that SGS has created. And, you know, Light Sledge has got to continually peel off to deal with these super creeps. That turret getting poked down faster than the last ones we saw.
Yeah, it's going to be a scary thing to be. They've got completely split focus, of course. The Super Minion is still pushing up at the top of this one. And it's actually farm that they're not getting either. And here comes the initiation. The wall comes off. Hallelujah getting very, very low. The initiation is on. Equivocal getting dropped rather quickly, but has Guardian Angel. Light Sledge is still safe, though. No one's been caught out just yet. Equivocal forced to flash away. Light Sledge trying to put the damage on, but no one's taking damage through those shields, though. They're not getting almost anything out of it. They're going to go jump back in on a Lemon God. He's taking a bit of damage, and there's the swap. No, Light Sledge will QSS that and get himself away. Sorry, he's going to flash after it gets silenced. I take that back. But they've not killed anything, but they've gotten the turret, and that's all it really took for SGS. Now their third inhibitor has fallen down. The second one respawned. There we go. All of it gone. The base is in shambles. Chaui shields it and doesn't even take any real damage. Completely blocked the Caitlyn up with just a shield.
The poke finally managed to finish off the turret. They tried to fight on top of it. They even got a fairly timely interrupt on Chowie's Monsoon heal there on Janna, but it wasn't enough. They haven't powered up quite enough to see everything coming through. And it's not that they don't even have the items yet. They're just not crazy items. Cho'Gath is a bit of a tank in the top lane. He's not your standard damage dealer. Nunu's not a damage dealing jungler really, so they're completely relying on Light Sludge and Pull Belter to get this damage done. But because of how hard Equivocal on Aurelia is diving in, he's kind of shutting down a bit of the damage from Aurelia and Caitlyn, and the rest just isn't quite there. If this game were to stretch kind of to infinity and Caitlyn could get the 6 items, then it might be a bit scary because the shields would kind of not cease to matter if he's going to 3-shot someone anyway. The shields would make it 4 shots, right? But because we're still 33 minutes in and because SGS is taking this game so well, it's looking like Baron to waiting for all your super creeps to go to a finish, and that's exactly what SGS is going to try to do here.
And they'll just have a giant ball of just things coming at them. They've got, they're going to be buffed up with that Baron buff. They've got the inhibitors down for a good amount of time, so there's going to be giant waves of minions coming in at all times. This one's actually going to stack up here at the top lane, and they are actually going to follow up top lane as well, and that's going to be the push. This is Singapore Sentinels, I think, looking for the chance to end this game here.
Yeah, they got the power of the Baron, and when you have all 3 inhibitors down, instead of just getting 1 super minion per wave, you get 2 super minions per wave. So there's going to be 6 giant 4,000 health cannon minions, as well as 5 Baroned up, shielded members of SGS. It's going to be next to impossible for Meat Playground to hold this. They're going to look for one final fight. They need to really fight SGS before the 6 waves arrive. You can see Caitlyn's trying to stop the 2 waves from coming in at the bottom, but either way, SGS going to look to get these turrets down real soon.
And if they can push on forward, that poke that was working before should work again. You can see that turret, the health bar slowly losing durability here, down to about 2/3 now. About a half. There's a great rupture of stun as well, but they don't easily go in on that one. Look at that. LY4 is not taking all that much punishment as a result. Now both these turrets down below half health. Azure gets a bit of a poke onto himself. Darkness taking some pain, but Meat Playground, they're just not killing
There's too many
anything.
minions.
There's just so many minions. The turrets are still losing health. There's the ult from NK Inc. A lot of damage. Equivocal getting low. Guardian Angel is down. That's going to be Nunu falling. They trade back. Now, do they have the damage out? But good stop onto the Janna ultimate. Now, where's the pain coming from? Where's the pain coming from? No turrets are dead. Pobos are getting caught out. He's going to get crushed. That's the egg off right there. Lemon God, Light Sledge, can you get anything done right here? Jumping in is Darkness. That's going to be the kill picked up. Janna getting the credit on that one. Now we 3-on-4 on the map. Light Sledge still in the back. Hazard up in front, trying to get the pain going. He's not quite getting any major kills just yet. The other turret now taking the pressure. They're still pushing in on this one. Meat Playground outnumbered, outgunned by minions. The Nexus now laid bare as well. Darkness, so much shield, refused to be taken down. Light Sledge trying to get some pain there as well. Can they get the damage? There we go. LY4 taking even more punishment. They're trying to get some damage. There's the kill up on Hallelujah, but the Nexus, it's going to fall. And Singapore Sentinels 1-0 in the group. They're up next against Curse Europe.
And they just grinded that down at the end. That was probably the slowest final fight I have almost ever seen. No one really wanted to die. It was just all tanks and shields and minions slowly, one hit at a time, taking down the Nexus. But because of that, successful shield comp for them. Very good play by SGS. Meat Playground, tough for them. They're going to have to go in, fight Team Solomon now, as you said. That's going to be a really tough second matchup. If they lose that, they'd be dead last in the group. SGS moving on to play CURSE.EU. And I like the shield comp. That was fun.
Yeah, it was fun overall, and they had a lot of really good plays. I like sort of judging the underdog teams based on sort of their teamwork and their individual skill. And I talked about it a lot for Iceland, where they did a really good job of holding up against Counterlogic Gaming Europe. And it's like, they're going to be down 0-1 in their group, but you can clearly see they're great players. You can clearly see they're making some good moves. They could go far here. Singapore Sentinels, I think, again, kind of one of the underdog teams, didn't do great at IPL face-off, didn't make the SEA regional, but they clearly put up some good numbers here. They're clearly, they won a game against Meat Playground. They've got very innovative things for them. And, I mean, anyone can play standard, so every team's got to be aware of that. But at the same time, they've clearly got other things out here, bringing out, I think, the first of the tournament, bringing out the 17th Lulu. But, other than that, like, they're clearly bringing out something a little bit special. Their teamwork is great. I mean, you saw their team fights, and they were coordinated, too. They made a lot of really good moves as a team.
So I like the fact that they have the shield comp. It's something special that gives them a bit of an edge in this tournament. That's not something anyone's going to really know intuitively how to deal with, because they're bringing out something new. It's like a poke comp, you need to have a plan for it. Shield comp, you clearly need to have a plan for it yet.
Yeah.
We're going to see what CURSE.EU has planned for it if they do it again. TSM versus Meat Playground's coming up next, though. We're probably going to have to take a quick break, though. Meat Playground's got to probably grab a drink. TSM's going to be ready to play. But we'll have the last loser bracket game of this group, however it is, coming up next. TSM versus Meat Playground. Going to be the last game of the group for the winner, and the second last game of the group for the loser.
And it's going to be very, very interesting. We can see, look at the bans coming out from Curse, Lee Sin, Jarvan, and I think this is the first ever competitive Karma ban.
Yeah, it's sad.
I know, we'd like to see it, but at least we get the ban out there, and it shows the respect ban. Vayne, Shen, Oriana, SGS did their homework as well. Vayne has been doing quite nicely for CURSE.EU.
Yeah, they actually had a Vayne just kind of go out of control against TSMs, from what I heard.
Yeah.
But with that, though, I mean, it's a first pick, Diana, and that is CURSE.EU's favorite pick. That is what they play more than anything else in the past few bits.
And hey, just run it confidently. They didn't really even target ban any mids who would be counter picks. So they're just like, yeah, Diana's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
We'll
so
just play it.
SGS now, I mean, that's a lot of bans already. That's 2 bans for Darkness's jungler right now. I mean, Darkness does like playing Nocturne. Fits his name a little bit.
Does.
Right? But it's tough to do the shield comp without Jarvan and Lee Sin. Both those guys provide either self-shields or ally shields. But, they still like the Lulu. They did do the Janna last game. They could still potentially pull it off if they wanted to go with something like that. Just, it won't be as crisp, potentially, as we saw last match.
Yeah, well, in the first one we saw Irelia was the top laner. Xin Zhao could form a, I guess, fairly similar role there in diving in the front, being tanky in general, and receiving those shields in the front line. So, but we'll see. Right now we've got a good team here. The makings of what could be a great team here on both sides, really. Diana kind of works with anything. She can be a major initiator there and dive in with Lunar Rush, or play the assassin, roam around the map, and try to kill off squishies. At the same time, Lulu is going to work with pretty much anything as a support, and Xin Zhao, we've seen M5 run it as both a top laner and a jungler. We actually saw Jungle Xin Zhao from FNATIC in the first game of the day here against Team WE from Group A. And so we'll see what Xin ends up going. Curse got a couple more picks to go for themselves.
Yeah. So a lot of these pros have actually said that Diana is one of the most uncounterable mids. So she has a week 1 through 5, but then once you get kind of level 6, she just creates and does whatever she wants.
Okay.
Top lane, Jax for CURSE.EU, another one of just their absolute favorite picks. Maluno also favored on Cho'Gath, so it's like SGS did a bit of homework in banning Vayne, but that was probably just from this tournament. If you go back historically, the big things that they were worried about, or should be worried about, is pretty much everything Curse is picking right now.
And the weird thing is, though, they're also picking them kind of blindly, right? They picked Diana first, they picked Jax before top laner got grabbed, and they're just confident against everything, which is surprising to me because I normally don't see that from any teams. They'll pick AD carry, support, jungler, and then when they finally have to, they'll pick the last few champions. But in this case, they're just like, no, Jax is fine no matter what. Because, again, they're not really doing these crazy target bans. They're just happy with everything that's there. And I'm actually surprised here that Twisted Fate was picked into the face of Diana, because I'd figure an assassin's going to do pretty good things to Twisted Fate unless he just leaves the lane constantly.
Yeah, and it's... I don't know what it is. It's probably just because I haven't seen Urgot in so long. But looking at SGS's just lineup is almost just... It's like watching a different game. I mean, last game we saw Janna with a Lulu. This game is just Urgot again. They love Lulu Urgot for some reason. You know, Zin's going to fly in on this team comp as well. You know, that's real. All right.
Oh, man. This is cool.
Normally, I say that's not real
when
something like that happens, but then they just locked it in. So this is the first Kha'Zix. That's going to be Kha'Zix top lane going up against Jax. Kha'Zix can bully Jax early on in the game because he can constantly go in and out of the brush to activate his passive, but then he's got to be careful that Jax doesn't hyperscale him out of this. This is going to be really crazy. Once again, it's like we're watching a different game when we watch SGS. Winners bracket here. CURSE.EU using a sub. They picked up Dignitas Patoy for this tournament because Super A's left the team for
3 days ago.
Commitment reasons. If you want more juicy details like that, I'm sure you could find it on the interwebs. But here we go, you know. Twisted Fate, Kha'Zix. That's a very early game Gambit team for SGS. They have to win fast. If this game keeps going, CURSE is going to just crush them.
Yeah, I don't see like the crazy sustained potential that we had last time where like Janna heals everyone up and you got 7 shields flying around. This is like them assassinating things early on. I mean, Twisted Fate, Kha'Zix, Urgot, Xin Zhao. I mean, they're all going to dive onto something and try to kill it really, really, really quickly. And on the flip side, you've got like super awesome scaling in general. Misfortune, like honestly, like people think Misfortune, like they call her like team fight phase like a little sketchy because she doesn't have an escape really. Like if you jump on her, but the thing is, if you push Misfortune back, she'll just ult from 1,000 range away and still like be relevant. So like I feel like it's not that easy to shut out Misfortune in general, and you've still got Diana, Tro, and Jax to be a great front line and a lot of damage.
Well, it's one of those things that if you bring enough threat, Misfortune then becomes threatening, but if she's the only damage on the team, then they're able to close. But the fact that they have a Jax and a Diana that will be diving in so aggressively, it means that Misfortune might be unable to do her damage. She still might fall very early. If they decide to focus her, they're going to get her. But at that point, Jax would be able to take over.
That's fair. And yeah, then Jax can just go be happy the entire time. And the thing is, of course, they also have a not super protector support. They've got a kill support. So it's all about CURSE kind of starting fights and dealing damage right off the front. But if you do dive in on, for example, Misfortune, there's nothing really there to stop her from dying.
Nope.
All right, well, we'll see if that works out. And of course, as well, to point out that there's 2 schools of thought. This is back when Urgot was super popular. Was like you either like pick Soraka and just sustain and hope you survive the lane and then kind of show up later, or it's like go kill things as soon as possible. And
well, it was actually Urgot. Urgot used to be locked in with Soraka pick almost across the board. It was just like you either pick both of them or you lose, because if you could combo both of them together, and Soraka was also an Urgot counter at the time. But enough of that. We're on to the whole teams right here. What are they going to do at level 1? Early game here, SGS has to win. Not much of them scales that much. Urgot is a decent 80 carry counter, but it's not going to be enough after that. Xin Zhao, really strong early. Kha'Zix, really strong early. Snowballs extremely well. CURSE has Jax, who hyperscales. Cho'Gath, late game CC is just absolutely unreal. And here we actually see a defensive formation coming up from SGS, and CURSE bullying around. They're going to get whatever ward position they want here.
It's a Blitzcrank, man. No one ever tries to mess with a Blitzcrank at level 1. He's like the automatic, like, yes, we're going to fight you early on. So that early ward we saw from before, trying to put the push there. A defensive ward here as well from Singapore Sentinels, trying to make sure they don't steal the Lizard buff away. And CURSE is just running around the map, trying to find something to fight. Darkness, he's going to spot them, and now he's going to play.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's going to get out of there now.
That was, he had nowhere to go. Like, they almost surrounded him. And he'll make it.
So they know exactly where Dignitas is. Dignitas does not have vision on really anyone on SGS, and I think because of that, they're a little bit scared, and they're going to be backing out of the jungle.
Yeah, so CURSE is just making their way back into their own jungle. They're pretty happy. I mean, they've got complete ward coverage. They can watch pretty much both buff attempts for the most part. They can completely keep track of the enemy jungler. But they're playing on their side of the map to open this one up. And no lane swaps, nothing crazy at all. Just simple 2-1-2 at the bottom. Actually, one thing is they're going for the double golems early on here. I've not seen that one actually in quite a while.
Yeah, that is a very strange jungle start for them. They actually traded and shared some of the experience with Kha'Zix. That's a little odd. Xin Zhao does kill Wraiths fairly well by himself and might just want to do the full sweep of the jungle, but even then, normally you just see him start red and then roll through to blue. But with that, unequivocal on Kha'Zix should hit level 2 first in the top lane. That'll let him bully. Darkness still got to level 2 very quickly. Oh, you know what it might have been? There was the ward in their jungle. They didn't want to give it. They knew the ward was there. They could have started at double golems, so they didn't give away Xin Zhao's position, which could catch Jax by surprise up top. They're coming up for an early gank.
He's going to try to jump in from the side. He's got the dash and the knockup. The difficulty is Twisted Fate did run down from the Lizard buff and reveal that that's what he's going for. But Angus is playing aggressively early on. That's going to get him caught out.
At the very least, it's Flash.
At the very least, he's going to jump in. Here comes the slow. Can he get the knockup? There it is. He's going to try to push him down. He's going to flash, but it's too late. The Ignite is on, and that's first blood right away. Nice pickup there. Singapore Sentinels starting it off right.
Angus getting a little greedy there. If he would have flashed away immediately, I think he would have lived, and they probably wouldn't have tried to dive through. But because of that, you know, Kha'Zix does snowball well. We have not seen any Kha'Zix in competitive. This is the first we have seen of him. XGS pulling out all the stops, drawing a Karma ban, picking Urgot, handpicking Kha'Zix. So definitely a different style from Singapore and the early first blood.
Yeah, I've only actually seen Kha'Zix once before. I was actually watching a stream yesterday, or Wednesday, or Tuesday or Wednesday, and it was FNATIC against Pharrell and Lord's team, alternate. And Shuche ran him mid, and Max W, and it was just like, I'm going to poke at things all day, and he ended up winning the lane overall by playing mid Kha'Zix. So we've seen him actually in a number of places now throughout competitive play. But yeah, you don't see much in lands. Curse actually, sorry, quick stop there, but they invaded and stole away the Golem buff, and that was given to Cho'Gath. So you know, traded first blood on one side, but the Golem buff steal is really important on the other.
Right, now he's really just catching SGS off guard, able to just fully invade and brute force that one. They weren't quite ready to respond to it, trying to get back at Xin Zhao a little bit for ganking top early. But we're going to have to keep track of Kha'Zix as this game moves on, just to see what he decides to skill and what he evolves as well, because I've seen Kha'Zix go many different ways. I'm very curious to see what Equivocal decides to go there. And Xiaoyi, got to be a little careful of Miluno coming in mid lane, but he's pushed it so far back. Extinct really just making sure he gets his early farm. Diana not strong early on, and really just trading farm in mid lane, doing quite a good job of it, because that's 21-19, dead even.
Yeah, and we're seeing, you know, still a 600 gold lead, just 4.5 minutes in. Not a lot of crazy moves been made so far. You got a blue buff steal from Curse. You got first blood for Singapore Sentinels. Otherwise, you know, pretty much standard lanes, pretty equal farm on all sides, and you're just kind of seeing these lanes match up. Now, we have seen Misfortune play pretty aggressively against Urgot overall. Seen a couple of times.
Top lane, something's happened here.
Top lane, Miluno is going to get found out by Darkness. Looks like it's a 2-on-2 coming in here. Sinjo trying to escape away, going to get stunned up by Angush. The knock up there as well. Darkness getting so pushed down. Equivocal trying to help out. Will he chase down for this kill? No flash for Angush. Equivocal's actually going to jump over, dodges the rupture, and now Angush is pretty much isolated here. He is alone. Miluno, though, still chasing him down. The rupture goes down. He's going to flash into range. Miluno's going to take that one up. That is a 2-for-0. Curse is going to like that one a lot.
And that's going to take it just right back. So any early advantage that Kha'Zix thought he had is kind of gone, even though both kills went to Miluno. Angush getting all of that experience, pulling him, you know, 70 gold difference, and they might even take this tower, which would end that laning phase entirely. The big thing here is, though, Miluno's going to hit 6 real fast, and he got a whole boatload of gold. That's going to be a very, very scary Cho'Gath come late game.
And you're going to see him pick up items really, really soon. He's at 1,400, so we can't quite pick up double gold per 10. Maybe you see an early Oracles, early boots of mobility. Certainly, at least the Heart of Gold is going to come out there. And we'll see how much he wants to pressure that map. So there's the mobility coming out. See what the next item pickup is. He's still got almost 800 gold, so maybe he actually just waits for the Philo Stone because it's all he can afford. So there we go, eating words. But certainly, you just said, you know, Miluno's going to be really scary. Mobility Philo Stone early on at 6 minutes. He's going to be putting pressure on this map.
And just to clear up a bit of confusion here, is that kind of circular target you keep seeing on people, that's Kha'Zix's isolation mechanic. It'll show a graphic when someone is isolated. His Q will do extra damage if no ally is near him, and he gets a targeting reticule overhead of that. Not sure why that's a spectator, but at the same time, it does let us know what's going on for that. So any confusion there, might have been some since no one's really seen Kha'Zix in competitive, or if you haven't played him specifically, because that's normally only showing up to the Kha'Zix player. So right now, that's what's happening in top lane, and overall, like you said, Miluno's really going to try to put his presence all over the map.
And just with the extra movement speed, it's going to be so easy for him to do that as well. You can see him milling about goes toward the river. Got a nice ward put down there to kind of watch Xin Zhao come down towards the bottom half. You can see complete coverage. There's no way that the team can like leave the jungle in any meaningful way without getting spotted.
Yeah, it's one of those ward the jungle exits. The only way they could sneak in is if Darkness went in. Here's the bottom gank by Chao. He completely failed, so normally you just wait for that level 6 and then try to make a move on Twisted Fate, but when that fails, you really put yourself in a tricky situation because now it's on Extinct with a roam advantage, and you can see that top lane may already be lost because Jax and Anguish are just destroying there, and Darkness is still only level 4.
He's going to put a little bit of damage onto Extinct. Not enough, unfortunately. The thing is, though, I feel like Equivocal's still okay here because he's been doing well for minions. He's actually above in gold regardless. So, yeah, the turret's gone, of course. That's really risky. But Equivocal, I think, is still okay to stand against it.
Sorry, I just grunted there because I thought something was going to happen in the top lane. Anguish trying to steal the red buff. Kha'Zix and Darkness are very low, and Maluno sneaking in here with the boots mobility. They cannot defense against this red steal. This is going to be another buff invade for Curse.
Yep, it's going to be no one stopping that at all. Anguish now with the lizard buff. He's going to have a much better time at this top lane, actually. He's going to try to freeze that out as much as he can, try not to get ganked too much. Patoy actually up there against Hallelujah. A lot of damage coming in there. Patoy getting slowed down. Oh, and it's just a pain from Urgot. Patoy dropped lower and lower. There's the ult from Misfortune. A lot of damage coming off there. Cretan, though, not able to do anything else, really. Just kind of loses the teammate, and that's it. Nice push there, Singapore Sentinels, making it 2-2, 8 minutes in.
There's the Urgot play they really like. He got that Brutalizer very early. Very aggressive build. No health or really anything else built on. But it was enough to chunk down Patoy. Popped the ult at just the right moment. Was able to finish that one off. So they kind of lost mid and top lane in all honesty. And it's just the bottom lane that even though they're down in minions with that kill, gives them a bit of a chance. But overall, they're getting pressured in large part because of Maluno. And they got to find a way to get their hands back in this game. A lot of this could be from Darkness trying to take minions in mid lane, but look at that harass by Extinct, barely taking damage.
But he's not going to be quite in turret range as he gets locked up. That would have been so great to knock him up, get the gold card, and combo that one down. Very nearly getting it. But yeah, Extinct's just happy to keep fighting people and knocking people down. They're up 800 gold as a result of all these moves they've made on the map. They've stolen 2 buffs away. Curse is looking very, very strong. This winner bracket match.
Going for number 3.
Yeah, and exactly. This is the pull off and immediately nom down Maluno, getting that one for free. Chauster getting jumped on as well. Extinct's liking his chances here. Here comes Anguish. He's going to flash the stun, though. Not quite land that, but the fight's still going on. Extinct is low. Anguish low as well. That turret putting on a lot of pressure that will be Curse forced away. And to recap, the winner of this game is going to go into the top 8 of the winner bracket. Both teams are 1-0 in the group. Going 2-0 is all you need to secure your way out and put yourself in the winner bracket in tomorrow's games. And,
you know, it feels like Curse is in control of this game, but then you look at the gold, and it's even, right? Like, how did that happen? I'm kind of curious. It's 12.7k to 12.4k. There's a turret on Curse's side. Feels like they've been winning the majority of the game. No dragons have been taken. Curse has stolen 2 buffs. What is going on to give them only 500 gold disadvantage? Kha'Zix has got 500 gold on Anguish. That's pretty much it, right? That's what's keeping up because the rest of the team is down 1,000. Nice pull. All
right, and there we go. A lot of pain coming out there. Hallelujah getting pushed back one. Again, the push onto Patoy, and there is the Twisted Fate ultimate that they were looking for. They're going to land it onto Cretan. Now, can they get the follow-up damage, though? He's still at half health. Looks like they're not quite going to hit this one down. L14, is he going to drop? No, not quite. More pressure coming in, and now Extinct is getting caught out by the Dragon. Came to help out, and Singapore Sentinels was ready for that one. That is another kill picked up, 3-2 now. Slightly down a goal, but that puts it closer. Yeah, and with the 5 members that they've sent bottom lane, because there's no actual turret to defense up top, so a good roam down by Kha'Zix, really what caught Extinct by surprise there. And because of the trade down bottom, and because of the roam bottom, which resulted in a kill, they get the Dragon to top it all off. And a gold lead for SGS, well done. And that's the first they've had ever since Maluno ganked top, picked up that double kill. So SGS are looking good. You know, I still like Curse's chances, though. You know, Misfortune's having a very good lane for herself. 92 minions. It's the highest in the game. She's definitely doing well. This Jax, I'm surprised that Anguish isn't doing better in the top lane because, you know, he got that really good gank. Yeah, he died first, but there's 2 assists, and he got experience for it, and he got assist gold for it. But he's been falling just behind Equivocal over and over and over again. This Kha'Zix is honestly winning that lane. And I guess it makes sense. He was picked as the counter pick to Jax. Anguish grabbed Jax very early on. Equivocal was the last pickup for that team, and he says, yes, I'm going to grab this guy. This is what will beat Jax for me. So he's evolved and maxed his Q as well, having to get away there, but going to try to do a bunch of damage with that
really, so it's all about isolation here for Equivocal right now, because when you max that Q on Kha'Zix, it only does, if you just mouse over it here, you can see not that much damage without the, it's gone away, but it's about 190 damage without the ISO and 280 with it, but when you evolve it, it's not only the 280, but it's 12% of their missing health on top of that. So, so much of that revolves around the isolation, and it's going to be on Curse to understand how Kha'Zix works and to stay together.
We'll see if he can do it. Of course, he is in that one-on-one matchup in the top lane, so it makes sense that you kind of go for that one-on-one sort of damage source. And with the AD ratios he has, he's doing almost 400 damage off of that ability in the first place. So he's going to bring it down pretty low. He's got the Brutalizer for cooldown reduction and armor penetration. So yeah, I do see Equivocal being a very, very scary guy here. Now, we can move on to the rest of these teams, and we see that it's a lot of tankiness otherwise. I always like Lulu for being a support for like assassins, because they're going to dive in, and then Lulu makes you get a free knockup, bunch of free health. You can use her as a focal point for picks, and that team is going to dive in. You've got Xin Zhao and you've got Kha'Zix who are going to dive in and deal just as much damage to the backline as possible. And it being Misfortune, she is catchable, and she is killable. She's not super, super tanky. Now, whether that means that Jax, played by Anguish, is going to just control the game afterwards, that remains to be seen. He's not having the best lane so far. But the double sort of assassins here from Singapore Sentinels, I do kind of like it.
We'll see if they're able to execute any of this, because they have to really do it quickly. Anguish, once he gets his Trinity Force, he'll be wrecking people down. Diana's going to be going for a lot of magic penetration. Misfortune, when she gets her items, will be more of a real AD carry than Urgot. The damage from SGS is kind of questionable. It's a lot of physical damage, right?
Yeah.
Twisted Fate, only magic damage coming out for them. And without any kills, without any successful ganks, he's not gotten there yet. And there's a nice pull, but they might try to counter-initiate this on SGS.
No, he's going to have to just flash away, and they're just going to leave that one alone. A good set of abilities here from Curse. Patoy landing a great rocket grab, forcing Hallelujah to immediately flash out of that one and keep himself alive. But Anguish now in a 1 versus 2 at his turret. They're going to dive into this one. But here comes Caomei as well, a 3-on-1. Equivocal getting pretty low. Anguish still not quite falling. There he goes. Finally falls down. Equivocal trying to run away. And that's going to be a great rupture. Extinct trying to get into range for this one. The feast goes off. Equivocal still trying to run away. Extinct's going to find that one. Nice. Nice shot right there. Picked that one. 1 for 1 there. Really good follow. That's what you have to do, right? Twisted Fate teleported in, but Extinct just ran and said, I'm going to show up in time, get that kill to happen. Really nice
Came in with a hook shot at the end. And that was surprising that SGS decided to go with that dive anyway, because when Chaui threw off his Twisted Fate ultimate, they could see everyone approaching that turret, and they knew they were going to get caught underneath. So they willfully traded, really, a kill for Anguish and a kill for Equivocal. Questionable, in all honesty, if they're not going to come out ahead, because pretty sure everyone knows here that Curse has this game late, unless something is terribly wrong with my understanding here, which has happened in the past.
That's fair.
Not going that before. Initially, I thought Urgot sucked late game, but as soon as he becomes an AD carry assassin, he becomes pretty incredible. We'll see how it goes off. Mid lane, Diana trying to push down. Let's see if TF and Xin can get them off the turret.
They're putting on some pressure on Meluna, but look at that. Chaui dropped below half. Extinct can actually dive back in. Look at that. Solos him underneath the turret. Just needed Meluna to take aggro for a couple seconds, and that was all it took. Nice dive right there. That is a scary place to be.
Chaui rushed to Lichbane, has very few defensive statistics at all. Really just trying to get that move speed. I've seen a couple Twisted Fates rush this item. It's kind of so you can get your gold card out at just the right moment and trade with it. Kind of, it's more of a ganking item than a death cap, which would be a farming late game item.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's able to pull any of those off, because if he continues to get dove like that, Lichbane is not a good idea.
And another blue steal comes out. Curse is, really controlling the map. Aside from that one, gank bot into Dragon, the whole map seems to have been controlled by Curse here overall. They're going to get another turret for themselves, their third. All outer turrets have now fallen. And again, aside from a couple of farm leads, like that 30 minion difference in the top lane, I feel like they're just kind of winning everywhere.
Taking a look, let's look at the gold and see if they actually are winning anywhere. So we see 5,400 to 4,300. Equivocal ahead of Jax, 3,300 to 4,700. So Maluno, huge amount of edge there. 5,400 for Diana, 4,700 for TF. 5,000 to 4,700 across the ADs. And supports, of course, are quite even, because the objectives, actually 3 turrets.
3 turrets.
Not giving him the lead on him, so it must be...
Yeah.
Must be in the runes and masteries.
Well,
there,
he's got an
or this
assist.
The item rush.
So he's got an extra 175 gold from an assist there. Plus the Dragon's going to put him slightly ahead, and he probably got the the Gold Pretend a little bit earlier, going Philosopher's Stone instead of Heart of Gold. Get that one a little bit sooner. And yeah, so we got a little bit extra gold out of that one.
All right, so SGS finally taking down a turret of their own, taking it 3-1. Now the Dragon becomes contestable because we might see our first big team fight here. All 5 members of both teams around here. Oracle's cleaning out the pink ward. Unfortunate turn of events there for SGS. Curse wants to fight this, I think. SGS needs to fight this because SGS needs to win now.
Well, it's going to be a decent fight for them. They got their ultimates up overall. We'll see if they can dive into anything. Chaui is level 11. He's got some nice wildcard spam right there.
They're just taking right onto the Dragon. They're going for this.
Yeah, and they're taking a lot of pain, though. The nice Rupture that lands. Equivocal getting crushed. And look at the ult combo there. Everyone down below half health. I don't see Singapore Sentinels walking away from this one easily. The swap comes off. That might be a little something. They're going to pick up the kill onto Diana, but LY4 trying to run away. Nice flash blocks a lot of it. Angus still chasing down. LY4 slowed, though, and that's not going to be enough for him. Double kill picked up for Misfortune. They are 4 strong and happy to keep controlling this Dragon if they can. Equivocal, not in the best of places. Can he pick up an isolated kill?
He's dead.
Unless he can burst Angus out of nowhere. Close, but not enough. You're right, he does go down. Jack's picking that one up.
That fight was so perfect for Curse. Extinct initiated it, and this is why they love Diana so much, because the ult into the vacuum is one of just the best creators, because it's just click on target from like 900 range, and he got 4 members in that. That was on top of Rupture while Misfortune was ulting into them. So all 4 of them that got caught in that vacuum were pretty much out of the fight immediately. That wasn't a fight. That was Curse killing SGS, right?
Basically, yeah.
And if they don't position better than that, there's no chance in fights. It's going to be tough for them to come back even after that. They really have to come up with something creative here.
You know, the one thing that they have is at least that Twisted Fate can split push off to the side. Now, maybe it's not enough for them, but at least they can kind of pull the game back a little bit. And now that their outer turrets are all dead, it's a little bit harder for Curse to push. Like, there's like these like small reasons why like I feel like Singapore Sentinels could survive for a short time. And you know, they've still got Super Assassin Kha'Zix. He did drop down Diana at the very beginning of that fight, who's not got any armor yet in this game. So it will still take a lot of damage from Equivocal overall. And at least Xin Zhao scales for free as well. That ultimate's going to give him a lot of armor and magic resist. He's almost level 11. And so he'll be able to be in the front line and kind of tank it out. So there's like elements I see work here for Singapore Sentinels.
Obviously, they have some thought that went into their team comp, but it's just a matter of their team comp needs to win early, because you can't realistically go against the team fight synergy that Curse has, which we just saw, and a late game Jax, and expect to come out on top. So they really have to find a way of pushing now, but it's on Curse to just keep the pressure on and keep them pushed back, because Curse has been the one taking early turrets. Curse has been the one forcing Dragons. Curse has been the one initiating team fights. That needs to be SGS. They have to catch people with Twisted Fate ults. They have to catch people with Kha'Zix and catch them off guard so they are isolated. Urgot needs to use his ult to initiate and catch people out of position. If they don't do these things, they're not going to win the game, and they really have to start doing that now.
Okay, so with Dragon down, though, and Baron, I think, not being really in the an option for them at this point, I guess they're just going to have to try to find some way to get a fight together and catch people out as they run between turrets or find something on the map. Now, they are only down 2,000 gold. We're 20 minutes in. Curse and Singapore Sentinels both 1-0 in their groups. And you can see a small edge here for Curse. 3 kills, 2 turrets, 2,500 gold. They're in the driver's seat. Jatt, you're calling a late game victory for Curse unless Singapore Sentinels can turn it around. We'll see if that ends up being the situation. Right now, they're posturing towards this top lane. It looks like Curse is looking to be aggressive.
Got to be a little careful. They're a bit spread right now. Misfortune coming in from the back. But SGS paying them a lot of respect. You might actually consider trying to poke around Baron. They have that Oracle still active on Maluno. Taking those 2 early kills and just converting them so well. He's gotten Aegis of the Legion already. He rushed those boots of mobility. Curse really just going wherever they want. SGS continually just having to almost turtle it out. If they get the right kind of initiation on a turret, I think they're going to go for it. Patoy's going to try to get the hook to start a fight. But they do have to be a little bit careful. There's still a lot of shields coming out from SGS, and if they're going to lose a fight, it may as well be on top of an SGS tower.
Yeah, so they're going to sit toward the back. Twisted Fate still at the top of the map. His ult is down, so he can't quite participate too quickly. He's going to run back, and oh my gosh, look at that pull. Darkness, not going to like his chances much. He will ult everyone back and flash out, but he still dies to Extinct. A 1-for-0 so far. The flash, though, Angus not going to like his chances. Is he going to get low enough? He's not. Creedon ults out and runs away in time as well, but still, it's only been a 1-for-0. Here comes Equivocal off to the side, trying to find Extinct. He's going to jump away. Extinct finds that one. Happy to pick up that kill. Angus,
another hook,
but alive. Oh my gosh, he pulled LY4 taking a lot of pain here. Miluno, Extinct putting out the damage that they can. And Miluno, he will fall down. That's a kill for Urgot here. SGS making that 2 for 1, but Chaui, not in a great place either. Flashes away, would you look at that one? Cretan finds him though, now a 3 for 2. Curse still winning in that fight, but that was back and forth.
Was that a 3 for 2? I think that was a 2 for 2 actually.
Doctor just respawned.
He
got
died
dropped
that
to
early on.
Yep.
He got pulled very
It's
initially.
a long fight.
But even then, that's not that bad for SGS considering how much they were pressed, and because it once again started with Curse initiating with that Patoy hook. So not the worst. Pretty good baiting there by SGS. SGS still has the ultimate up on Twisted Fate. Ultimate's up on Kha'Zix. They're going to have to look to try to find their fight because over and over again, Curse is getting Curse's fights and SGS is not getting SGS's fights. And they really have to be the ones to initiate with all the characters they've taken capable of it.
Yeah, well, their initiation is not, I think, nearly as easy. We saw actually a very similar team. Actually, let me take that back. So basically, you've got the Blitzcrank there, who's going to be able to actually pull off fights pretty easily. If you have to, Anguish on Jax can leap strike in with Counter-Strike as well and land a little bit of crowd control. And also Extinct, right? He's got the Lunar Rush into the vacuum. So you've got a lot of ways for Curse to start fights. And so, as you've been saying, they're starting fights on their terms. For Singapore Sentinels, it feels a lot more difficult. The range on Urgot's ult, much lower. Chaui with the gold card, I mean, it's not too bad, but like, they don't have nearly the same kind of long range, the fight starts now tools. And so I think Curse can kind of refuse to fight on Singapore's terms for most of this game.
Thing is, with Flash Ultimate on Urgot, they can create whenever they feel like it. He'll be so tanky when he gets into that fight. Hook just missing. And you can see a much different build actually coming out from Urgot here. Frozen Heart, Brutalizer, and going into a Last Whisper, as opposed to that Giant's Belt he put early in the last game.
Like, could that theoretically be Maw instead of Last Whisper?
Like, he could go Hex Drinker to Maw, but I don't know why he'd go Pickaxe before finishing a Hex Drinker. I feel like that's going to be a Last Whisper.
That's fair. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just trying to think, like, I guess there's decent armor on Jax, there's decent armor. Just in the team in general, they've got an Aegis. So, Curse just stealing away the jungle. This seems to be, like, the one big thing for Curse in this game. Is they've stolen away so much of the jungle over and over and over again. They've grabbed, multiple blues and red buffs in a row. They've been taking away the wraiths constantly as well. They're kind of just starving out Singapore Sentinels, yet somehow they are keeping up in gold. Equivocal is reasonably rich. Twisted Fate's trying to catch up. Actually, one of the reasons they have so much gold is the Twisted Fate passive, of course, is when they've got about 500 minion kills on the team, that's 1,000 gold overall picked up.
That's true.
So that's one thing that's helping them stay up, at least as far as farm is concerned.
We definitely missed out on that pick when we were like, how do they have so much gold? Oh, 2 gold per last hit added.
Yeah.
But really, Curse has had control of this game ever since the point that they actually stole the first blue buff, it almost feels like, because from that point, they've never really given up control. And we have a bit of a split push coming out here, actually. All 5 members of Curse trying to take down this turret. They are ahead of SGS if they were to race, quote-unquote. So you can see SGS not even finishing off that one tower, getting back to base immediately. They're going to be struggling to hold this inhibitor turret. Here comes Curse.
Yeah, and it's down to half health already. Jax is chunking that one down. The inhibitor turret is, in fact, dead. And oh, man, SGS did not pick up anything for that. 2 turrets for free completely. No one's stopping them at all, and they've just walked back safely. They know it's still a little bit risky. The gold is fairly close, and sure, the back that went away. Take Dragon pretty much for free here. I don't see Misfortune, having to worry about this too much.
As soon as SGS tried to make a move by pushing mid, Curse was very much ready to take that really heads-up play going into the bottom lane to try to push that. Very, very unexpected. Now 5 turrets to 1. Picked up the Dragon. There's going to be a lot of gold on Curse, actually. I'd be a little surprised if they fought now before shopping, but when they do shop, they'll have an even bigger edge, and you can see they all want to spend right now. Here's their window. At that point, they're going to start poking around and trying to force Baron, keeping SGS on their heels. But Patoy actually missed that ward in the Baron pit. They pinged it. He just didn't clear it, I see.
Okay. Well, yeah.
He was a little afraid of getting collapsed on. That's why he
and Urgot's going to make him die immediately.
Right.
Okay, so Chaui waiting around in the brush. He's actually got a team coming by. They're looking to try to pinch onto Jax. They did sweep the wards out. They won't know. Now he's going to just kind of push on towards that turret, get that one for themselves, get the gold back up. Why the heck not? Urgot waiting around in the back as well. And that is Last Whisper, so good call there. Sijai leading the charge back across the map. Thankfully, no turrets for Singapore Sentinels are too easy to reach right now, so they don't lose anything for that kind of a push. They're going to run back towards the middle lane where there are some minions here. Luna looks like he might... Is he trying to pinch behind them? Oh, he's getting aggressive wards for their inevitable push again.
So what is SGS going to do at this point? They've been holding off a little bit. it's scary because you're holding off against a team that's probably outscaling you. You're trying to find, SGS is trying to find just the right window to get back into this game. You can see Angus just split pushing the top lane. Here's a TF out there going in for Creation. That's going to be a kill.
And he's completely alone here as well. That is just damage, and I'm surprised he stayed around like that with a TF on the game.
So 42-second death timer. They pinged down on the mid turret. That's kind of a window they need to take. Took them 27 minutes, but they finally got a Twisted Fate ultimate off with a good Kha'Zix assassination. They're going to clear their jungle. They have to press something here. They have the death timer. They have an advantage. They gotta go.
Well, Harla is gonna, spam out a couple more of these wards, clear them out. They're really not doing anything with it. I mean, they pinged. I guess they sent 3 mid, but Harla's coming up top. Senjato's kind of sitting there trying to get the farm. There we go. Gold card's all it's going to take with the Lich Bane. They're going to pick that one up. They've brought it closer in turrets now, 3-5. 27.5 minutes in. They're down only 3,000 gold Singapore Sentinels. And again, the winner of this one is getting out of the group stage with a first place seed from their group. They're going to like that if they can get it. But Curse is in the driver's seat.
CURSE.EU coming off their Tails of Lane victory. They beat Moscow 5 actually 2-0, prompting a lot of discussion. They lost last week at DreamHack. I think they took 4th place. But even then, they're looking pretty strong here with Dignitas Poise up, and there's a hook!
They're going to find Urga. He's going to jump over the wall. The silence is there. No swap available for LY4. Dies for free there. Anguish now in the front. Darkness. Everyone is flashing over the wall trying to chase him down. He flashes away just in time to not drop down to the Cho'Gath. But Anguish and Extinct are making him not like life very much. He's going to fall down 2-0 so far. Cretan very, very low. He has run away from this. Chaui, nice flash as well. Everyone is trying to escape or chase down with that Summoner spell. Still came out well for Curse here. The corpse of Urga, and hallelujah. You've been found by Cretan, but a nice Glitter Lance and a nice exhaust keeps him alive there. But still a 5-on-3, and they're going for Baron.
All right, so Equivocal is up as well as Chaui, but Chaui's bottom, so this is going to potentially be only 2 members trying to disrupt this. They do have their last ward they just threw inside the Baron pit. That is gone as well, so the vision is gone. Equivocal's going to want to steal, but here's the peel. This is trouble.
And it's going to be a lot of damage. Hallelujah getting low. Equivocal getting just out. And that's going to be both kills picked up there. The Oracle's down as well. Twisted Fate, he's split push towards the bottom here. He's getting some damage for it. That's nice and all, but the Baron is gone. They've picked up 4 kills in a row. They're recalling back to stop Twisted Fate. He won't get more than just this 1 turret here.
And with the Baron buff, now is going to be Curse's time to put the pressure on. They have an exposed inhibitor in that bottom lane. Baron buff on all 5 members. Last Whisper being completed onto Creation as well. So big power push and power play about to come from Curse. They could try to end it within the duration of this Baron buff if they have the aggression. There's not really a huge need to because they feel safe about ending this game regardless. The only form of attrition they'd have to worry about is that bottom 2 turrets being down because of Twisted Fate potential backdoors. But with this, they're going to push up that lane specifically to prevent Twisted Fate from taking it and to get that exposed inhibitor. So they're really covering all of their bases here, trying to finish this one off.
Let's see. They're going to pile on towards the bottom of the map right here. That has the most, of course, sort of results. They've killed the most turrets there. That the inhibitor actually laid bare completely. And also by pushing bottom, right, that was the one source of backdoor push available for Twisted Fate. And there's no way he's getting that here. So this is Curse like pushing the easiest lane and the most vulnerable one for themselves. So this is like absolutely like their time to make a huge dent in that Singapore Sentinels base.
No turret at all. Baron buff on 5, pushing in. 6,000 gold lead. Jack's pushing the mid lane as well, so they're going to try to split him up maybe a little bit. This is what SGS did so well last game against Meat Playground as they ended with their tankiness. And if that Blitzcrank hook would have landed, either then they get the free inhib, and they might engage right off of that. No, they're going to back away and probably try to take out some other routers.
Yeah, they are staying safe right here, but that's going to be a big deal, though, because now there's going to be minions constantly stopping that bottom lane and making it very hard for Chaui to ever try to split off this. He has his death cap, that's nice, but it's still going to be very, very hard for him. Just regrouping toward that mid lane. They're going to keep on the pressure here. Jackson already pushed that lane up earlier. Oh, nice try on the pull. Anguish not going to dive the turret for it either, but Curse still has minions.
They burned Lulu out there, unfortunately. Harlequin, or we say Hallelujah,
yeah.
Harleck. Burned his Lulu ult, unfortunately. And now Curse is looking to just dive straight on the turret. They're going to end right here.
And they're just doing so much damage. You can see everything getting pulled back down. The Sinjao putting as much damage as he can, but he's not getting stopped.
Wow.
He's going to get just crushed right there. He's not able to stop Misfortune. 3 kills, all of them picked up here. Curse just looking so happy right now. That turret's going to fall. The inhibitor is going to be next, and this could be enough minions to take down the Nexus as well.
Yeah, and we missed it right there, but Twisted Fate was off. That's why they had so much confidence when they dove that. They knew it wasn't there, and now they just continue. TF comes back to get Blitz hooked. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be the Nexus turrets. And CURSE.EU, 2-0 in this group and moving on.
Yeah, CURSE.EU, great job right there. Meet Playground versus Teams. Meet Playground?
Huh?
Was it? It was Meet Playground,
Meet Playground.
right? Yeah, Meet Playground versus Team Solo Mid. The winner of that is going to face Singapore Sentinels, and that match will determine second and third place in that group. We're going to have that. Actually, that should be on Stream 3 either right now or in the near future. If you want to check that one out to see how that group progresses. But after that game completes, we'll have the final game of Group C as well.
This is going to be such a crazy tournament overall. We're on the first day of 4.
Yes.
We're not out of group stage yet. It then goes into 16-team double elimination with losers bracket already being half-seeded. So this group has one result, as we just said. Curse is on. Everything's going to be happening. This is going to be it for you and me, though.
Yeah,
So
we're done on this stream. We're going to be back at the end of the day, back on the main stage on Stream 1 at the final few matches. But that is going to do it for us. We had a lot of great games here. I mean, these teams fighting it tooth and nail. Singapore Sentinels showing a couple of new things for us.
I really like their style.
Yeah.
CURSE.EU, it didn't quite work out for them then. There were good bans from CURSE.EU. Like, banning Karma was actually a good ban. You know, banning Jarvan was strong as well. We'll see how they end up pulling up against here. They're still not into the losers bracket yet. Really want to see them play TSM, actually, which will maybe be the next matchup, which will be really cool. And
On paper,
I
it's
mean,
the
look
more
forward to
likely
that
one.
because we're not even half done the day.
Yeah. So stay tuned, guys. We got more games for you guys. IPL5, maybe like 1/8 done so far, but so much more League of Legends action to come. Stay tuned, and we'll be back a little bit.
The new AMD A-series APUs give you discrete level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Rated M for mature. which Phreak and Jatt actually brought to you a little bit earlier on. And now we're going to do the 2 losers from round 1, which of course will be Meat Playground and TSM. So the winner of this one will basically continue in the bracket and has a chance at 3rd. The team that loses this will be done with their group stage games, and they will finish in 4th position.
Yeah, so let's see what the picks come out. Dyrus picking up Lulu there, and Zillion possibly going to get picked up by Meat Playground. Now they decided to switch it out, and they're going for Zyra. Zyra locked in, and Nunu as well. So that could well be a mid Zyra. Could be Nunu jungle. Don't know which way it could go. Obviously, there's any way these characters can go these days. That's what the versatility of the champions in League of Legends. And Diana left open, and Reginald saying, "I'll have a piece of that."
Yeah, and for me then with Zyra in this middle lane, if Diana gets locked in, wouldn't surprise me then for them to say, okay, Nunu has to go to the jungle and Diana support because, Zyra support, because for me, Zyra against Diana and against Katarina is not a good matchup for Zyra.
It's not a good matchup at all. We'll wait to see whether he does manage to pick that one up. As it stands though, it is going to be the odd one getting locked in onto Maokai, and that's going to be the jungler. So I don't know which way whether they're going to use Nunu as jungler here or whether they're going to use him as a support. I really don't know which way it's going to go.
Like I said, I just don't like Zyra against Diana, and I don't like Zyra against Katarina. I think Reginald found out a little bit the hard way earlier on with that one. So we are going to see Riven and Corki by the looks of things, which again doesn't open too many things. I mean, obviously then you're going to have Riven in the top lane.
Yeah.
Which still means it could be Zyra support, Nunu jungle, and an AP mid coming in. It could then mean...
Heimerdinger.
No.
I don't think so. You never know. No, you don't. You do know it's not going to happen.
You never know if you're going to see a Heimerdinger.
Hey, we saw a Twitch first thing of the day, so you know anything could happen.
Oh, but I think Twitch is still a lot more useful than Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger belongs in Arams, basically. That's his only area of expertise these days. Jace also available. Is Dyrus going to lock that one in? It would be a strong pick against Riven. Could certainly keep him at bay. I actually think, yeah, that will get locked in. So TSM, of course, coming into this one, they lost to CURSE.EU, and this is their big match against Meat Playground. They have to take victory here. Chaos probably going to lock in Ezreal. Used Ezreal against CURSE.EU earlier on. Didn't catch the Meat Playground's game. I know they lost. Didn't see who or what. It was 2. And Darius getting locked in by Dyrus. Oh, well, Sex Special locks it in, but it's going to be for Dyrus in that top lane. Very, very strong champion. Can dunk his way to victory late game if needs be. And honestly, I got to be honest, Team Solar Mid have got an incredibly strong team here. Really seem to have picked every champion they wanted.
So according to my stats here, NK Inku's the jungler for Meat Playground. His highest played champion is Nunu, actually, from the stats that we have. Obviously, that goes right back to IPL face-off. So it could be that Nunu jungle. In terms of support, Lemon God also has Zyra up there in his statistics as well. So it definitely could be that we do see a different AP mid-champion here. But that's what we're going to find out in this next 30 seconds or so.
Yep, so Nunu jungle. Makes sense. You can do good drive-bys with Nunu as the jungler. You know, he used to be the original king of the jungle, really. I mean, it's something that you remember the odd one kind of made famous for many, many moons ago. Season 1 style. Oh, is it going to be Malphite? I mean, well, they could do a Bruiser mid, you know. It would work, actually, against Diana, but are they thinking of changing it up? Are they thinking of picking something special against Darius? In which case, it'd be Riven in the mid. It's going to be Malphite. That could be an AP Malphite in the mid lane. Yeah. I think that's what it will be. So it's going to be AP Malphite versus Diana in the mid there. Reginald's going to have his work cut out, but it can be very much maneuverable. So Pobelter decided to go on the Malphite, and of course, he drops out.
Scumbag Reggie.
Scumbag Reginald. Apparently that's the one I want. Yes,
there we go.
There we go. We're Hello, we are here, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live. It is in Las Vegas, and we've fed and watered.
Actually,
we're ready for action again.
There were some really loud cars driving up and down the strip earlier with police escorts.
Really?
Yeah, I think they were like racing cars. They closed the whole strip off
wow.
and they were tearing up and down. I just went up to the room and I was like, what is that noise?
That would have been
Some
pretty cool
crazy
to
stuff
watch.
going
I
on.
missed it.
Yeah, I had a bit of a peek, but I still didn't really know what was going on.
You just didn't recognize it. Was he American?
From that distance, I couldn't quite tell, but I'm assuming that they were, just judging by location and all that
It
kind of
could have
stuff.
been Red Bull cars. Red Bull tend to do that kind of thing a lot. I don't know. Maybe I can give them a free sponsorship per plug there. But
no idea.
we're just waiting for the teams to sort themselves out, get themselves in order. This is myself, Deman. You can see on screen, joined by Joe Miller, of course, who seems to be like half off the screen. We're going to get closer. I think let me just shuffle over here. Everybody shuffling.
Oh God! Really, really, Demon?
Well, you know, you've got to fill the time here. You can hear the picks and bands going, but we're not going to show them you because you can show our delightful faces instead.
Really? I think the other option would have been better. But
well, they're already seeing the picks and bands. They already know what's happening. We can go back over there
That's
anyway.
true.
You can see them whizzing through. And TTT spelt out by Meat Playground. Nothing exciting. LCB. They didn't spell TSM or anything. That's disappointing.
sad times. But what do you think then to this matchup then? The picks that we've got, there's some familiar names in there. Obviously, for those that aren't so familiar with Meat Playground, I guess there are some Europeans still awake at this time. I think it's around about 1 a.m.
It's
in Germany,
12:30. It's not too
Europe.
bad. Yeah, so 1:30 in Germany. That's not too bad.
It's not too bad.
Not too late for you guys. You get a full day of it, and you've seen some fantastic games. You've seen Moscow 5 Taipei Assassins happen, and again, the world champions come out on top. Very close game, that one. If you missed it earlier on, I'd suggest you go and watch the videos. We've just seen an amazing move by Caomei on Team WE versus AZUBU Blaze. Looking like they may well close that one out. That's happening right now on Stream 1, or should have just closed out. Optimus, Tom and Studio bringing in that one right here. We're going to have Team Solo Mid versus Meat Playground. Team Solo Mid, of course, earlier on in the day, lost to CURSE.EU. So the European team's doing very well throughout this tournament. The American teams, not so much. We saw Team Dynamic. They've already gone 0-2 in the two groups. CURSE.NA, they lost to Moscow 5. Tough game for them, though. But it's going to be Moscow 5. I would suggest probably playing CURSE.NA again. It's going to be CURSE.NA versus Blackbean. Probably thinking Blackbean are going to lose that one. CURSE.NA looked good in that game. I've got to be honest, I thought they looked pretty strong. And the other American team here, Team Solo Mid versus Meat Playground, is about to get underway. So, 24 seconds to go. Joe, which teams are you aiming for? It's got to be TSM for me. It's the only way you can see it here.
Yeah, I really like their picks as well. One thing that Meat Playground maybe have is a lack of pressure on them, you know. They're playing against TSM, a massive fan favorite. I think I actually saw a tweet from, was it from Dyrus? I think it was. He said, we're going to have to get used to being underdogs, basically, because we're not the favorite for all these games anymore. And he is bang on the mark for me with that one. I'm not sure that TSM really can be considered a favorite in... Not in any game, because in this
well, they're
one
not.
against
It's true though. I mean, it's fair to say they are no longer the favourites. I mean, they had that era of dominance in America where none of the European teams, none of the Asian teams came over. It was purely Americans that were beaten. You know, and they came out on top, which is fine. You know, they beat the North American scene. That's great. Well done. But once the Europeans and the Asians got involved, it was a different matter.
Different story.
Very much a different story, and they just didn't get very far. I mean, they're a little. I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky, the fact that they got AZUBU Blaze, you know, AZUBU Frost, sorry, who'd had to have come through the group stage to get there and suddenly into the quarterfinals. First draw, wow, bam, immediately they get the Korean champions straight in there. So we are underway, and apologies, it is me doing the camera. If I can find where my mouse is, there it is. We have mouse. Wow, I've got Phreak sensitivity, and also it's. I'm going to change this while we do it because somebody somewhere has not changed the scrolling whatsoever on this, have they? Drag scrolling, good lord. Who's been on this PC? Wow, yeah, they haven't redone the binding. Apologies, I'm going to keep my eye on the screen while I have to do this for you guys, because drag scroll needs to be on that. And there we go. Nice and easy, good stuff. Right, we have drag scrolling, it's all good. So, X Special, you can see on your screen, as a Lulu, Team Solo Mid as the blue team. And Pobelter just trying to poke back and forth with Lemonation, isn't it? Is it Lemonation? It is Lemonation.
Yeah.
It is Lemonation. Used to be #1 in America.
No, Lemon God.
Lemon God?
Yeah.
Also, it's not Lemonation. Lemonation used to be an orb. There's too many lemons. There's too many lemons. Hello.
What?
I've been completely cut off.
You can just not hear.
I could just not hear myself. There we go.
Mine went before that.
That's okay.
What you should do as well is rearrange the scoreboard, Demon. I know
I should.
We get spoilt by this.
We don't need to, because look, it's already been done. Actually, tell a lie, because Malphite is going to be top. Axe Hazard's going on Malphite, and it's going to be Poe Belter on Riven.
Yeah.
So it is going to be Poe Belter in the mid. They've already rearranged themselves. They've done it. They do it for good guy teams do it for us. I'm going to have to tweak this scrolling again, I think. Oh no, we're fine. I can live with that. That's bearable. So let's have a look at the lanes, how they're going to stack up. Ping goes down. They know exactly that Dyrus is at the blue buff, and the odd one will be working his way to the jungler, get some instant notification. It also means that the blue buff being taken away, NK Inc.'s going to pick that one up. So pretty much a mirror match for the teams, and nobody starting in different fashion. Actually, Reginald getting aggressed on... Aggressed on? Is that even a word? Poe Belter getting aggressive on Reginald there straight away at the start. Ping's going down, NK Inc. cleaning house. And as it is, let's get back down the bottom. The lanes set themselves out, Joe.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one, in my opinion. Like I said, Meat Playground, I don't think they really have too much pressure going in there, as NK Inc. is actually going to steal away the big Wraith. Expertly done there by him, using that smite to get rid of that one. Yeah, I really don't see any pressure on Meat Playground whatsoever. I mean, everyone's through the group stage anyway. You're just kind of fighting now for... who you're going to play against, which difficult team most likely you're going to be playing against. Because if you finish last, you play a third place team. If you finish second, you play a first place team. So generally, you're always going to come up against someone better than you in that first round anyway. The question only is, as these two teams are finding out for survival in this group, is who they're going to be, whether they'll be against a first, a second, a third, or a fourth, and who those teams will be. So right up at the top here, we have Dyrus, obviously, on Darius. And NK Inc. is waiting here with Nunu. And he's going to go out there, Snowball and the Shard come in. But to be honest, at level 2 between Nunu and Malphite, you're not going to find it easy to be able to find enough damage to take down a Darius.
Yeah, and the problem is, I mean, yes, I can see that, the winner bracket's a big advantage, don't get me wrong, because you get 2 chances at losing, which is instantly, and it's going to be best of 3. So if you're in the lower bracket, and yes, you may come against a really difficult team, but you've got to beat all the top teams there. But you do get a second chance. If you're in the lower bracket and, well, things go wrong, Poe Belter goes down first. Blood just about caught that one. Very, very close there. The odd one managed to came in there. And Reginald. And you know what? You know what, Joe? We're on the backup stream. We can press rewind. And there it is. You can see Poe Belter getting caught out. Twisted Advance came in, immediately catching through there. And it was the odd one, actually, that picked up the kill. And I'm just going to speed things up back to live, which is never always the same. I'm just going to keep my eye on the map as things whiz along on your screen, and we are live once again. So, top lane, Dyrus versus X-Hazard. How's this one balancing out? 21 CS to 20 CS. Junglers both very much even, and of course the difference is that mid lane, the 1 kill between them. But both ADs also keeping it very even. It's even across the board. That is simply the only death of the game. And really, in terms of CS, there's no difference still, despite the fact he has died.
Yeah, and I'm really intrigued to see how this one's all going to work out with that Riven in there. More, I'd say it's going to be more dependent on how Malphite gets towards the later stage of the game, whether he can keep up with that farm and getting towards the right kind of build. Poe Belter, though, a young talent, I think we can definitely call him. I think Meat Playground, along with Dynamic, are like the youngest lineup. So we've got, I think they've got 2 under 16 players have Meat Playground in their lineup, if I'm not mistaken. So again, we talked about this morning on the mainstream, which I'm sure a few of you guys out there were watching, that experience, which TSM certainly have, versus youth, which I guess we can say that TSM don't really have 100% anymore. But Meat Playground are a young, mostly inexperienced team coming into this one, and there is that kind of youthful, what's the word I'm looking for, Demon? Youthful... not arrogance, ignorance, as we are seeing Dyrus here getting a bit pressured at the top as Ignite goes down as well, and he is dead from this one. It's NK Inc. that picks it up. X-Hazard there just tanking up the turret. That was a nice little move in. Yeah, but the kind of youthful ignorance, I want to call it, that
Well,
they don't
it's the
somehow have
confidence,
any
the
pressure.
fearful,
the
it's
fearfulness.
fearfulness, so they're just not worried about it. We are seeing the odd one sneaking in behind Lemonation, Lemon God, sorry, I should say. There's the twisted advance on towards Lemon God, gets the knockup, puts him back, almost certainly a dead man, tries to turn it around towards Chaos, used the exhaust on him, it was not enough. The passive also came out as well, didn't manage to land the shot on towards Chaos, so quite happily tanked that one up. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Reginald also catching a bit of damage down towards Pobelter. Pobelter doing a good job. Flash force there. Reginald with the ignite, having to run as well, having to avoid all of the damage. Meanwhile, you can see the two junglers getting involved in each other. The odd one and NK Inc, I should say, coming around. Reginald could go in the crescent slash in there, has got the Moonfall available, but he's backing away from this one. Have they got the damage? No, they haven't. Pobelter backs away, doesn't want to give up on this one. Pobelter versus Reginald, they are still going back and forth, these two junglers, and it's the Wraith he's made it taken away. I think he went around and consumed it and just walked away. That's all. That's the bonus of Nunu. In fact, you can just consume the minion and walk away nice and easily.
Yeah, and Reginald's Ignite has just come on pose. Keep an eye on it because Pobelter was going sufficiently low that I thought Reginald might just turn around and have a bit of a pop at him, but that Ignite not quite coming up until that fight was really done. So, a 700 gold lead currently in favour of TSM, 2-1 in the lead. Both of those kills being stacked up on Maokai currently, which Deman, we've also had this conversation, it feels like a million times in the past, that it's not always great to be stacking up kills on one certain person. I'd say especially when that's Maokai. I mean, yeah, it's great when he gets those items in there, but those kills would rather be over with that AD carry where we saw the fight in that lane, or in the middle lane on Diana.
Yeah, indeed. That's where you want to be stacking the kills, and or not so much stacking them, keeping them in even kills. As long as your AD carries, yeah, as long as you're either your AD carry, your bruiser, or your, any sort of carry that's possible to really take a game through, hence the name carry, is getting the kills, then yeah, that's great. And Dyrus has just realised that ping goes down, that Riven is indeed there, so Pobelter's not going to get anything sneakily and has to back away. I'm interested to see how this one's working, Pobelter on a bruiser. We have seen, obviously, FNATIC versus CLG.EU at DreamHack running a triple bruiser strategy that seemed to work very well for them, as it is. NK Inc doing a fantastic job in the jungle. Both junglers with boots of mobility right now, so both planning to get around and help out on that map. Ganks successfully working for both, but it's the odd one that's currently the most successful. Mid lane looking like the odd one once again, having a peek towards it. Pings go down. TSM just cutting them off. We do see NK trying to sneak in towards that top bush, as Dyrus is slowly being forced back. Is he going to be enough? That's the question. There it is. There's the ultimate. Unstoppable force on towards Dyrus. Here comes the one more. It's going to be the absolute zero going down. It's going to be enough, surely, damage. And Dyrus, though, has going to try and turn this one round. No, NK Inc manages to get the kill. Meanwhile, down the bottom, you can saw Lemon God and Light Surge being forced bad. It's down towards the middle as Pobelter. There's the twisted advance, the flash, the knockup. Is he going to be in the right direction? Has Pobelter got enough to try and get away? The ignite comes out. No. Reginald finishes it off, uses the ultimate to get in there, and they're also going to turn it into a big chunk of damage. They realize the top turret is beaten down, should be taken off there. You can see the blood boil on towards xHazard, and that's going to be the mid turret going down as well by TSM. So back and forth between the two teams. Couldn't call who the advantage is with so far.
Yeah, I'd say that actually TSM would be happy with that one. You know, taking a middle turret for the upper lane. Upper lane? What's that even about? The top lane, outer turret is what I was trying to say. And again, kills going over to the jungler, over to Nunu. He's now got both of the kills with Meat Playground. But Reginald just finished that last one off. Is always a good thing to see Diana getting more. So let's have a look at the CS then. 53-62 xHazard in the top lane. And I remember MLG Anaheim, where obviously xHazard played for CLG Prime. And he played a lot of Malphite in that tournament. It was actually banned out against him for most of the later stages of the tournament as well, which is kind of surprising, the fact that that's gone unnoticed somewhat here, especially considering that TSM played them in the final of MLG Anaheim as well.
Yeah, indeed. So as it stands, very much even. They have, like you mentioned, that middle turret. It is an advantage. It definitely is. Takes that vision away. You can see they're both trying to get the wards down in this bush. At the moment, the plants just keeping them occupied in there. Meanwhile, Darius, aka Dyrus, is farming out the wolves there, so the odd one obviously gone missing. Looks like the odd one's going to try and sneak in towards this bottom bush. You can also see Pobelter, but they're already walking across the ward, so Pobelter's not so sneaky as he thinks he is. We do see the odd one, though, coming down, so they might try and get some sort of reverse here. He's going to come steaming in, has got those boots and mobility. Here we go. There goes Pobelter, goes aggressive, and the odd one immediately goes straight in. Twisted advance. True Shot Barrage hitting all 3 members of Meat Playground, and they're going to have to back away. You can see Reginald actually making his way down the river. Keeping my eye on that one. Meanwhile, at the top lane, there's also a little back and forth. Hazard and Dyrus poking back and forth, but it's really the mid lane that Pobelter and Reginald are careful they don't get dived on here. They need the jungler to come and maybe help out there. As it is, NK King thinking of hot-footing it off towards the top there, wants to get in and possibly help out X-Hazard.
Yeah, let's see if they get in on towards Dyrus, who, you know, not having the best of times of things, actually taking the lead back in the CS now, but he's been harassed down by NK Inc. Don't think he's going to necessarily have the damage to really do anything about that, and that will be Dragon actually going over towards TSM, and they may just decide to dive on this bottom lane. You can see Lemon, he's got no HP, and there is Reginald diving straight in. His passive is going to do some good damage to Reginald, but this is going to be a double kill, or certainly 2 kills coming in. It was 1 for Reginald, 1 for Chaos as well, so 1 onto the AD carry, 1 onto the AP carry. We'll see if Meat Playground here can turn this around and take away this middle outer turret. I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop them in time with that Blood Boil on Pobelter as well. However, TSM pushing down that bottom outer turret at the same time.
Yeah, taking it down. I don't think they've got enough in this wave maybe to get it down. Actually, yes, they will. They've got the Siege Minion there. So, but they're continuing on, actually. The middle turret seems to be the focus now. Dyrus coming in there. Going to try and maybe does try to get on towards NK Inc. Wow! Just bumping the damage down. Gets the dunk. It's enough to finish him off. And Dyrus showing how brutal that Darius can be. Just stuck around too long and picked up the red buff off that as well.
Yeah, we know how brutal Darius can be. I mean, he's dunk. If he gets on a roll there, he can be absolutely deadly. As we are going to see X-Hazard coming in on towards Chaos, and that's some good damage already. Actually, the Ignite goes down. There is the ultimate as well. And to be honest, I think Chaos not really paying much attention there, as the Shard will finish him off. But that, for me, looked like a case of Chaos stood at the side, waiting and watching. But X-Hazard now the one going to be in all kinds of trouble. Can Odd One finish him off? Actually decides not to go aggressive, knowing that Meat Playground were pushing in with that AD and support, but that will leave us at 6-3. Still think and we saw that actually in their first game today, a little bit of carelessness from TSM. Not sure whether that was just because they were communicating with each other. We saw in the first game where xSpecial actually walked into the bush right at the start and didn't really react to it. I think that was a similar thing there, to be honest with you. I think they were just like eyes off the screen talking.
Already in the shop, having a look around, seeing what you can do, you know, checking every little angle of the room, anything but really. And these are mistakes that you wouldn't expect an experienced team like Team Solo Mid to make, but it happens to the best of us. Reginald continuing on, keeping a full vision of Meat Playground. Meat Playground going to pick up red buff of their own. Meanwhile, bottom lane is just going to get farmed out. So, advantage currently with Team Solo Mid. You can see the gold advantage, also 3k in their favour. But it is 6-3, 14 minutes gone. Still very early days in this game, Joe. And let's have a look through the items of the teams.
Well, in the top lane, we do have Darius there, double GP10, Heart of Gold, Philo Stone. Also got the Null Magic Mantle, I guess, and going straight in towards those Merc Treads. Compared to X-Hazard on Malphite, who has Giant's Belt, double GP10, and Sork Shoes for the extra penetration. In the jungle, both jungles actually looking pretty similar here, both with boots and mobility. Double GP10 for Maokai, triple GP10 there with the Cage's Lucky Pick for Nunu. Also got on Oracles, which is up until now not popped. The middle lanes, which you can't directly compare, obviously, because one's not AP. We have Diana with Sork Shoes, blasting one, double Doran's Ring. Her adversary in that middle lane is, of course, Pobelter on Riven. He's got BF Sword, plus the Vamp Scepter and a single Doran's Blade. And then between the two AD carries, it looks like Chaos going up towards the Vamp Scepter first of all. Sorry, towards the Bloodthirster, but either way, we are going to see a fight here in middle, and there is Chaos getting himself one. That will be a second for Dyrus as well. But yeah, instead of going in towards Triforce, he's looking like he's going to be finishing off the Bloodthirster first of all, compared to Corky, who's currently got Phage and a Vamp Scepter, and I'm guessing most definitely headed towards Trinity Force.
Yeah, that fight was a little strange. It was all about X-Hazard just getting spotted, caught. They were like, okay, he's not here, we don't need to worry about this. And then they just dumped on them. They just completely destroyed the team. And Meat Playground completely caught out of position. So two effectively 3 kills for Team Solo Mid there. Didn't need to worry about anything and just picked up the kills and walked away quite simply. So, how are things stacking up? 16 minutes gone. Like you mentioned, they're all going back. They're picking up those items. Hazard desperately trying to pick up as much CS as he can. Has fell behind on Darius. Has got a kill advantage, but also 2 deaths to his name. Sorry, Darius has. Oh, they're going to close in on this one. They're going to flash. There's the unstoppable force as my camera goes whizzing past this. Reginald, they're going to get down the ignite. Is it going to be enough? The ignite running? No. Manages to get a little bit of life still. Shield comes out there and Hazard turns around, goes back in there, and immediately the rest of Team Solo Mid responds to this one. Lulu Ultimate is going to be enough, and there comes a dunk from Darius straight on towards Po Belter. Forces him back. NK Inc. has to back away, and Meat Playground, even when they think they've got a pick, think they've got a kill, they can't do a thing, and the shield from Reginald, so strong.
To use a very Demon phrase, they went balls deep with that one, trying to take down Diana, and they overextended on it, to be honest. Diana flashes away, then all of a sudden they turn around. I want to mention Chaox's ultimate there because it was bang across every single one of them. Really doing a great job. Obviously the Lulu ultimate coming in as well. Just overall a fantastic bit of teamwork from TSM. Then you've got Darius in there who, no, not really that much in terms of damage through his items, but he's just naturally very, very painful when he gets going. Currently 3-2-1. And look at how the kills are distributed as well on TSM. 3 for Darius, 3 for Maokai, 2 for Diana, 2 for Ezreal, and, well, 7 assists on Lulu, which is exactly what you're looking for. Abyssal Scepter has now been finished on Diana as well, which is going to make things harder. The Bloodthirster finished on Ezreal. And just generally, I can't see TSM really losing this one unless, on Demon, unless they end up giving away a Baron or something silly.
It would have to be a throw, that's for certain. So as it is, Team Solo Mid picking up the Dragon. And I don't think they're in a position that they really want to give up anything. They don't want to throw this one. There it is, Smite comes out from the odd one, and immediately they go looking for kills. Reginald having a peek towards it, see if he can get towards Lemon God. Lemon God having to put those wards in the bushes there. If he'd have gone one step further, he would almost certainly been caught out by Reginald, but no. They do back off, and Meat Playground having to play it safe. Honestly, I'm a little bit worried for Meat Playground here. I don't think they've got any position when they can start getting picks on towards Team Solo Mid. Team Solo Mid to look to be a team playing on a bit of a mission here.
Yeah, and Corki actually picking up that BF sword in there as well. I'm still not sure about that. I think Trinity Force in this setup it would be a lot more effective just generally on Corki, to be honest with you. Especially when you've got that Bloodthirster in there as well for all the attack damage from Riven. I don't know. I think there'd be better ways to go about that one. As we are seeing here, the blue buff just being picked up. And, well, they're headed off towards Baron. And I think... are they going to think about doing it? I mean,
they can't trade it. They'll lose the turret. They'll lose the base.
Yeah, they'll lose everything. But they're in that kind of position where if they don't do something crazy, like something almost irrational to bait TSM in, then I don't think they've really got much of a chance in this one. As anyway, we are going to see TSM moving their way up middle, and because of that positional play from Meat Playground, they're going to lose half of the health on this middle tower, and it may end up just being that little bit more here. TSM do decide to back off of me. You've got to play it safely still from TSM. They're definitely not out of the water. I mean, it's 6,000 gold, which is by no means game over at this stage, but as we've pointed out, it's going to take something catastrophous. Is that even a word?
Catastrophic.
Catastrophic, Demon. Thank you very much. To take something catastrophic, actually, for TSM to lose this game.
It would indeed be a catastrophe. And Team Solo Mid, I don't think they're in the mood to give it anything up here. They seem to be very strong here. Look
After losing that first game, I think they're like, well, we need to really sort this out, guys. We can't be messing around.
It was a bit of a wake-up call, I think. And to come in here, and we've said so many times, we were talking about this at lunch earlier on, we've said so many times that the European scene, even outside of the CLG.EUs, the Moscow 5s, is very strong. And CURSE.EU coming here, they beat obviously Moscow 5 at Tails of the Lane. They went on to win Tails of the Lane against Eclipse, who were also another fantastic team. We've seen Meet Your Makers in Singapore. There's a lot of very, very strong European teams right now. Yep. The North American team is a little bit reeling. But this is Team Solo Mid versus a fellow North American team in Meat Playground. And they seem to have a strong advantage over them right now. I don't see any way out of this other than a big throw. And then big throws, they can happen around Baron, which is what Meat Playground are kind of hoping they can catch out on Team Solo Mid here.
Yeah, they've invested a lot into wards actually on the top side of the TSM jungle. You can see there were I think 4 wards in that side of the TSM jungle, but even on their own side of things, they're making sure that they have vision. They're making sure that they know exactly where TSM are. If they're doing Baron, if they're hiding, probably more importantly, if they're setting up some kind of trap to lure them in, because they can't afford to be trapped, to be caught out in their own side of the jungle. And at the same time, they can't afford to just give away a free Baron either.
So, you can see Reginald and Dyrus going back to buy. Let's have a look, see what they come out with. xPeke just being back. He's got himself a couple of pink wards. The needlessly large rod being picked up by Diana, a.k.a. Reginald. It's not his weekend name, trust me. It's just the character he's playing. Dyrus, meanwhile, is so tanky right now. Doesn't really have any damage, but it's Darius. Darius doesn't need damage. It's a bit like Rengar. It seems to be the champions, you know, these big bruisers, so just stack them with hit points and they're perfectly fine. They'll do enough damage. They'll stay in the game for that long. Team Solar Mid looking to poke, looking to see if they can get anything out here. The problem with these teams is neither of them have... Oh, I mean, you have obviously got Unstoppable Force on Hazard if he wants to use that to initiate, but I don't think TSM are stupid enough to get caught out all stacked up. As I say that, they all gather up. But, yeah, I don't think they're likely to be getting caught out of position here. They are starting to stack up towards the top lane here, trying to see if they can get anything, any bait anyone into the jungle. There's no stack, and the minion stack is along the top there, so they're coming away. Oh, and they might catch them. There's Lemonation. Is Lemonation they've targeted on? They have managed to catch straight onto the whole team, straight in there, and Lemon Gold to get taken straight down. I called him Lemonation again, but he's not. It is going to be a turnaround kill though. xHazard's going to get taken down very low. 1 kill for Light Sludge, sorry. Does manage to pick up 1, but it's all to no avail. And now Light Sludge is desperately running away. Chaos though will manage to catch him. Oh, and he gets the slow. Of course, he's got the red on. It wasn't the Phage proc, it was just a single slow straight away. That's going to be Chaos picking up the kill, and that will just be NK Inc. in the base. Surely will trigger a Baron. You can see them heading straight for it.
Yeah, I can't see anything else. I mean, Darius just coming in there, or Darius on Darius. Bit confusing that one, but he's going to come back in there. I think he just wanted to go and farm that top lane as it was. But Nunu's going to come in. He's got Consume, he's got Smite. He could.
But he's not going to.
He's not even going to try it by the looks of things. He's got that Oracle on. But I tell you what, they're losing a lot of health doing this Baron. Well, they should have it on lockdown by the time Meat Playground can really get anywhere near this one. And they will, in fact, not even come anywhere near it in the end. And that will be Baron going over to TSM. 14-4 in the lead. 37,000 to 28,000 gold. That's a big lead. Just actually brought some score lines here. Just to confirm, World Elite did beat AZUBU Blaze and are top of Group A. The other games, CLG Prime and CLG.EU are actually playing on the other stage right now. Curse obviously beat Singapore Sentinels. You guys saw that one earlier on with Phreak and Jatt. And Taipei Assassins 2-0. That's another one that we saw earlier on. Black Bean already down, as are Iceland and Dynamic, and the loser of this one will be in the same position. So it could be two American teams. Well, it will be 2 American teams because obviously TSM and Meat Playground are both American teams, and 2 Southeast Asian teams with Iceland and Black Bean.
So that's not too bad. So who would be facing who?
So it's World Elite versus second in D, which is Moscow 5 or CURSE.NA.
Moscow 5.
You would say so.
You never know. CURSE.NA actually gave him a good run for the money for a good 20 minutes of that game, so you don't know. Oh, Reginald diving deep on towards Pobel, so they're popping the ultimate straight in. Didn't bother catching with the Crescent Slash, which means his ultimate will be down for a short while, but it's a pretty quick cooldown. As you can see, it's already nearly up already. It doesn't take very long to get straight in there. Sorry, carry on. Who's facing who?
CURSE.EU versus B2, which is the loser of CLG Prime and CLG.EU, and then they take on Fear afterwards.
Oh, because CURSE.EU beat both
one of the 2 CLGs and Fear. And then TPA versus second in Group A, which will be the winner of AZUBU Blaze and FNATIC. So we could have AZUBU Blaze versus TPA in the first round.
Wow. First round winner bracket. That, of course, the quarterfinals. That will be happening. It is this afternoon, actually, or this evening, I should say. What time are we up to? We're up to 5 p.m. now. It will be in I think it's about 7 p.m. That's probably due.
I've got the schedule here. God bless League.
Yeah, we're about an hour over, though, for the main stage, I think, at the moment. So it probably says 6, does it? So,
trying to figure out where we are.
figure it out. Meanwhile, you can see TSM are stacking themselves up towards this top tower, and well, Meat Playground finally reacting to it. A little bit slow to react to that one, and realised, you know, you sort of saw the big creep wave coming in. They kind of should have guessed that they was going to be the target, but they look at that. They've taken 2,000 hit points nigh on off that before they even reacted, and finally they do get around there. And now they're in a dangerous situation. They're up against the Baron up team with only 600 hit points on that turret. That's not that many shots. Reginald seeing if he can get a Crescent Slash, trying to catch on towards Light Sludge. Sapling goes out, takes a peek, and shows them vision exactly of what is happening. KX is going to clear out this wave. While this is all happening, there's a creep wave on the bottom that's going to build up. There's a creep wave in the mid that's keeping itself even. There they go. There goes the turret. They do dive straight in, but Reginald went in there. And I think, you know, he didn't flash out. He just used his ultimate, dashed through. Still didn't quite catch anything. And used his Crescent Slash. So the ultimate obviously refreshed itself straight away. So they rotate round towards the mid turret. They could have put a chunk of damage down to that before they passed by, but KX wasn't there. So instead, they are going to prove and steal away the blue. Dyrus has done that. He used Apprehend to yank it through the wall. And he's going to clean that one out, Joe.
Yeah, and I'll go through the schedule a little bit later on after this game's finished, because I guess we'll have a bit of time in between the games themselves. So, TSM in a commanding position, I think, is a bit of an understatement even. 2 towers, 10 kills, 12k gold, or 11,000 gold, and they're just going to continue to farm. I mean, if you look down the CS, it's not actually that bad for Meat Playground, but the kills are a different story altogether. There's the gold, 10k to 7,300. So it's actually almost perfectly 3,000 gold difference between the AD carries. The AP carries 9,400 to 6,000. Top lane is 1,000 gold. Jungle 1,400 gold. The supports, which is, for me, one of the biggest indicators always between gold differences, is again a big difference in favour of TSM. Lulu got 11 assists so far. xSpecial played a great game.
Another fantastic game by xSpecial, considering he went 0-8-1 earlier on against CURSE.EU. And Patoy, you know, speaking to OD, and he's like, you know, there's no pressure on him, so he's performing fantastically. Whereas he gets pressure on him as in Dignitas. Obviously, he's not representing his team. I guess he's coming into it feeling there's nothing on him at all. He's just playing how he feels.
Standing.
Playing good. And Dyrus nearly catching out xHazard there in that bottom lane. But they are just going to keep clearing the ways. The Baron buff has worn off, and TSM in pretty much standard farming situations. So it's for Meat Playground to try and get back in and win this one, Joe. What are we thinking of the tournament so far? I mean, how are we seeing this stacking up? We've seen WE looking very strong. We've seen Type A Assassins continuing on their dominance, beating Moscow 5 in a pretty close game. Yeah, it wasn't exactly a one-sided thing, but as it stands, the usual suspects are looking very strong again.
It's still like impossible to call, because a best of 1 compared to a best of 3 is always a different game anyway, the pace of it and everything. But World Elite, like you said, they were obviously had a good bit of practice against Moscow 5, against IG, those 3 really practicing together. Then you've got Curse, who I think we expected to do well. We just didn't really know how well with that whole standing thing. Obviously, they won Tails of the Lane, finishing, I think it was 4th at DreamHack, if I'm not mistaken with that one as well. So they were always not really a wild card, but I'd say a definite favourite coming in, or even a half favourite, I guess we can call them, because of that standing situation. Type A Assassins, as you said, took down Moscow 5. A close game, though, which in a best of 3, those games could go either way, honestly, between TPA and Moscow 5. Obviously, they won't meet in the first round of the groups, of the playoffs, because they were in the same group together. So still, it's ridiculously hard to call that without talking about the likes of CLG Prime, CLG.EU, AZUBU Blaze, FNATIC. There are just so many teams that could come out on top of it, and we are going to see now this final fight possibly kick off.
Yeah, they are going straight in there, and actually Meat Playground completely caught out of position, which is why Team Solomid decided to dive straight up mid there. The ultimate used, Reginald completely covered off with that Zhonya's Hourglass. Hazard's going to go down. Altuan will make sure of that, secures it, and that is a 4-4-0 complete domination. There's the turret going down. Meat Playground, they were just all dilly-dallying around here, and suddenly they thought, oh, Team Solomid have just gone straight past us. They can go straight into our base, and sure enough, they did. And Meat Playground had to completely back off, caught out of position, too little, too late, and even the Guardian Angels on Pobelta was not enough to save the day.
Yeah, and TSM, they're playing this one safely. They know that they can't afford to be losing. I mean, they want to be in that top 2. But again, in the top 2, you're still gonna. It doesn't matter if you finish first or second, in my opinion. In that.
They're tough draws. I mean, either way, you're going to get a tough team because
there's no easy ride.
Second from. I mean, you look at first and second. You got WE or AZUBU Blaze, CLG or CLG, Taipei Assassins or Moscow 5, CURSE.EU or Singapore Sentinels. So that's probably the one you want. Who gets them? Who gets CURSE.EU or Singapore Sentinels? Because I reckon that's what teams are going to look at and say, okay, this is the easiest ride we get. And actually, I think it's the two
TSM's
CLGs
in this group, right? So,
well, TSM are in this group. Yes. But this is for... Okay, yeah, okay. They've got to play each other. TSM have got another game after this one.
If they win.
17-4. It would be the biggest throw known to man. And immediately Pobelter caught out in that top lane. The odd one once again on there, initiating it out. 5-0-9 for the odd one right now. He is in the Johnny on the spot right here, right now. Every time there's a fight, he's the man that initiates it as Maokai. And that's why you banned Maokai against Team Solo Mid.
Player,
yeah,
it makes a massive difference when odd one's playing Maokai. And they are going to be doing Baron once again. Second one of the game. Meat Playground might as well just go in and try and give us a show with some awesome Nunu steal.
Uh-oh.
Go on.
Can't even get
Flash.
close. Immediately comes in. Is it going to be enough? No, he's just dunked on. Dyrus dunked
They
on
stopped doing Baron. It's like, okay, Nunu's coming. Let's just stop attacking Baron and wait for him to flash over. Then we'll kill him and then carry on with the Baron. Which is exactly how it's all going to go down. And there is another Baron for TSM. So, 53 to 39,000 gold. And it's just a case of when rather than if at this stage, in my opinion.
So, Reginald coming in. Actually could catch on towards Light Sludge there, which is why he was keeping his full distance. Doesn't want to go for Pobelter, but he will instead. A free target's a free target, and he's just absolutely shreds his hit points down. And look how quickly he went down. Light Sludge was dropped in seconds there. That's going to be the inhibitor. Second inhibitor of the game. Team Solo Mid looking dominant in this match. 20-4. It's like boys against men in this match, it seems. And honestly, Team Solo Mid have looked pretty much in control the whole game.
They could have finished it here as well. I mean, they're going to be safe about it still, which I can understand at this level of play. You know, at this stage of the tournament, especially after losing their first game of the day as well. They don't want to take any chances, however small they may be. There's no point in taking a risk at this stage, as we are going to see this bit of a fight kicking off. The Zyra ultimate knocking Reginald up, but that's about it. Nunu ulti. Well, they're all going to walk out of it before
that's three ultis used there, because you saw Unstoppable Force come out. Lemon God had to use his ultimate, and that's absolute zero from NK. All used to just try and catch them out, try and get anything.
And they're the big three ultis that they have to combine in their team as well.
And they've got nothing at this team fight. So once again towards this tower, they've got absolutely nothing to defend this one. The turret is just going to go down. TSM going to pick this one up. They're going to pick up the game without doubt here at IPL5 in Las Vegas, and on the 4th floor at the Cosmopolitan. It is Team Solo Mid taking it home to victory in the group stage, and then you can just see him getting caught out, just getting everything thrown at him, but he does manage to walk away, oddly enough. They didn't really focus the damage. No! Because the True Shot Barrage comes and catches him on the fountain. You see his little tootsies, they got on there, but no, he's face down, and immediately they turn it on and dive into there. There's the second Nexus turret going down, straight in towards Pobelter on the fountain. There's another kill. Could get another one on there. Light Sludge taken down very low, but it doesn't matter because the Nexus is down. 23-4. Dominant performance from Team Solo Mid, and Meat Playground go 0-2 in the group stage. No shock there, honestly, Joe. It's kind of what we expected to see, and here at IPL5. So, who are they up against next? That's the question. It is going to be, because CURSE.EU won, it's going to be the Singapore Sentinels they are up against. So CURSE.EU have beaten the Singapore Sentinels,
Correct.
I believe.
Yeah, they have. They're 2-0, so it'll be Singapore Sentinels versus Team Solo Mid. Not sure exactly how that fits in the schedule and what's coming up here next, but that will be at some point in the near future. Which means then that final slot in the low bracket will be 4th from Group C, versus 3rd from Group B. So basically, Meat Playground are looking to play via CLG.EU or CLG Prime, depending on how things go down in the end of that one.
Meanwhile, AZUBU Blaze versus FNATIC being set up as well. I don't know which game we're doing next,
I think I'm assuming that we've got some.
We may even be doing that game.
That we've got
it might be that one. I don't know.
No, I think that's on the main stage.
Ah, it's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame anyway.
Damn it.
Nevertheless, we will find out, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back just after this short break. Do not go anywhere. This is Deman and Joe bringing you IPL5 action here on Stream 2.
Rated M for mature.
Catching the sound guy out there. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are live for the next game. It is going to be FNATIC versus AZUBU Blade. So a good game to be had here. But we believe the winner faces Taipei Assassins.
I'm not sure if you want to win this game, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you
well,
want
you
to.
do because it's winners. You go to the winner bracket, which is, you know, always a bonus. I'm just going to make sure that I've got this right. I'm going to just double check. So TPA versus Group A, second place. Yeah, so the winner of this one will take on Taipei Assassins in the first round of the upper bracket. And what an awesome clash, whichever way this one goes, that will be.
And that match will be on Stream 1 after this match finishes. It's going to be the two CLGs facing off against each other. That will be Phreak and Jatt bringing you that match on live on Stream 1. But obviously it's a
This is our last match.
There's
isn't
another
it?
hour to go. This is our last match, Joe.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't cast tomorrow.
Heart, bro. What? Oh, we don't cast together tomorrow.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
We flipped things out a little bit. I'm going to be
We're
casting
flipping
with
it.
Jatt,
And I'm with Phreak.
and you're going to be casting with Phreak.
That's gonna be a
And
live
at the
one.
end of the day, Deman.
Well, we'll see.
We're not allowed to talk about it yet, are we?
Well, I'm thinking we'll see if it works.
Well, I was just going to say, at
We'll
the
see
end
if it's
of the
set up and
day,
ready.
Me, Deman, and Jatt are going to do a Korean-style TriCast. Obviously, we're going to be speaking English, so
We're gonna
it's not
try.
fully Korean-style.
We're going to try.
We're going to give it a try. The community have been asking for it, so we figured, why not? Let's give it a go. If it all goes pear-shaped, it goes pear-shaped, but you
Don't
guys
be
were asking
shy.
for it, so we're going to give it a try.
So,
You
yes.
put 2 Zs in AZUBU.
Well, the extra Zuzus. I can't
Zuzu.
see it. My eyes can't fit that far. Can't fit that far. I can't see that far. Even I can't speak. I can't speak anymore. So you can see the picks and bans anywhere on your screens. Lulu, Olaf, and Twisted Fate banned out by FNATIC. Rengar, Elise, and Sona. Elise being banned out.
Elise against
That's because
SOAZ.
SOAZ.
Yeah.
Because SOAZ. So AZUBU Blaze already showing they do their homework against these teams. So FNATIC having to pick up Diana. It's such a hardship, I know. And Ezreal and Cho'Gath. Cyanide on Cho'Gath not going for his usual Jarvan. And Orianna with Nunu picked up. Orianna versus Diana. I really never know who the strongest is. Are they really? I mean, Orianna is such a skilled champion. If you can land that shockwave in the right spot, the right time, does so much damage. And then you can see the Nunu in there as well. Expect to see a champion that's going to help out with that one. Could we be Vayne? We saw Vayne maybe earlier on today. What will AZUBU Blaze pick up here? I mean, honestly, I think it may well be Vayne. I mean, we're talking Captain Jack here, though, so it could be Graves. It is going to be Vayne. Vayne locked in. Joe, it's almost like we know these picks, know these teams. We've been going at it for a while, so we're in their heads.
At some point, we got to get it right, that's for sure. And there is a Mumu as well for AZUBU. We've seen him pretty often here today as Steven
attacked by a sneeze.
Sneezes
Oh,
all
where that
over
one
the
came
place.
from.
So yeah, I'm just trying to find my my statistics here actually for AZUBU Blaze.
It's one of those days where you wish you had a mute button. But yes, a Mumu being picked up there. We did see a Mumu with Moscow 5 earlier on today, but I don't remember I've seen Helios on a Mumu before. Especially when Lee Sin was available and Zyra being picked up. Zyra is the support, Lee Sin jungle, which means actually it's going to be Cho'Gath in the top lane. It could, of course, be Lee Sin in the top lane. SOAZ could be playing either one. Not sure which way it's going to go. Final top lane pick for AZUBU players to come in. They haven't been locked in just yet. There is FNATIC locking in their team. Strong team there from FNATIC. AZUBU players with a very good team of their own. Honestly, I have no idea which way this could go. Jax, of course, being picked in for Flame on that top lane. So Jax, we believe, versus Cho'Gath. Meanwhile, that bottom lane, strong bottom lanes from both teams. Rekkles really is going to be tested here. He's only such a young player, but he's going to be tested alongside nRated, the support Germany. He's been across many fantastic teams. Of course, he was playing for AAA at the World Championships, IEM World Championships, I should say, not the Season 2 World Championships, but he's going to be up against Captain Jack and Lustboy. Very strong combination. Helios in the jungle versus Cyanide on Lee Sin in the jungle, and of course those two mid lane, Diana and Orianna. Joe, honestly, I couldn't call this one. No idea which way this will go.
It's a really hard one to call, but I think, again, late game combination for AZUBU. Jax, gets to that Trinity Force Guardian Angel kind of area. Vayne, we saw it in the last game, albeit a little bit exaggerated. Not in the last game, in the last game we were on the main stage. That Vayne just gets so ridiculously strong, especially if you give a first blood, and then a few kills also after that one. You just can't let that one happen. I was just trying to figure out where Rekkles is from, because
it's from Sweden. I'm
Swedish.
pretty sure he's Swedish. I'm absolutely certain, because he was in the DreamHack. There's not many that travel there if you're not Swedish, unless you're with a big team. He came there with the Navi guys. Is that mixed team, AEB, whatever it was? He might have even has he got his history there?
Martin Larsen. We can probably find out.
I've got him on Facebook. He used to be in. Did he used to be in black as well? I'm not sure.
I want Cookie LG.
We want his full history. We're looking at a
PAH.
PAH. That was it. Yes.
Yeah,
so it was the team. Yeah.
DreamHack Winter Summer 2012.
DreamHack Summer.
DreamHack
Summer 2012. Yep. So, game just about to get underway. Picks and bans have gone through. It is going to be FNATIC versus AZUBU Blaze, and we're just waiting for the game to load themselves in. All the champions are ready and waiting to rock. And hopefully things will get underway without any problems.
So who are you fancying for this one, Demon?
Honestly, I couldn't call it. I mean, you'd think AZUBU plays because they're a strong team. They won MLG Dallas, but FNATIC are coming into this one after winning where was it? DreamHack Winter. DreamHack Winter. So, you know, and they beat CLG, so it was no easy slouch there. And you guys don't want to look at us for too much longer, so I will give you the game. And things are underway. Many pings are going out. And my horrendous camera work returns once again. You guys, you'll learn to appreciate the work that Lycus does on the main stage with that camera work. Although we did miss a kill. I think it was kind of our fault, though. We kind of guided him and missed it. But we are underway, and FNATIC looking like they're going for the invade, Joe.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Pushed up here. I'm not sure whether it's going to be a full invade or more of a let's just get that ward in position. Actually, Flame has spotted them there. See, Flame, the newest player in this AZUBU Blaze team. And just the fact that his name is Flame is quite confusing at times. But it looks like FNATIC actually all going to be portaling home. And I think that's a wise move for all 5 of them to go right back there, because if you walk back, you risk the kind of counter trap in this where they're stood now here, AZUBU. Which is why I'm not sure if they've fully realized that they've gone all home yet. But AZUBU going to wait that one out. FNATIC, there's frantic amounts of pinging going on everywhere. There is that ward down by the red buff, just using the ball here. His ambition to make sure that no one's hanging around, waiting in these bushes for anything.
They've sold them really well. They have no idea where they went. And they're looking around. They've got that ward there in place. FNATIC have full vision. It's almost like a... I wouldn't say that... now they've just passed that ward. Now they're getting completely spotted. So they do know they have completely backed off. So both teams completely countering each other just with those wards. Cyanide going to start off at his own race. We'll pick that one up quite quickly. Meanwhile, we see Flame do just like he did in the first game of the day, actually. Took away the race, didn't he? Took away the race in that game 1 versus... Come on. Testing your brain here. Team Dynamic. In the first match of the day. Joe's getting punch drunk. He's not sure what's going on. Too many games in one day. There really is a lot of League of Legends happening today. If you guys can't stay awake and alert through all the matches that have happened today, then you guys are not League of Legends fans, because there's been so many games. And you guys at home, you could have been watching 2 streams at once. I think there are 3 streams at one point as well. So there's been a lot of matches. So we are seeing the lane switching around here. Cyanide and Helios meeting out in the middle straight away. Helios getting forced back. Oh, tries to toss around a bandage toss on towards Cyanide. But the top lane, we're seeing a very close engagement here. Rekkles having to use his cleanse straight away. nRated taken down very low. Flash from Captain Jack finishes off the job. Can he another passive? The passive comes out, and a great turnaround kill from Rekkles there. The passive landed very well from nRated there, and Rekkles picks up the kill. Turns things back around now down the bottom. They're diving on towards sOAZ. sOAZ forced away. Very aggressive game straight away, Joe.
A mental start to this one, and to be honest with you, it's still not all that great. I mean, this could be bad news for Cyanide, actually. Moo just coming in here. Is he going to check?
Well, you can see the spikes coming out. You can see the Vorpal spikes, but it doesn't matter because Cyanide's already picked it up. He's going to back away. Ambition caught out by xPeke. They flash through. They go for xPeke. Go for Ambition. He jumps down. Actually, he didn't jump him. He hasn't got it down, but does manage to finish him off very nicely. Oh, and now Flames walks straight into it. Gets the Rupture. Gets the Silence. xPeke in there as well. And it has to use the Counter-Strike to back away. FNATIC have started off absolutely crazy here. Spinning across. Lustboy taken down very low. Rekkles forced back. Condemned back by Captain Jack, keeping him away, and Lustboy was within an inch of his life. What a mental start to this game. I love these matches.
Yeah, and one of the great things there at the start, as we still have TSM and Meat Playground at the
top.
Have
I not clicked
I don't
save?
think you clicked save.
There we go.
That'll fix it,
I think.
hopefully.
Reset score. Save. I don't know.
As you can see, me and Demon are in fact very technically minded.
I did do it. I did change it. They're definitely changed, but they're not changing on there. Okay, we'll do that in a minute. Don't worry. I'm more worried about missing action because there's so many things happening here, Joe. You take it away. In fact, I'm going to stick it on that.
Go on then. I'll get into this one, and we're on direct to camera, so if we miss anything, it's not Demon's fault this time around. So let's have a look at the CS then at this early stage. Now we've got a somewhat lull in the action after that crazy start. So we have Jax versus Lee Sin. Obviously that's sOAZ against Flame. 21-14 in favor of of sOAZ on Lee Sin in that top lane. In the jungle, 17 to 13, 18 to 13 now in favor of Cho'Gath, who's just stalling this red buff on. Ah, fail.
Yeah, tried to pass it off, but it wasn't quite quick enough.
And it kills itself on him. Great stuff from Cyanide, but buff's a buff, whatever. And then in between the two AD carries, 27 to 22. A crazy start, as we said, a killer piece. However, Deman, the first blood did go on to Vayne.
The first blood did go on to Vayne, and also the fact that it's an important kill. So, actually, was it first blood? Yes, yeah, Captain Jack picked up first blood, but Rekkles replied straight away, didn't it? So the AD carries actually back and forth worked out very well between them. So, bottom lanes, which, you know, we haven't actually really got into and mentioned it. Oh, Helios maybe getting caught out there. PK knew exactly where he was going. The bottom lanes, what I was trying to get to is Lee Sin. It's Cho'Gath in the jungle, but it's Lee Sin as a solo bottom laner, which means it could be horrible for the AZUBU later on. But immediately sOAZ getting stunned out there from the counter strike from Flame, and they do force him back. Top lane though, back and forth action. CS advantage currently with Rekkles, which is something you wouldn't expect, especially with those plants going down as well. Captain Jack going to get boosted on the CS because of those plants, because I think they count as a kill. I may be wrong on that one. The ghouls certainly do.
You get 2 gold for
there
them.
They go. Just tries to flash through. nRated not catching him out though. That was a flash engage, kind of wasted there by nRated. Tried to get that plant, tried to get the root down. It would almost certainly been a kill because Cyanide was there. Now we see him powering it down the road. Has got those boots of mobility. He's trying to zip across in between the lanes, but he's not catching out Ambition.
Yeah, the difference I think between the plants and the ghouls is that you actually do get gold for the plants. 5 gold or 2 gold. I want to say 5. I did say 2,
I think they
but
still,
I think
yeah,
it's
but
5.
both of them count as minions. I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, but
oh, it's a good job I got rewind function. So Ambition, well, looks like you're gonna die, son. This don't look good for you. I'm just seeing into the future. Oh, here we go. Yes, I can see sOAZ is just perched off the side there. Uses the ward, comes across, lands the ulti kick straight in towards there. No way. Full on dive, buddies. So we're not getting away from that one. Completely caught out of position. There's no need to fast forward it, so I can just keep it as it is. We're not on stage or anything. We are going to see, though, continuing on towards his top lane. Cyanide, look at the speed he comes in. +5 on those boots of mobility. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they're going to continue pushing that lane. sOAZ has to get himself back down bottom. It's all well and good he gets in there, gets the kill, but he can't afford to give Jax free farm, despite the fact he is actually still ahead in the farm from Flame. So doing a really great job in that lane. sOAZ is one of those champions that actually a lot of people credit quite heavily. Certainly the if you remember Stanley's interview for Season 2, he was basically saying, you know, he was disappointed that sOAZ was not there because they really rate him as one of the top players, which is why, obviously, they banned how he is champion. There we go. Red buff stolen away. It's PK that picks that one up. See whether they're going to collapse on towards the top turret, Joe.
Yeah, actually, it looks like Cho'Gath going to go home from that one. Or not. Obviously, just doing the opposite exactly of what we're saying in that situation. When Captain Jack is around about half HP, and I don't think this would be such a bad decision. I'm not sure if they just spotted a Mumu there. Either way, they are going to be headed back. Top lane also going to be going back home, so no real action to be taking place at this stage of the game. So 3-1, FNATIC have the lead. And I actually saw a post on Twitter from their manager HXD, Harry, who was like, well, a win here would take FNATIC's, at least this lineup, to kind of the next level. Obviously, they were Season 1 champions. They won DreamHack. I guess FNATIC and their fans say, yeah, we're back, but winning that DreamHack is a different story to placing well at this event because the field here is on a different level.
I kind of feel sorry for Harry as well because all the other managers are here. I mean,
he is here.
Is he here?
Yeah.
I've not seen him. Oh, yes, I did.
The team sent him out for to get drinks. Apparently, he had to walk 10 minutes to find their choice of drinks. And then he wrote Best Manager EU.
Best Manager EU, yeah, they could have just got free water from the back of the hall. Guess they didn't want water either way. So yes, he is here. I was just about to say I feel sorry because all the other managers do manage to come in. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, Flame is getting aggressive, but it's a little too much because you can see the Rupture comes in and does manage to leap strike straight away. They haven't quite got enough to dive on him. Meanwhile, back in the top lane, Captain Jack returns and continues to try and put the pressure down with that Blood Boil. Oh, hello. There's a lot going on in the middle as well. Trying to keep my eye on every single lane. Action all across the board. These two teams are definitely going at it. It's a low-scoring game, yet they've constantly been fighting.
Yeah, they've been fighting a lot. And actually, something just big happened here. I just noticed
True shot barrage went across.
Ultimate from Rekkles, and also Ignite and Ultimate coming out of Zyra as well. So they're obviously fancying their chances with something up in this top lane as Captain Jack just tumbling away from that grasping roots of Zyra. Keep himself from having the chance, at least, of going down. But if we look at the CS, they're 84 to 59. Rekkles doing a fantastic job with our double Doran's Blade plus a Vamp Scepter currently, compared to the single Doran's Vamp Scepter that Vayne currently has in their pocket. But we may just see some action as PK actually comes down, and look at that for a read from Flame.
Yeah, they pinged it as soon as he left. I think he passed this ward here, and they immediately backed off. And now Flame's thinking, is he there? Did he possibly go back? He's gone missing for a while, so they're not quite sure.
Should I go?
And there comes PK. PK is going to go in for it as he zips straight through, but he's going to get counter-strike that's going to hold him back. Helios now coming back around. Oriana's not there to help out, though. He's got enough. Manages to get the Crescent Sweep. It is sOAZ that picks up the kill. Now it's going to be Helios coming in. Helios has got to be careful. There's a lot of damage coming out from sOAZ right now because he's been in the lane. Because he's not that jungler, he's that lane Lee Sin. He will be doing so much more damage than his standard jungler, so you have to be careful. Lee Sin is an incredibly strong character right now.
Yeah, he is, and sOAZ is one of those players that really can play with him strongly in the lane. As we are seeing here, Cyanide coming up the back. There is a ward in position, which he needs to be a little bit worried. Actually, Rupture will land. There's a silence as well coming on to Captain Jack. The Gnome comes down. Heal is used. Grasping Roots actually landing there, as we do see Helios, or not see Helios go down. But Lustboy's going to get knocked in the air. And that is another kill for Ezreal, for Rekkles, who's done a fantastic job with that one. There was a kill for
Helios down the bottom lane.
Helios, yeah.
And there he is. There is the mummy lying on the ground.
Very sad.
Very, very sad. It's very emo. It's got the quiff and everything. It's not a happy mummy. It's down. So, top lane, looks like it's going to be going to FNATIC. They're going to be picking that one up. Mid lane, you can see, has been grinding down, but I don't think Ambition's quite good enough to take that down.
Yeah.
So, 1 tower to 0. Bottom tower also, I think, was taken very low. Yes, it was. Look at that. Just 241 hit points left on that. So, Flame has his work cut out. sOAZ, proving why he is one of the top laners. And honestly, why should I question the Koreans and the Asian teams when they say he's a top laner? They must know better than I do.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really, FNATIC, they've had their fair share of problems, Deman, in terms of lineups. Lamia retired, which I still hate the word retired when you're 22 years old.
I mean, how bad does that make me feel?
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm like an old age pensioner in the gaming
If he's
world.
retired, you should be long gone.
I got my stick out and everything. I'm going to start coming to these events with my Zimmer frame.
But they had problems from them. They've been playing with Candy Panda, and then they had this whole drama that Yellow Star left SK, and then Yellow Star was playing with them. Now they've got Rekkles in there, and it's great to see, winning DreamHack. They're playing great here against AZUBU Blaze, which I almost want to say that AZUBU Blaze, that not that they're not trying hard, but they're not going to show anything incredible in this game, because at the end of the day, it's first or second that they're going to be taking, or no, second or third, which, it's not the end of the world if you end up dropping into that lower bracket. They may even fancy their chances more down in that lower bracket. They're still certainly not going to show any ace that they've practiced for this tournament coming into this one.
We also need to wonder if they're on a bit of a tilt, because they played Team WE on the main stage and they lost that. And it looked pretty convincing, that loss as well. So you got to be wondering if they're just feeling down on themselves. PK continuing to chase on towards Captain Jack. And we're so used to seeing, back in Dallas, Captain Jack was quite happy to just go and take away the enemy's red buff. He was quite confident that he could just go around there, take away that red buff, continue on his merry way, cause all sorts of problems for them. But that is not the case in this game. They can't. He's been pinned in his lane. You can see he's actually behind on CS to Rekkles. So massive credit to Rekkles for that one. Blue buff could well be a moment of contention here, Joe. They're going to go for it.
Looks like they are going to go for it there, as Rekkles has managed to take down that turret. Here comes the ultimate, out of Zyra. Cyanide is actually right in the middle of him as he ultis on the other side there. As we are going to see Lustboy though falling down. Rekkles will pick up that kill, and up at the top PK will take down Oriana. I'm not sure that Flame will be able to escape this one either with that Phage proccing the entire time. Actually will leap strike just about away from it, and now sOAZ having a dance in the bush, going to kill this ward, or try to at least. Couldn't quite get that third and final hit off, but that was a 2-for-1 again.
A 2-for-1 exchange. They did get the blue buff as well, I believe, in that whole exchange. And honestly, they only lost the jungler, and that's going to be Captain Jatt getting caught out there. PK comes straight in, diving across. sOAZ gets the kill. Absolutely dominating here. FNATIC are so strong. They've managed to land the skill shot towards Helios. They're going so deep. The ulti kick comes out. PK is going to continue following. Has he got enough? sOAZ has got it though. Does manage to finish her off. And now Lustboy is going to get absolutely burnt down. PK doing the work here. Wow, FNATIC are looking so strong, 10-2, and like I said, you gotta wonder if they're on a bit of a tilt after losing to Team WE. Teams can happen like that, they can get down on themselves. You know, they weren't great in day one at Dallas, they had problems, and they kind of sat down together, they had a discussion, they had to figure out what they could do, and they came back on day two so much stronger. They have 3 days of this competition to sort themselves out, looking like currently they may be going into the lower bracket. This is a team that I had down as one of the favourites.
Well, I'll tell you what, whatever it is with from AZUBU's side of things, FNATIC look absolutely formidable at this stage. sOAZ 3-0-3. He is nicely up in the CS. Phage, Hex Drinker, double Doris Blade, as we do see PK going in again there. And they've just looked so confident here, FNATIC. I mean, PK there in the middle, 3-0-4. Rekkles on Ezreal. He's getting one of those strange positions as a stand-in, let's not forget, up until now. Got a feeling if they carry on this way, he won't be a stand-in for much longer, though.
No, indeed, he manages to catch on towards Helios again there. They're matching AZUBU's aggression, the Korean aggression.
From FNATIC right now.
And you got to remember that FNATIC are one of those teams that did go over to Korea. They spent time in Korea. They went to OGN, Spring Championships, so they know very much what these teams are prepared about. They probably, almost certainly would have played AZUBU players because they were technically classed as the B team back then. That was the tournament that AZUBU went to win. But as it is since then, they have done fantastically well. Like I mentioned, winning us. Look at sOAZ, so aggressive straight through. Their Shockwave didn't even get a chance to go off. The Zyra ultimate catching many of them. True Shot Barrage getting across as well. Absolutely destroying AZUBU plays there. Just catching every single ultimate in the perfect position. FNATIC are so strong here. They seem to be a team on a mission. Just that confidence boost they've got from winning DreamHack just last weekend seems to be carrying them through. Remember, they're coming to this as temps. They've replaced alternate. They've come into this as a replacement last minute.
They shouldn't even be here, should they? That's the funny thing about it as well. I mean, they were the next in line from the qualifiers, so you can argue that they should be here, but if alternate hadn't have got kicked out of EPS Germany, FNATIC wouldn't even be here right now. So they can thank the lucky stars that they did in fact turn up for their final game an hour late, which is why they got kicked out in the end for them penalty points. But FNATIC, they're looking very good, aren't they? I mean, sOAZ again, I was already talking about him like 2 minutes ago, but that move to flash over and kick the guy out of the team, right out of it into their own side, was just formidable play. As you said, the Shockwave, it kind of did the animation and then just stopped because he was dead. Yeah, I mean, we saw FNATIC before we came in here. We were talking to them, and they were just... They always have big smile. Peke always has that big smile on his face, doesn't he? Let's do Cyanide. They're all a happy bunch. You know, they're such a happy team. Even I don't know what it is about them, but they just seem all so happy. Even when they're lost, they're just like, nah, well, you know, big smile on the faces still. They seem a very happy mentality. Team. They've got a fantastic mentality, and you know that's why they've stuck with FNATIC. They've been there since season 1, pre-season 1, in fact, way before season 1. They've been there in that organisation for a long time, and they've stuck together as a team. Shusei's changed, yes, that top laner, they had a few problems, but sOAZ came in there from against all authority. Again, another team that did absolutely amazing well beforehand. So they've picked up a fantastic top laner who seems to have blended and fitted very much into the team. And now, if they found Rekkles, found a great AD, again, we've just picked up another incredibly strong European team again. Yeah, and nRated, let's not forget that guy, because as a support, you just generally don't get enough love, in my opinion. He has formed some of the more formidable bottom lanes that we've seen, as sOAZ they're just taking on flame a little bit. But you remember Yellow Star and nRated was like a bit of a wow bottom lane. That
It's when he was on Leona as well. He was one of the original
Leona Corki. That's where
Yeah.
that Leona Corki lane really came from. There was IEM World Championships at CBIT with AAA for those two. And then you had Yellow Star and nRated in FNATIC. Now you've got Yellow Star, nRated with basically whoever will play with him. I think it is the case that we saw Candy Panda, Yellow Star coming back now. Obviously Rekkles here for this tournament, and on DreamHack as well. So I hope that they find some kind of peace in their team and they hold up with one lineup. There's a great kick, two of them being knocked away. Shockwave goes down, but to be honest, he didn't really do all that much. There's the curse of the sad mummy, which wasn't a very long curse, to be honest with you. Only Zyra dying currently for FNATIC, and this is going to be a good exchange for them. And Peke is not finished just yet, or is he? He decides, I think, not to really pursue that one too far, but they've got their big damagers here. They've still got Diana, they've still got Lee Sin, they've still got Rekkles, and do they have the Nom up? Actually, the Nom is coming up here very shortly. There is the Nom available, so that's a big chunk of damage still available with FNATIC. And to be honest, they could probably have themselves a Nexus turret, or maybe back off towards Baron, or this inner turret on the top.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to rotate towards the top turret. And as you mentioned, they just did superbly well there. They took down the AP carry, took down, I think it was the jungler as well. And all they lost was the support player, which, as with nRated, who we've just been talking about, and PK. Oh, Captain Jack, he's gone too deep. He's on his own, and here comes PK, immediately comes in. Oh, he dodged out the Crescent Slash. No! Ultimate comes in, gets the moonfall, pulls him back, drops him like a stone, and Rekkles straight in there. PK backs out of that one with the True Shot Barrage, lands across. AZUBU Flame now in all sorts of trouble as well. Rekkles going to continue this one. One more basic attack would have been all he needed. sOAZ, though, has to protect him, and Ambition back alive. Comes back in. They still haven't taken this turret down yet. They're actually going that deep. They're clearing out the minion waves before the turret even gets there. FNATIC feeling so confident right now. 14-3 up. It's going to be FNATIC versus the Taipei Assassins, I feel, at this rate. They have a 13k gold lead 21 minutes into this game. You know, I can tell you right now that Zen on the Stoic will be sat home. If he's still awake, it's 1:41.
Of course he's awake. FNATIC are playing.
Of course he's awake. FNATIC are playing. He will be delighted right now.
So let me fill you in on another little bit, which a score update. Someone actually just tweeted it saying, you guys tired, you're even confusing me. But yeah, CLG.EU beat CLG.NA, so CLG.EU top in their group 2-0. They will play second place of Group C, which will be either TSM or Singapore Sentinels. So we could see a TSM CLG first round in the upper bracket as well. But for now, this game, FNATIC are a stonking 13,000 gold in the lead. 14-3 in kills, 6-0 in turrets. If I'd have said that this was how it was going to go down before the game, Deman, you would have absolutely laughed at.
Look at PK just getting in and wrecking face on Ambition. Now he can turn it on towards Captain Jack. Captain Jack's going to try and go aggressive. A little bit too much, though. I think PK is not one to be trifled with, and he is just absolutely confident right now. I think it's safe to say he banned Diana for PK. PK's proven many times in the past, though. He's strong on many champions.
I'll tell you what, I
sOAZ
still think that Diana and Katarina are worth banning.
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, unquestionable for me. I think they are two champions that can snowball so hard. Once you get those kills, once you get that little bit of damage, now he's got that Abyssal Scepter and Rabadon's Death Cap. He's just got so much damage on there, he will just tear you a new one if he catches onto him. And Ambition has not stayed alive for so long. 1-6-1. When the hell did you see a Korean AP mid get that score?
I can't tell you, to be honest. I honestly can't tell you the last time I saw that. Certainly not one of the Korean AP mids that played for either of the AZUBU teams or any of the other top teams that I remember, at least. So yeah, we are seeing FNATIC here trying to finally finish off that top as we get a pause and an unpause.
Straight away resume. They are trying to get in a position to 2v1 this Baron, I think. As it is, they've got two members pushing in this top wave. The whole of AZUBU's now come up there. They're trying to collapse onto someone. It's Lustboy they were trying to close into. Use the Blood Boil on himself and speeds away from that one. Now he's going to bait him down. Is he going to bait it a little bit too much? So yes, he is, because you can't wreck with PK. Even with exhaust on, he's still doing the damage. Finishes him off, gets him straight down. Top wave, creep wave has got still coming in there. Rekkles is going to get in there, going to take that down. They're going to push it towards the mid. Follow the creep wave. The super minions going in there. Ambition uses a shockwave, but it's not enough. Helios has to pop his ultimate, immediately kicked into the wall. PK comes in, says thank you very much. Picks up another kill. 606. Rekkles taking down the top turret. FNATIC, the rest of the team taking down the bottom turret. They are split off. It's going to be all 3 inhibitors going down, Joe. I can't see a way back for AZUBU Blaze here.
No, they need a miracle now. We talked about throwing games before, but this needs a bit of a miracle if they're to come back into it. Rekkles finally running out of minions in that bottom lane. However, the 2 inhibitors are now down. I'm guessing FNATIC going to finish this off good old tutorial style. Do it the safe route, which is going to be taking down this inhibitor turret, the inhibitor afterwards as well. And they will be left then with 2 open Nexus turrets and the Nexus to finish off this game. And I guess they've got to have quite a few of the FNATIC management team. Obviously, I know the FNATIC management team very well, and they're going to be really happy with this one. I actually spoke to some of their managers about League of Legends and the state of the game and that kind of thing. And they're going to be really happy with how this has gone so far, especially after they picked up DreamHack last week. But it looks like they're not quite ready to finish just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why, because they're wrecking face. The double minions now, the double super minions have spawned. And look at their... They've not lost a single tower. 9-0, all inhibitors down. FNATIC are absolutely destroying AZUBU Blaze here. This is quite remarkable. And this is... I'm excited to see this, because it's another European team becoming so strong, which, is just a scary thing. B, it's another strong team making a comeback. The Season 1 champions. Oh, Captain Jack. Oh, doesn't matter. Oh, pops the ultimate and Rekkles true shot barrage finishes him off. Where did that get shot from? Oh, it wasn't too far back.
I instantly looked towards the base.
Yeah, so where was that
was
going
the
from?
best ultimate ever. But
here we go.
Alas.
Multiple stacks. Oh no, the inhibitor respawn, so they didn't get the double minion. Double super minions doesn't matter. They haven't gone back to buy. 607, 702, 406. These are all incredibly huge scores for the carries against... Honestly, AZUBU Blaze, a strong team. I have them down as one of my top 3. And at the moment, I'm just not sure how this is going to go. Team WE, of course, beat FNATIC earlier. Let's not get carried away here. But a Flame has he got dealt with by sOAZ in that bottom lane. He can't. And again, on the turret, bouncing diving from xPeke. Diving straight in. There's the rupture. Captain the rest of the team. They are dropping like flies. Double kill for Rekkles. Captain Jack forced to go back onto his Nexus fountain. But it doesn't matter. It's all over. And AZUBU Blaze are defeated by FNATIC here at IPL5 group stage. And that means that it's going to be Taipei Assassins versus FNATIC for the winner bracket later on. And it's going to be AZUBU Blaze going into the lower bracket. I did not expect that. The MLG Dallas champions down into the lower bracket already. And FNATIC absolutely dominating 22-3.
It's nearly a 20K
It's a 20K gold lead nearly. 11-0. That you just don't get more a one-sided game than that. And it was so FNATIC of plays at the start. There's so many kills back and forth. Such an aggressive game. And it's turned out that way. FNATIC just matched them aggression for aggression.
And the funny thing at the start is we said, it's a Vayne demon. Don't give Vayne first blood.
Don't give Captain Jack Vayne.
Vayne gets first blood. And then, Rekkles actually killed her straight away. And that was pretty much all we heard of Vayne for the entire game. Really didn't get involved in things. And I'm really happy for FNATIC again. I'm sure that Daniel Klein, as late as it is in Europe, he's stayed up to
he's
watch the
partying right
probably
now.
dancing around the house, swinging his long hair and all that kind of stuff to the sound of FNATIC.
Moshing away.
I don't know. So he's got to be doing something there. That's just how Xenon rolls.
So let's just go through their scores once again. This is a drum it home, really. How the scores were. 7. Well, I could, but I don't know what the how to. Because is that one going to do it? Yes, it is. Excellent. 709 for PK. 116 for Cyanide in the jungle. 409 for sOAZ. 904 for Rekkles and 128 for nRated. And just look at those scores. When have you ever seen a Korean AP mid get 171? That is absolutely blowing my mind right now. Captain Jack 240. Nobody could really get going in that team. Only 3 kills across the whole Korean team. Absolutely crazy stuff. Really well played FNATIC. And honestly, I'm excited to see how they're going to do against the Taipei Assassins. Now, if they can match that kind of aggression, they may have a chance.
They may have a chance, and I think we can. I'm going to refresh one more time just see if you've got any more updates and kind of fill you in on exactly how things are going to go, what's going to be coming up next. As you said, this is mine and Demon's final game.
Is that last game of the day?
I almost want to tell Optimus Thomas Studio to get out of here, and we're going to do another
get
game.
Out of our room.
Obviously, I'm not going to be that mean to him. So here we go. Then
well, they've just had Moscow 5 versus Taipei Assassins, WE versus AZUBU Blaze. They've had some pretty damn good games on their stage.
And we got FNATIC stomping AZUBU Blaze.
And TSM stomping Meat Playground. We get 2 stomps here on the B stream.
So we've got a lot of changes coming in here. So World Elite first in Group A, FNATIC second in Group A, Blaze third, Dynamic fourth. So that's that group done. Group B, CLG.EU first. The winner of Prime and Fear will be second. And obviously then the loser of that one third, and Iceland in fourth. Group C, CURSE.EU, top of the group, 2 wins out of 2. Singapore Sentinels or Solo Mid in second, the loser in third, and Meat Playground in fourth. And then finally in Group D, Taipei Assassins in first, the winner of M5 and Curse in second, the loser third, and Blackbean in fourth, which means we actually only know one upper bracket game, which will be that fourth place, the fourth one in the bracket, Taipei Assassins versus FNATIC.
Yes, so fantastic games all day. Thank you very much for watching. It is going to be Optimus, Tom, and Studio in here next, I believe, since they've just joined us in the room. So I guess Phreak's just lingering as well. Phreak's ready to go on towards main stage. He'll be on main stage with Jatt in a few moments as well. So do not go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after these short adverts.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to stream number 2. I know you guys are enjoying those commercials. We had to cut them off because we had this thing that we get to call League of Legends that we're going to be bringing to you with these 2 teams that are kind of good. I don't know if you've heard of them before. We have the CLG.EU. Do you know who that is, Studio?
I don't know. I think they're from Europe. I know that much.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I can understand them. And then we have Team Solo Mid.
That's kind of a weird name because you can't have everybody solo mid. They're all on a team. That's 5 people.
Isn't
that soloing mid?
Isn't that ARAM?
Yeah. Oh, cool. Look at the ARAM match.
Oh, man.
Oh.
I bet D-Man's jealous of us right now.
Be.
No, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting to Counterlogic Gaming Europe against Team Solo Mid. This, of course, is going to be the first of the best of 3 matches in the winner's bracket. We just saw TSM come up a very decisive victory against Singapore Sentinels, SGS. Dominated them 12-0. Now, fresh off of that one, you might think, like, oh, they have to play another match back-to-back. If I'm TSM, I'm probably in prime shape right now.
They're going on the hype train right now. They're just like dusting pieces of SGS because they blew them up so hard. Now they're just like, all right, CLG, we're going to take you guys on. We're going to wreck you.
You got a little chowie right here.
All
right, we got picks and bans. It's a little bad karma. Yeah. But we got picks and bans going down already. Diana, Olaf, and Darius being banned out from CLG.EU. Lux not wanting Frog to get that. Aurelia, as Darius was being quoted about 10 seconds ago on Twitter, telling Wicked he was going to ban Aurelia this time. And Wicked was like, no, Darius, please, no.
I just want to play Aurelia. I like her.
Is anything wrong with that? Yes, there's a lot wrong with that because you wind up winning when that happens. And Cho'Gath being banned out. So they're taking away a jungler, a mid laner, and a top laner. So on the flip side, 2 top laners, or potentially a jungler, although I don't think I've seen Odd1 play a whole lot of Olaf, and a mid laner from the side of CLG.EU being banned out against TSM. But right out of the get-go, they're going to take Ezreal away from Chaos. I think Yellowpete's going to have a better time with that one. But that leaves open potentially a Skarner pickup, and Darius, of course, loving to play Rengar in that top lane.
So something I love about this matchup is that unlike other matchups between TSM and other, I'd say, foreign countries, CLG.EU and TSM kind of know each other. I mean, they both play other North American servers right now, so they have a lot of interaction in solo queue. I don't know if they scrim that often, but they definitely have run into each other in tournaments too, so they have that history. They've met at MLG Anaheim for the first time, where TSM took it, I believe, 2-1. It was a very short squeak by. Like, they almost did not win the matches, but it was a hard set for CLG.EU, and getting sent home by them, they wanted to get vengeance. I believe they did at some point, but
I believe it was, well, I don't think they actually played at MLG Dallas, but
no.
They were higher placed than TSM.
They did have place higher than, and TSM did not appreciate that, to say the least.
But like Wicked was saying, he finally gets to play against Darius in top lane in another tournament. It looks like he might be picking Shen into Rengar, which seems like a pretty good idea. Although Rengar, we've seen them being built very tanky a lot in this tournament. We saw M5 doing it. We've seen a lot of players doing it. The only one we did see that built a little bit more damaging was on Team Dynamic, and even he was a bit of a beast and just tanky in and of himself, even though they wound up losing that game. But I mean, we've seen Rengar in 1v2 situations. Same thing to be said about Shen, potentially hovering over the Lulu lock-in for the support pickup. Both these teams, like you said, they know each other so very, very well that they know they can pick these champions that are okay in matchups and kind of slam at each other and go into a brick wall, and they can get what they want.
Hey. You see who's not banned?
Anivia?
Anivia's not banned.
I don't know if TSM's really afraid of Anivia. I know that, of course, it's Froggen, it's Anivia. Are they going to pick Anivia? Is that going to be a really good idea? I mean, I think they're more worried about the Lux because of the range they had.
Range, yeah.
They saw that being played against CLG.NA, and they saw how powerful it was. TSM wants to really jump on them. They're going to isolate people with Skarner. Rengar and now this potential Leona pickup are going to jump in and get on top of them. They get on top of Anivia, that's fine. You know, she's going to melt, she'll get egg. Maybe her ultimate will be there. That's going to be dealing a bit of damage. They can disengage from that. They could pull away someone like a Yellow Pea onto that Ezreal, or pull someone away like Lulu and get them out of that engagement. Or potentially, Reginald might be able to pick a champion that might have a better matchup against Anivia. We've seen more of the assassin-type champions being played against her. Diana's banned out, but we still have a Katarina on the table.
There are definitely options. I think, like TSM, they're waiting for the counter pick. They want someone that can either beat who they're up against in lane, or at least do really well. And Anivia is one of those weird characters where, yeah, she's effective, but is she going to be effective on every composition? Not necessarily. And the team CLG.EU have right now, I mean, they've got someone that wants to go really aggressive, really far forward. Not necessarily a team you want to kite with, which is what Anivia is really powerful at. This lock-in of Maokai and then Anivia follow-up. Okay, they're going for the kite or the shutdown potential. They're not going to use Anivia to kite. They're going to use her to shut people down with the wall, with the slow coming out of Maokai and taunt coming out of Shen. Of course, Lulu's going to have her ultimate for extra CC. But if you look at TSM's team, they don't have the best escape options. I mean, Odd One on Skarner is going to have his shield, but that only provides move speed, and that won't get him over walls. He'll still be slowed quite a bit. The mobility comes out of Dyrus, but that's only offensive. And of course, Chaos is going to use Valkyrie to stay the hell back.
It's very true. Actually, looking at the lineup from CLG.EU, with the Maokai being picked up for the AoE damage with Vengeful Maelstrom, the lockdown with that Twisted Advance, Lulu Ultimate could be put in there as well, and they have a Shen stand United. I was thinking they're actually going to be picking up Karthus, which would have been a really good acquisition here. But as you said, they're going to be looking to take people out, not prolong these team engagements, and get a lot of AoE damage down. And Anivia, of course, she can deal the AoE damage. She can also nuke down targets if she needs to. So that's a very good pickup, and it's Froggen on Anivia, so that means we're definitely going to be in for a good show. But it's now all up to Xpecial. Pick that mid laner for Reginald.
Come on, Malzahar.
Is he going to go? I don't think he's going to go Malzahar.
Come on, Malzahar. I know he's not going to go Malzahar.
I mean, potentially I could see Reginald picking up Morgana. That wouldn't necessarily be a bad choice. She can farm a little bit earlier, or the Katarina that we were talking about earlier. So Katarina being locked in, he's going to be going to kill Anivia before Anivia can hit level 6 and get farmed. However, you pick a Katarina into a Maokai jungler, you're probably going to have Odd One somewhere around the mid lane, but he's not going to be as effective early on as Snoop is with that Twisted Advance.
So when it comes to laning Katarina versus Anivia, it's very hard for her to be aggressive unless Froggen misses his skill shot. If Flash Frost is up, Froggen will land it at point-blank range against Reginald. I mean, if not, though, if Reginald does go in, he can do a lot of damage very quickly, and it's very hard for Froggen to deal with. Once he hits level 6, if he can apply pressure, if Froggen ever misses a Flash Frost, he might be in for a world of pain.
Well, if Froggen ever misses a Flash Frost.
Which might not happen, legitimately. It's not the most common occurrence, but it does happen, and it's going to be up to Original to bait it out.
And so we're going to have to see here. Like we talked about, I mean, CLG.EU, we've already talked about their comp. They have the Shen stand United. They have Maokai to go in with the Twisted Advance. If Maokai goes in with the Twisted Advance, they have the Lulu ultimate to follow up. They need that crowd control to keep everybody inside of that Anivia ultimate. If not, then they have that to save a target that's going to be getting very low. They have the Shen shield to save a target that's going to be getting very low in these team fights. TSM, they're going to want to jump on people. Skarner is going to isolate someone with his Impale. Rengar is going to use his ultimate to get that extra leap and the stealthiness to set up the engage for TSM. Even Corki could potentially Valkyrie forward, although he might be using that to retreat. But Katarina and Leona, they want to get into the fray. This CLG.EU composition with the Anivia putting the wall down, with the slows going down, making sure that they're not able to really get back onto them, this could be potentially dangerous for TSM if they don't win their lanes.
It's going to be a weird situation because TSM, they can dive in there, they can be aggressive, they can be in your face, and that's how they want to play this. If CLG.EU goes aggressive, goes for the offense, chances are they're going to have a really good setup with the Anivia wall and can really split off TSM. But if TSM is being aggressive, if they have the power to use the Rengar ultimate to dive in there, if they can really just get through Shen and his shield, keeping people alive, they can win a fight. Once they get ahead, if they can stay ahead really easily, but they have to get there first. It's going to be up to Rengar to get tanky enough to survive damage. It's going to be up to xPecial to be tanky enough to get in there and just take blows. And that's going to be the big deal. Eventually, Reginald will go into the fight, try and get the reset. Eventually, KX will be able to Valkyrie aggressively or just go aggressively towards the enemy team, which is scary to him still. And if they can get aggressive, if they can survive getting through Anivia and her kiting potential, that's going to be huge.
So we're going to have to see if TSM is going to be able to do so. As we mentioned before, the early game is where TSM is going to want to start trying to win and start trying to snowball a bit forward. But as the game stalls on, well, it's CLG.EU. We all know the fact that CLG.EU is going to want to try to take it to the late game. But level 1 engagements, let's take a look at this across the board, Studio. Who do you think has the upper
CLG.
hand? Oh, just right out of the get-go.
It is CLG. They have Shen with his taunt, they have Froggen with Flash Frost, they have Crepo with a Glitter Lance, a fantastic slow. They will win almost any level 1.
We're going to have to see if that is what they do. We did see this stack up against CLG.NA. Same exact thing. Doublelift is in this situation. Now Chaos is over here. TSM potentially going for that lane swap as well. Actually going to get landed on with the Flash Frost. Has the Valkyrie away. Wicked not being able to land the taunt, however. So Chaos might be able to get out of this one. Still has his Flash available just in case they wind up landing another Flash Frost or taunt onto him. But he is going to get out of there. But he's taking a hefty sum of damage. Now TSM, they try to engage. It's going to be a 4v5. That's not where they want to be. So they are going to have to wisely back away from this. Cede a little bit of control through their jungle, but they do have this ward down to know where CLG.EU is going to move after this.
CLG.EU actually had a ward, I believe, onto TSM. No, they did not. So they just placed their own ward. They suspected ward. They were using that, you know, pro player premonition. And, well, they don't blow anything. They do force Chaos to use the Valkyrie at level 1. They may have spotted a possible lane transition, and looking at Dyer's positioning, yeah, it's going to be a 2v1 top lane, unless they send Crepo and Yellow feet up top, which it looks like just because they're still there, so it's going to be 2v2 top lanes. It's going to be hard to deal with. Both lanes very aggressive. If xPeke can't land a Zenith Blade, it's going to be really hard for him to keep up. That's going to be the big problem for TSM. But if xPeke does land a Zenith Blade, and Yellow Feet doesn't get an Arcane Shift or one Crepo, they can definitely win those early fights.
So we did actually have, looks like the raids being taken away by Chaos and xPeke. Are they actually going to be taking those double golems as well? No, they're going to be walking past those. So both junglers getting started on their blue buffs. Odd1 actually getting his blue buff. Snoopy doing the same exact thing. Potentially going to be going, no, he's actually going to be putting a sapling over the wall for a bit of a ward there so you can see anybody. Not deciding to do that after all. I don't know. Perhaps I'm just talking nonsense.
He saw the ward go down from TSM, decided, well, I don't really need to do this. I know where they are because that's where xPeke has to be.
So we're going to have to see. Stupa is still motioning around. The ping's going on. Are they going to be able to still contest this red buff from TSM? Skarner waiting in the brush. They saw him go over there. Stupa throws the sapling. Odd1 definitely sees something going on there, so he's not going to be taking that red buff anytime soon. Although they do have, you know, Reginald in the mid lane still spotting for this. Stupa realizing that those raids are gone. You might be a little bit confused about that. Raids actually respawn as soon as I say that, though. So he's going to be trying to take these away from Skarner, while Odd1 wrapping around the backside is going to get in here. Reginald's going to come in as well, but Katarina at a very low level. Might not have the most damage in the world, so he lands a bouncing blade, flashes forward actually it's a Shumpo forward, picks that one up at level 2, but Odd1 eats a flash frost from Frog, and he's 2 for 2 so far, Studio, doesn't miss them, and Stupe is going to be able to get out of there and secure his own blue buff.
And kind of a big deal, Odd1 using his flash there. I mean, Skarner doesn't have the best ganks level 1, or before level 6, but they're still relatively effective. That really cuts down on his ganking potential. I mean, top lane, he's going to have get out of range, Wicked has his taunt. There aren't a lot of options for him to gank, so not having that flash is going to be a huge deal. Still, though, they apply some pressure. They force Snoopy to go ahead and stay in his own jungle for a bit. Lose a bit of time CSing, but nothing really accomplished, though. I don't know. I really don't like the Odd1's flashes on cooldown.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Skarner not going to be able to apply a lot of pressure early on regardless of the fact. He's going to be more of like a level 6 and later ganker with that Impale, or just a team fighter altogether, but he's going to, with that flash down, he can't really apply any pressure whatsoever. And as we were talking about, with Reginald being Katarina in the middle lane against Snoopy's Maokai, and that Anivia, you know, the flash frost is from and if he doesn't miss any of them ever, Katarina's going to be in a very, very bad spot. Speaking of bad spots, the Dyrus in the bottom lane here, going to be going in. Snoopy and Wicked trying to double team it. Is he going to wind up going down? He's so close to dead, but he's not going to die there. Red buff not being able to take away nearly enough HP, and I don't think either of them have Ignite. Wicked actually running.
Wicked.
Yeah, Wicked. He's actually picking heal, so that's
He's been doing that a lot lately. I think he
Dyrus actually heal as well,
yeah.
So they actually had to burn Dyrus' heal, so both of his summoner spells are down. Dyrus sticks around at all, trying to sustain off of that roar. He's going to be in a really, really bad spot. Even if he goes back, though, with both those summoners down, he's still going to be highly gankable for the next couple of minutes.
Which is why Stupid and Wicked are camping down there, looking for the kill onto him. Are they going to go for this dive? No, they just want to force him to retreat, waste his time a bit. Now they can try and push the creep into the turret, make it so he'll miss that CS. I'm going to take this time and go ahead counter jungle. Steals a big blue Wraith. Gonna go ahead, strut on out of there with his very, very nice Skarner style. But I mean, there's still bot lane actually. Dyrus being pinged onto. He's gonna try and hold this turret, just try and get this CS. They can always help, they can fight.
No, Odd1 still is only level 3. Both the members of CLG.EU on the bottom lane level 4, and Dyrus is extremely low. So with Odd1's presence here, though, it is enough to force Snipe back and out. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Reginald, 34 CS compared to 22 on his side. So Froggen, with that Anivia, getting a CS advantage early in the game, despite the fact that Katarina early on, she clears waves a lot better than a ulti-less Froggen Anivia. See a quick little shun poke from Reginald, just getting a little bit of cute damage back onto him there. Poking away at Froggen every chance he gets, and this might be why he's actually behind in CS. He's trying to harass Froggen's Anivia and get him down and burn that egg for him as soon as possible before that blue buff respawns and he can get it. So he's going to be a bit more fragile and not be so forward and pushing with that Anivia strategy. If Reginald's able to burn the egg, he's got to play a little bit more careful, because if you wind up dying with that blue buff, that's a huge waste on Anivia.
The unfortunate thing is, because they know Scar doesn't have flash, they're just not worried about the jungle presence mid lane. That wall will stop him. And Froggen, he hasn't been using his wall, though he is low on mana, won't have enough to cast that in the Flash Frost right now. But overall, his plan has been just, you know what, I can kind of maintain CS mid lane. Even if I'm getting poked down, it's okay, because in the end, I'm going to hit level 6. At that point, every time Katarina just goes for a poke, I can trade with a Glacial Storm into a Frostbite. I can deal a lot of damage, and it's not really avoidable for Katarina. So the lane will be evening out, but of course Katarina going to be hitting level 6 and have her own really strong wave clear. This is going to turn into a passive farming lane.
I think so. It's Remon's making his farm all throughout the rest of the map. We see Wicked, interestingly enough, going for a double null magic mantle right out of the get-go. So he's just nerfing down the potential magic damage that Katarina can do. So if Katarina decides to roam into that bottom lane, it's not going to hurt nearly as much as he would want to. So 32 CS compared to 26 of Dyrus. Even in the jungle, Odd One just barely CSing ahead of Snoopy. 23 compared to 21 now that he's taken some farm in that mid lane. Top lane, though, 47 compared to 44, relatively even. The only real big disparity still is that mid lane, where Anivia, pre-level 6, taking a 46 CS advantage compared to 38 of Katarina, actually going back for a second time there.
What did he pick up? Look at this potions and wards. I mean, the harass from Reginald is pretty strong right now, so if he's not confident, he's going to go back a lot. Of course, he has the wave clear. He can definitely take wraiths very easily from either side. This is going to keep him relevant throughout the game, even if he does go back to base quite often. Actually, Reginald heading towards that top lane. He's going on to Crepo, but those are from CLG.EU. They do spawn with ward. Is there a fight going on?
It looks like Crepo's getting engaged on by Chaos and Special. There's the Zenith Blade connecting. Stun goes off from Leona as well as the shield pop, and Crepo getting extremely low. Reginald, as you mentioned, has roamed up here. Decides to Shumpo in on the yellow. He takes a tower shot for his efforts, kind of losing half of his HP there. I thought this was a ploy just to try to get them off of that blue buff, but in the meantime, Stupe and Froggen secure that for Anivia, so he's going to have that blue buff to sit back and farm, and Reginald, unfortunately, going to come back to lane and have a very hard time against that Anivia now.
They could be trying to force some pressure on a top lane. Chaos almost level 6, same with xSpecial. I mean, once xSpecial hits level 6, if someone like Crepo doesn't have their flash up, they can die very, very easily. So that can be the focus, making sure they don't have those summoners up, so when the fight does come, they can definitely get those kills. LP, he's never really going to be killable for Leon. Unfortunately, Arcane Shifts make it so that Zenith Blade is dodgeable. You can actually get hit by a Zenith Blade, still Arcane Shift, and kind of get out of it.
Mid lane, though, we see Snoopy coming in. Twisted advance from behind. Froggen taking the tower, still has his egg farmed up, not afraid to take those shots, and first blood goes to Froggen. That's not something you want to hear when you also realize that he's playing Anivia.
Oh, here comes the Appel. Oh, he actually flashes out of it last second he possibly can. Odd One not feeling too great right now, but he does at least get a flash in response, and you're right. I mean, Katarina going down, chances are Froggen's going to take this chance to get even meaner, become a bigger bully, kind of shove Reginald around the shoulder, and just really punish him for being a melee character. Katarina's going to have her wave clear, yes, but he's only level 6. Froggen's, I believe, level 8 right now. And it's just going to be tough to maintain that lane. Bot lane, how's it going? Looks like 53 CS to 50 CS, both of them kind of farming passively. The threat of the jungle and of course, Wicked, he has decent sustain and he has Feint to take damage. Dyrus has a lot of sustain, and Wicked going for those 2 null magic mantles because Dyrus is maxing out the slow first on Rengar, which does magic damage. So a smart build, just kind of anticipating what's being done to him and just trying to avoid it as much as possible.
So we did have first blood going on to Anivia in the middle lane, so she's going to be keeping up that CS advantage. 71 now compared to the 49 of Reginald's Katarina. He's going for pieces of a Haunting, guys, though, but Froggen with so much sustain, so much HP, magic resistance galore as well. So he's picked up that Chalice of Harmony, now going for pieces for a Catalyst that protect her. So he's in a very, very good spot. Odd One, in the meantime, is in a spot to potentially gank down onto Wicked, but he's going to be a very beefy target to try to gank. Still has that Summoner heal available, has his flash up. Dyrus, in the meantime, though, has gotten both of his Summoner spells back as well. So are they going to dive this tower onto Wicked? Are they going to try to shove the lane out and make it push back and let Odd One gank here? I don't know, but he's wasted an awful lot of time just chilling here.
And this is such a hard gank to get off, too. How do you gank Shen? I mean, now would be the time, now that Taunt's down. They can at least try and force a flash, but It's not going to happen underneath the turret. They cannot go for that fight.
And Wicked's not buying it. He knows that something is up. He smells it, and he's not going to let anything happen there. Reginald actually being the one to follow Anivia as she looks to be coming into that top lane there. Maybe apply a little bit of pressure. Going around the long way, though. Chaos and xPeke back push a little bit further towards their turret, though, so I don't exactly know. Maybe Anivia's going to be going in through for a lane gank. We do see Froggen kind of waiting patiently here. Gonna flap his way in there, and I don't think that TSM was able to see him whatsoever. If he gets a wall off or something, if they're able to burn the Valkyrie from Corki, that is gonna be a very, very good chance of them to pick up a kill. But
no flash up.
KX actually used the rocket there and wound up hitting Froggen in the brusher. Knows exactly what's up. Froggen, in the meantime, gonna lane tag YellowP, take away all that farm for himself, and we're gonna see what they do now.
At the same time, Froggen's saying, look, I didn't come here for nothing. This CS is mine. Let me just... Okay, he's got it all.
Well, because of that, now Chaos is 8 CS ahead of YellowP when they're relatively even up until this point. So Froggen, though, 90 CS compared to the 72 of Reginald, so he's continuing to dominate Katarina, not only by picking up that first blood, but in the CS as well.
And of course, well, some of it was taken from YellowP. 4-man quick push on the mid, though. This turret's going to be going down fairly quickly. What defense comes up from TSM? Nothing. It's only Reginald, it's only Odd1. Yeah, they got nothing for this.
So it looks like CLG.EU being the first ones to apply a little pressure on the TSM, take that tower away. Might want to transition down towards Dragon. It could be a bit of a weird gesture, though, because we do actually have, well, actually 2 members of CLG still in the top lane that might try to push this down in response to that. But a tower and a Dragon's a lot better than just a tower. So they're going to want to pick this one up. I thought maybe there's going to be a hard to contest and CLG might be able to fight TSM here because Rengar still had that lane one up, and actually Shen had to go back a little bit. But no, CLG.EU going to take an uncontested Dragon. TSM might be content to try to get this tower down, but it's still at about half HP. But YellowP and Krepo don't look to be in a hurry to go there. So they're going to secure the Dragon, secure the mid tower, and trade it for the top tower and still come out ahead.
It will this turret? Yeah, it's going to go down for sure at this point. Not much really going to hold it. And they're kind of okay with this because they can go top lane. Now they don't have to worry about Dragon. That's the big thing when you have a 2v1 top lane. You lose a lot of Dragon play. Obviously, Baron an important objective, not going to be relevant to the first 15 minutes of the game, though. So they got the Dragon control, like they have Dragon. Now it's not really an objective to worry about. And now at this point, they're going to safely farm up top lane. They've taken out mid turret too, so Anivia can push that hard, roam a lot, and really punish Reginald if he stays in that lane to farm.
Not to mention the fact that, okay, well, now that TSM's taken that tower down, they might be potentially looking to go for that lane swap. It means that Dyrus is going to wind up going into top lane, and YellowP and Krepo are going to be content just to freeze that lane, farm it up A-OK, and just continue to stay that way. With that mid tower down, if they do eventually decide to unfreeze that lane and then 1v2 against Rengar, push that tower down, that's going to transition perfectly, as you said, into the later stage of the game for that Baron control. Whereas TSM, the Dragon's already gone. CLG.EU took it. So if TSM go down to pressure this tower, put their farmers in the bottom lane, and then take this tower in addition to getting some CS, they have no real objective to contest. They do go for Dragon on the respawn. Baron's going to be up by that time. CLG.EU could probably take that early, but looks like TSM afterwards, they're just going to send Corki top lane.
Wicked's going to be... What the hell are you doing, Dyrus?
Dyrus is just demonstrating what Rengar does.
He's trying to get them so close to push. Oh, xPeke can land the ultimate. Oh, they can get the root. Dyrus can try to land the root. They're so close to getting this gank off. Wicked just has to take one more aggressive step, but he knows this. He's just teetering the line. He's taunting them, just going back and forth. Where's the slash to left? Where's the joke?
Wicked knows that something is up, and there goes Odd1 popping the armor, a flash away, but he's actually going to get rooted down. There's the impale. Now TSM might be in a good spot. Leona comes with the Zenith Blade, didn't get the stun down on Wicked, though. So a little bit of a misstep there from TSM. They're not going to be able to pick up the kill, and they burned a lot of spells in order to do that.
Well, in the end, I guess it was a flash.
Oh, they're not giving up, though. Odd1 with the red buff taking on Crystalline, slash is going down. Wicked, now Reginald coming in from the side as well. There goes the Death Lotus. Leona ultimate is now burned. Wicked being able to taunt out of that one, though, and still more spells being burned. They're not going to pick up a kill. They are going to get this tower. Top lane, the Chaos in a little bit of a tough spot as he is in a 2v1, but looks like Krepo and YellowP are actually not applying too much pressure down there. So TSM going to go back and recall after taking down that tower. Dyrus actually, Stupid was going up to stop the recall. He wasn't actually going to hit him. Dyrus used his own roar to stop that, so a little bit of shenanigans going on.
Actually, YellowP taking a lot of damage top lane, but he's just taking the turret, trying to whittle it down. This is the problem with TSM's aggression. Alright, so they did a lot of damage. We could actually use the ultimate in the top lane and go ahead and protect YellowP. But they did take bot turret, didn't get any kills, and in response, CLG.EU took that top turret. That was a great play from CLG. TSM, they actually did really well. They almost killed Wicked, which is really impressive, because diving Shen like that is incredibly difficult.
Well, they almost killed Wicked, but they burned two or three ultimates and two flashes.
A lot went down to try and take him out. And they actually really abused the fact that he just did not have the energy up to taunt. But still, It's tower for tower. It's only with its summoners down now. They're still relevant. They're still really scary. And looking over at TSM, they have Flash, Onyx Special, Flash, and Dyrus. And that's not going to be enough to win a team fight at this point.
No, but they are content to sit back and farm a little bit. They are only about 2,000 gold behind. 1 kill, which is First Blood, separates them in kill score. 2 towers, both acquired by both sides. So it's like a Lord of the Rings movie or something. Froggen, though, running in here with that blue buff takeaway is actually going to find Reginald and Odd1. Odd1 does not have the Impale available, though. Actually, he does have the Impale available now. No, he couldn't get it there. As Froggen barely getting out by the skin of his teeth. Reginald had been the Death Loader, so he's not going to have that for the DPS if they so decide to engage EU on this mid lane. Froggen is going to have to go back, though. They're not actually going to go for this mid turret, though. They want to potentially try to contest Dragon, maybe even pings down going on to Yellow Pete to get the heck out of there because TSM's in the area. But no Dragon still available as CLG.EU took that one, and TSM really just not going to get anything after burning all that stuff onto Nivea.
It's okay. They did get the flash, and in the end, they didn't really use that much. It was Katarina's ultimate, which has such a short cooldown. It's okay to use it. Use it aggressively. Use it to get other skills that have longer cooldowns really burned. And the L1 didn't get the Impale, so he still has that available. Still use that offensively. Froggen, that's kind of how you have to gank Nivea. You have to burn a lot. If she has flash available, put down the wall, put down a Glacial Storm, and usually escape no matter what. Maybe if she's low enough, maybe you can burst her down, but usually if that's the case, then well, it's kind of maybe making a mistake rather than you kind of outplaying her. Froggen does not make that many major mistakes.
No, he does not. So we do have Crepo, Yellow Pete, and Stupe walking around. Both junglers have acquired an Oracle's Elixir. Stupe going for Mercury Treads, finding Odd1. Odd1 just kind of face checking into him there. Chaos Valkyring away, but the Twisted Advance landed, so Stupe follows after him there. A Nivea wall comes down there, blocking all Chaos. He can't get over there. He doesn't want to burn the flash right away. Going in on Stupe. The rest of CLG.EU shows up, wants to take it on Reginald. Yellow Pete's going to wind up netting that kill. Chaos now in a desperate attempt to try to get away. Does he have the Valkyrie available? His Valkyrie's still on cooldown. He's going to get bursted down, and Froggen's the one to pick up that kill, and that is CLG.EU taking 2 quick kills from TSM back to back, taking away this red buff, and they are in good position to even contest Triving Baron.
Dyrus, though, he's in the area, he's got his ultimate full HP, he could try and go aggressive. Looks like he's not going to go for that play. I mean, CLG.EU, they're up 3 kills, but they're up 3,000 gold. They're in a good position. They're kind of dominating these team fights. Like, the flow of the game, they may not have the big skill advantage at this point, but the flow feels like it's in their control. And it's because TSM, I mean, they couldn't kill Froggen fast enough. He was tanking the turret there. He was tanking Katarina and the turret, being impaled in there by the Odd1. But he did not die. He did a decent amount of damage, but they survived for way too long. That's what's irritating.
And the worst part about everything is taking a look at Nivea, the rebirth wasn't even burned in that engagement. So that is just a testament to how good Froggen is at surviving as the Cryo Phoenix. Not to mention the fact that he still hasn't actually popped his egg form all game. TSM are going to go in here and try to take this dragon away. Stupe flashing forward, wanted to smite that one down, but Odd1's going to secure it. Twisted Advance forward as they realize they've already gone in. There's the Stand United coming out from Wicked. He's going to come up on here. Odd1's in a pretty bad spot. Has an Oracle's Elixir. True Shot Barrage from Yellow Pete's going to go across. There is the ultimate from Leona to try to stop CLG.EU's advance. Dyrus getting turned into a cute little kitty cat, and he's going to get Twisted Advance, knocked up everything. He has to flash over that wall. He got Ignite ticking down on him. Is the Sapling and the Ignite going to get it? No, he has to actually, he mentioned that he's going to use the ultimate, heal himself up, and get away. So TSM barely getting out of that Dragon Pit with their lives, in addition to taking down the Beast, closing the gold gap to only about 2,000, 2,200.
And it's nice, but that fight was initiated just by Snoozing and Wicked. And that is just the damage being dealt by all of the EU at this point. Maokai does a decent amount of damage on his own. Wicked has that Wind Sense. He does a lot more than he got it. Might be going for a Triforce next, but I mean, this is just getting scarier and scarier for TSM. They did take up Dragon, but because he took so much damage getting chased out of the pit, they do lose the turret in response. Same goal difference, but less and less map control for TSM as turrets keep going down, keep pushing up. They're just going to have less vision. And that's where we see setups like we saw before, where Chaos gets trapped in corner by Nivea, where Odd1's being chased out the jungle because guess what? They're all there to kill him. And that's really the way that CLG is going to be playing this. When that wall goes down, if TSM is not prepared, if TSM does not have anything to go around Crystallize, they're dead. Or their flash is burned. Which, you know what? That might set up a kill minutes later. And that's how CLG plays it. They go for the long term. Even if it's just burning a flash, they know that might be a kill 2 minutes from now, 3 minutes from now, 2 seconds from now. It does not matter. They know it'll happen in the future, though.
We did see Chaos in that top lane just pushing away, firing himself up. Pieces of a Trinity Force have been acquired, except for the Zeal. Reginald getting caught up by that wall, has to use his flash to go over that one and then Shenpo to a minion. So Reginald being caught up. There's that flash burn, like you said. CLG.EU continued take these small little victories and snowball them into a good size advantage. Now about 2,500 gold ahead of TSM. We were talking about the items that Corki has acquired, pieces for a Trinity Force, not yet acquired the Zeal or the recipe cost though. Meanwhile, Yellow Pete's Ezreal has gotten a Bloodthirster farmed already. I've been taking so much damage from Anivia being trapped once again with those walls. And TSM just needs to scuttle or walk or fly around those walls because they just don't want to burn those flashes. Dyrus with his ultimate off. There's the ultimate from Leona. Flash away from Yellow Pete and Krepo. That's going to be, you know, another ultimate burn for another engagement. So it's going to be a very, very difficult thing for TSM to do.
Dyrus does have a Kindle Gem and Brutalizer, level 2 ultimate for Rengar. It's still decently long, but with the CDR should be up relatively soon. They did still run a flash for Krepo. That's important. But in the end, that'd be going for Krepo. Krepo is not the one who needs to die. Krepo can just get one wave of spells off in his fight, and he's been very effective, and he knows it. If he does get focused down in a team fight, if they do use Rengar's jump on it, if they do use, God forbid, the Odd One's pull, that's going to be a lost fight for TSM. They have to go for Yellow Pete over Frog. See, right now it's looking like Frog just because he's got 205 CS, most in the game, 201 most kills in the game. His team has gotten more of the objectives, has got more turrets down, so he's just got more gold cut in his name. And now he's got a ridiculously large rod. He's going for that death cap, and that's going to be a big deal. Once that comes out, TSM, they got to play safe. They got to make sure that they don't get hit by a frostbite, because they might just die from that. It's going to be Original getting 2 shots. It's going to be Chaos getting hit by a Flash Frost into a Frostbite, into a Glacial Storm, into an Ignite, and dying just from that.
And we already saw how much the TSM was getting caught up by those walls from Anivia on top of those Glacial Storms, and then the Frostbites connecting for that extra critical strike damage, and how low it was already taken. We saw Odd One dropping extremely low from one full combo from Anivia already. That Death Cast, like you said, going to push them over the edge. She's going to wind up taking down people in just one shot or two from her combo. So very precarious position for TSM. As we mentioned before in Champion Select and towards the early stage of the game, they needed to win their lanes. They needed to have an early game advantage. That's why they went for that lane swap. Because of the level 1 invasion from CLG.EU, they sniffed it out. They followed up with a lane swap, and they just been able to win their lanes regardless of the fact. Chaos does have a little bit more farm than Yellow Pete, but Yellow Pete has a kill and an assist, so he's pretty much even in the goal. We can even take a look over here. 6.7k compared to 6.6k. He's actually slightly ahead of Chaos because of that. So even though Chaos may have won at the lane in CS, he's not doing the best job in the world keeping up with Yellow Pete items-wise. Finally, he acquired his Trinity Force, but now there's a Phage on the side of, on top of a Bloodthirster for Yellow Pete. Reginald, we already saw him in the mid lane getting torn apart by Anivia when he should have been killing Anivia just because, well, it's frogging on Anivia. Dyrus, in the meantime, against Shin, he stayed relatively even with him, but both of them not really going for a tanky style build. Now Dyrus has acquired that Giant's Belt, potentially going to be going for something like a Sunfire Cape or Warmog's armor to get a little bit more beefiness. Even on the side of Shen, going for the damaging item of Wit's End first, then going for a Randuin's Omen. The time for TSM to be aggressive and win out in team fights is slowly coming to a close, and that's just CLG's time. CLG.EU's time is, I mean, it's the late game.
Better.
And that's it.
And here's the thing. Okay, so you got Dyrus. He's going to be initiating. He's going to be very aggressive. But if they get a GA on someone like Yellow Pete, because he's going for a tanky Rengar instead of DPS Rengar, though he does have a bone to his necklace and Brutalizer, which you don't normally see that often on the tankier Rengar. So it's kind of like hybrid, half and half. He's going to have trouble surviving once the GA is going on someone like that. He might be able to get the GA very quickly, but if the fight continues on afterwards, he'll probably die before he can get that second kill, before he gets the real kill. And that's the scary part when you have so many assassin characters. Oh, Froggen might be in a bad position.
No, he's got most of his team behind him.
There. Just kind of awkward. He was in front, but he did have time to retreat. TSM to look for this fight, but Wicked, he's got his ultimate up. He could stand Unite.
Yeah, Shen's ultimate could come down at any point in time. Reginald has popped an Elixir of Fortitude, trying to get a little bit of extra HP so he doesn't get bursted down instantaneously. Dragon could potentially be spawning anytime soon. There it is, pops up right then and there. TSM, they're going to try to bait this one out, push towards the mid lane. Dyer's going to lead the pack here. It's kind of what they want, though, between Skarner and Rengar. Those are the two tanky champions they have on their team. They want them to absorb the damage and try to absorb one of those twisted advances. Who's splitting off to chase after Dyrus? That's going to let Froggen out in the open. He gets Egg almost immediately. Leona ultimate did go down as well as Zenda playing the stun. They're trying to take down the Egg of Frog, but they're not dealing enough damage. Lulu ultimate goes off after that. There's a very big bird. Actually, the big Egg is, of course, off after that. When Dyrus going to be able to pick up a kill on Lulu. Katarina finally going to finish off Anivia. However, Snoopy going to clean up on Katarina. Yellow Pete gets himself a kill. Now Ezreal is farming away at TSM's champions. Dyrus being chased after flashes and arcane shifts going down all over the place. And that is CLG.EU. They lost 2, they killed 4, and they're setting their sights at the top lane towards Baron.
And I mean, TSM, they had the initiation onto Froggen. They could not do enough damage. The ultimate coming out from Wicked, the ultimate from Crepo, the shield from Crepo, and even just that stupid having that E just providing so much extra defense. That egg, that was the tankiest egg I've ever seen fight. Well, Froggen, he doesn't have any tank at him. He doesn't have a lot of HP. He provides a lot of HP. It's not like he built Warmogs as he did in the past. So, I mean, TSM, they just didn't have the damage. They didn't have the items. That was just being short gold, and that's so important to see because their initiation, it was so damn good.
They got the team fight that they wanted. They had the positioning. Even Rengar split off into a bush. He was able to jump back into the fight afterwards, despite splitting off and kind of luring away members of CLG.EU. They take this Baron down with only 3 of them. TSM has no response because everybody was still dead and reviving. They got the engage they wanted to, but as we were talking about, it was just too late. CLG.EU is just too tanky. Froggen's Anivia just egged, and then the egg eventually died as Katarina went after, but he lived through the rebirth of the egg. He had the Shen shield, he had the Lulu ultimate. There's just too much stuff from CLG.EU keeping him alive, and TSM aren't able to assassinate who they want to. We can get a little bit ballsy. You're trying to taunt down onto Dyrus. Dyrus going to leap back up and then realize that, hey, CLG.EU has a Baron buff. We can't really get aggressive on them. 7 kills to 2, 7k gold advantage, and CLG.EU now just bullying TSM in this mid lane.
They're beating up these nerds who are taking their lunch money. It's gonna be hard for TSM.
Terrible flashbacks now from middle school.
I went to an art school, so I did not have that ever.
Lucky you.
Nothing ever close to that. But I mean, looking at it now, it's just, what do you do as TSM? They need their catches. Actually, as weird as it sounds, even though CLG.EU has a Baron buff, their best time to fight is right now, this very second, this Dragon. They have to fight. They have all their ultimate stuff. But more important, most importantly of all, Froggen does not have Rebirth, but they're not going to go for this fight. It is risky. I mean, they are behind and will down behind in the Baron. It's going to be hard for them to fight.
Dyrus was tanking that tower. Now there goes the Shirelia's Reverie from CLG.EU. Snoopy wants to catch a twisted advance onto somebody. There's the wall coming down from Froggen. He's not going to be able to catch KXO as he does have the Valkyrie available to him this time, so he will wind up going over the wall and out of danger's way. But still, that CLG.EU engage, like you said, if they caught TSM there, TSM wanted to fight, but they didn't have the prime positioning. Of course, it's going to be a terrible fight because CLG.EU took Dragon, they have Baron, they are ahead of them in items and everything. But as you mentioned, Froggen's Rebirth is down. They catch him out like they did last time. He won't revive.
He'll actually die.
Yeah, he'll just actually die. He won't have those shields. He won't have the damage to just help out in that team fight, and he won't be able to be that egg tank, basically, that they had last game.
Darius uses ultimate there, trying to be aggressive. Thought he might be able to catch him out, but now it's on cooldown for a good 40 seconds. And, well, actually 66, seeing it tick down. A little longer than I thought. He's not level 16 yet, so it doesn't have the really short cooldown. And this is just getting tougher and tougher for TSM. Their initiation, it's still decent, it's solid if special lands the right ultimate, but the right ultimate is going very quickly going to go from Froggen to Yellow P and Yellow P only. Because if they catch Froggen now, he doesn't have Rebirth. They need a fight without the Aegis. We saw it before. They just don't have enough oomph. They don't have enough chutzpah to take out Froggen, and that's huge. That is such a big problem for TSM because Froggen is doing immense amounts of damage. But even Yellow P, like we're singing our praise of Froggen, Yellow P is kicking ass right now. 303, 207, 207 CS. They're all so strong.
And that's another thing too, is the fact that Yellow Pete in that fight, even though they got down Anivia, they're like, okay, they used all the shields on Anivia, she tanked through all the damage. Who wound up dealing the damage after that? Yellow Pete. I believe he got 2 kills back to back in that fight. He wound up taking out both members, or 2 members of TSM out of the 4 that they took down. He chased down after Dyrus, who's building very tanky, has a Warmog's armor in addition to that Kindle Gem for extra HP. You know, even though he stopped off, got the Bone Tooth Necklace and the Brutalizer for some damage, Ezreal was just able to chase after him and was not afraid of Dyrus turning around or anything. He did have a little bit of backup there because Snoopy was still hanging around, but Yellow Pete farming into of his own, and if they're focusing down on Anivia and that's the problem, well, they still have an AD carry that they're almost completely forgetting about, who now just went back and picked up a Guardian Angel.
And I do have to question the pick of a Bone Tooth Necklace on the Dyrus. I mean, it is not the most efficient item now that they nerfed it. I believe now, well, actually now it's providing a little bit of extra AD. A pickaxe would be 25, Bone Tooth providing 30 at this point, but in the end, that item purchase, it's based off snowballing, and they're just not getting results. Another bit is picked up when they were behind. Trying to get something done, but right now he's got 0 stacks on it.
that's doing almost an effective nothing.
Extra 380. Use the ultimate. Go ahead and initiate. Can't catch someone.
He does actually catch on to a yellow feed. He's going to arcade shit the way the Impale goes down on a Crepo though. He's just going to Lulu ultimate himself. Wild Goat goes off onto all members of TSM. Luno's ultimate does go down there. Dyer's taking a lot of damage. Wicked in the back lines of absolutely everybody. Froggen's going to take down Chaos. There goes the AD carrying the most of the damage from TSM. Double kill has been acquired by Froggen. Now flashing forward onto the odd one, trying to land the Flash Frost. There you go. You don't miss anything, do you, Froggen? Yellow Pete, though, going to be a scumbag. Take that one away. No triple kill for Froggen, but still, CLG.EU just beating down on TSM. 10 kills to 2.
This is how they want to start this off. They want to go in with a motivation. This game, I mean, TSM, they're still alive, but it's not looking like they can really recover. We might just be thinking about game 2. Frankly, I mean, 10,000 gold difference. Inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor won't survive this because especially not up to 7. Chaos is down for another 8 seconds. That's not going to be enough time, or that's going to be so much time that CLG, you can really push this down. TSM, they can't hold against that.
No, they cannot at all. As you mentioned before, it's a pretty good time to remind everybody watching at home that even though TSM is looking bleak in this game, we are in the first part of the winner's bracket. So if TSM loses this game, it's a best of 3 at this point in time. So they still have another chance to try to take it to a game 2 and 3 against CLG.EU. And even if they lose out then, they get seeded into the next round of the loser's bracket, the double elimination style of the IPL5 bracket format kicking into gear now. So even if they lose to CLG.EU here, they are just going to have to wait until games tomorrow when the loser's bracket begins, so they can figure out who they're going to have to play in that one. But regardless, I mean, it is still game number 1. These are all just presumptions. TSM could come back in game 2, really shock CLG.EU, and bring it to a decisive game 3. But as far as game 1 goes, as you were talking about, almost 11,000 gold differential for CLG.EU. They've shut down what TSM is trying to do, and they were able to just basically, even though TSM's gotten what they want in team fights in the previous engagements, they just don't have enough damage, they don't have enough anything, farm, items, whatever it is, what it may be. CLG.EU is just outclassing them in it right now, and TSM, they're going to really have to catch CLG.EU screwing up to come back.
Froggen might be building a Sunfire Cape. That may not be a Sunfire Cape at the end, but he has a Chain Vest, he has a Giant's Belt. That could just be a Giant's Belt for the sake of having the extra HP, but Sunfire Cape would be hilarious. I mean, the problem is that Froggen, he's too tanky. That's something that Nivea, that if she does get the egg, if she does get tanky enough, the egg provides extra armor and magic resist. The Aegis provides that bonus too. Shen can always ultimate the egg. The Lulu Shield Lulu, well, Growth can really provide a lot of defense. And that's going to be the problem. If they can't kill Froggen, if they can't go through his egg, he can revive and just kill them all. And that's the issue. Yellow Pete survives. Froggen survives. And if they can't push him down, if they use all of their just hard CC that's on the long cooldown, like Impale, like Leona's ultimate, once that's down, they're exposed. You can see their backsides, and well, CLG, they're going to kick it hard.
So we do have CLG taking down this second top tower, just continuing the pressure onto TSM. Of course, that bottom lane, we have had the inhibitor down already, so that is going to be pushing with super minions, as we do see a lot of them and regular minions just mounting outside of TSM's base. However, they're going to be pushing down into this mid lane, trying to clear this one out. CLG.EU, they're right above them, and I don't think TSM can see them. Now they see Froggen going in. Wall goes up. Ottawa is completely caught out all by himself. Shredder's River going out from Snoop now. Ottawa being absolutely locked down. He doesn't even do anything in that fight. Wicked now jumping into the backlines. There's the Wild Goat coming out from Pluto. Snoop is getting kind of low from Reginald. Burst throw down. It's not the target they want to, though. Yellow Pea actually going to get a shield. Katarina's going to wind up. Snoop got the shields. Katarina going to be taken down by Yellow Pea. Special gets split off, and Divia's going to wind up picking up that kill. Darius in the backlines trying to do anything he can. Wicked, Snoop, it doesn't matter. They're all low HP, but they're all still alive, and TSM just falling apart at the seams right now, Studio.
Score is 14-2. 4 members down on TSM. I mean, the first one's going to be almost
GG,
back in, but yeah, there's surrender. And the surrender makes sense. They weren't going to be able to win that fight. They could not survive at that point. I mean, it was CLG.EU playing that so well. The initiation from TSM, they had a plan, and CLG.EU, they saw right through it. Every time TSM wanted to go for a fight, CLG's like, they're going to do these things. Let's just go ahead, plan ourselves here, we'll put the wall here, cut them off completely. And they just got shut down. Even when they got their perfect fight, it was just a little too late. And, well, they died.
Unfortunately, that was the story of the game, just a little too late for all of TSM. If we take another recap at the score screen, we can see right over here that, I mean, TSM, they had what they wanted to. They had the engagements they needed to try to get into this game. They just couldn't really connect with them. 0-3 on the odd one. He only has 1 assist. Dyrus 1-2 with no assist. There was just no team fights, so they were able to prolong enough to get assists on their champions and try to get a little bit extra gold to get back in these games. Right from the get-go, I mean, Dyrus in that bottom lane had a little bit of a hard time going up against Wicked Shen, but for the most part, kind of stayed even. Top lane, we had Chaos going up against Yellow Pete, and even though Yellow Pete 7-0 and 6 ended the game in style there, 232 CS, Corki was doing a good job staying even on CS, even was ahead of Yellow Pete in CS, but just because of the pressure from EU on the map, because Snoopy poking into lanes, doing what we saw that Odd One was doing in the game against SGS, just popping his head out, making TSM take a step back and giving his lane some breathing room. Reginald's Katarina just not able to take the aggressive stance against Froggens and Nivea early enough, and because of that one, well, 1 and 4 kind of Katarina spells the entire story for the game, whereas 1, 5, and 9 with 12.6k richest bird in the game, and Nivea from Froggen, has absolutely dominated TSM.
And like looking at the CS, I mean, TSM never really fell behind that far in CS. Chaos is actually ahead of Yellow Pete. And that's kind of the story of the game. They had their lanes under control. They could maintain, but they were losing ground bit by bit. Just every little space they lost, every time they lost a turret, every time they lost something, they just got closer and closer to being too far behind. But you know what? I think Game 2, we might see a ban on Nivea.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all. If you ban out Froggens and Nivea, well, he's going to be a little bit upset with you, but it's going to be a good thing for your chances at winning, though. As you mentioned before, this is going to be a best-of-3 series, so CLG.EU currently up 1-0 over Team Solo Mid. We're going to be getting to game number 2 in just a little bit, but until then, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Game 2, can TSM take it to Game 3, or is CLG.EU going to continue their 2-0 sweeps into the winners bracket? We'll have to see, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 between CLG.EU and Team Solo Mid. Team Solo Mid, one of the few North American hosts in the winners bracket, CLG.NA, of course, being the other one. My name is Optimus Tom. Joining me once again for this broadcast is the handsome and suave Studio. He can roll his R's very well.
I'm not gonna, what, am I supposed to do an example of it? Like,
Yeah.
what's the, oh, okay, no, I refuse.
Alright, Studio's going to be a little bit stubborn about that one. How about instead of that, we show the viewers the picks and bans for game number 2?
Yeah, alright, let's go into that,
All right,
because they're
let's do that.
already done.
Then right off the bat, they're just going back and forth. A Nivea, surprise, surprise. Cho'Gath and Lulu being banned out. That's a little bit of a surprise. Support being banned out.
Cho aimed at Snoopy because his jungle Cho is insane. Lulu did a lot that game. Just looking at Froggen's Twitter once. Lulu ultimate onto a Nivea egg, breakfast for 5 composition.
I mean,
just
it
because
was
that
delicious.
was a big egg.
It was definitely a big egg. Darius, Olaf, and Diana being banned out from the purple side, so CLG.EU doesn't want Reginald getting that assassin Diana. Not necessarily the same as Katarina, as we saw him unfortunately not playing as well as he should have been last game against Nivea. Darius and Olaf, of course, being banned out, targeted towards Dyrus. But however, they pick up Skarner right away. Dyrus, of course, hasn't been known to play her very well. Aurelia is still completely on the table in this game.
They did say game 1, I'm going to ban Aurelia against Wicked. Wicked frowned. Now is time to let a big smile because Wicked and Aurelia is a sight to see. At the same time, if CLG.EU want to go for a more passive game, they always have someone like Jace available. Jace, I'd say, used to be the character that CLG.EU should pick every single game, but now that he's been nerfed a bit, now that he's not necessarily in line with other characters, but closer to it, may not be that first pick every time. And of course, Wicked on Aurelia, it's always a thing to see. Maybe supports are coming out of CLG.EU, I assume. I haven't seen Froggen play that much Zyra, but every now and then there's a character Froggen plays. I'm just like, he plays it? Okay.
Kind of like what happened when Lux was there, and Lux is still available on the table, as well as actually just like running through a list of champions. I mean, like Lee Sin is still available as well. Aurelia and Lee Sin are both on the table. They could be going for that double Brewster composition, trying to take the aggression back onto Team Solo Mid and show them how it's done. However, it's going to be up to TSM now. Do they try to snipe away Aurelia, despite the fact that he's not a very good, or Dyrus is not a very good Aurelia player, or do they just try to take something they know is going to be effective against it? And they are hovering over that Rengar pickup once again. They did try to do a bit of a lane swap. Unfortunately, it didn't work out because CLG.EU sniffed it out at level 1 with that early invade. However, the rest of TSM, you know, they're still able to adapt, and those 1v1s and 2v2s went fairly well. They're going to try it again, picking up both Corki and Rengar, just like they did in game number 1.
This team not looking all that different for TSM. They might be confident now that Nivea's gone, now that they really can't be divided up by that wall. They're going to be effective as long as, you know, everything goes well, as long as CLG.EU doesn't pick someone who can divide that well. And really, a Nibia wall, what rivals that? Maybe a Karthus wall, but of course you can always walk through that. It might be slowed a bit. What else is going to be like that? Maybe a Trundle Pillar, but Trundle not really seeing that much play. So their team comp, they're going to run it again. Maybe not pick Katarina, but it still makes a lot of sense in this case.
I think what CLG.EU is going to do with these next 2 picks is they pick up Wicked's Aurelia. Well, that's going to be pretty much a standard pickup there. And if Froggen decides to pick up the jungler, Snoop is going to be picking up a Mumu here. Actually, Shen being hovered over for Wicked here. This could also potentially work, though, if Shen's going to be going for that split push style, potentially picking up a Wit's End as he did last game in an Ionic Spark to try to split push a bit. Having the mid lane open, if Reginald's going to pick someone that's a little bit of a squishier mid-champion, or maybe like a Morgana, something that he's relatively comfortable with playing, trying to get those flash ultimates off that he's known for, Froggen can just pick Lee Sin. And Lee Sin will just absolutely run amok on all over TSM. They have Snoop, who of course goes for the many GP10 and Mumu, including getting that Deathfire's Grasp for the burst. Krepa when he plays Zyra has been known to go for a Zanya's Hourglass too for added little oomph. But they are just going to go the same kind of composition they were playing last game, sticking with the Katarina, sticking with absolutely everything the same.
Now, this is scary just for the sole reason that CLG.EU knows what that team can do. They've dealt with it in the past, in the past 20 minutes they've dealt with it, and they know this composition. So they're going into this confident. They don't have to worry about their picks because, well, they should know what they're picking already. And all right, so Anivia got banned, so Lulu got banned. They have Zyra now, more offensive support. They have Shen though. They're still gonna run with an AoE initiate coming in from a Mumu. They can still force TSM when they do engage. They can punish them heavily. The question is going to be what mid laner do they run? Or maybe they're going to run support our mid lane Zyra, someone else mid lane.
Well, they could potentially still pick up Lux, who was banned out last game, because TSM wanted to jump on the targets at Katarina, Leona, Rengar, Skarner.
Lux loses terribly to Katarina is a big problem, though.
This is Jarvan! Oh, I completely forgot about Jarvan. We're going to get to see Froggen play mid lane Jarvan.
I have not seen mid lane Jarvan. Is that new after, is that post Lee Sin?
That is post Lee Sin. That's Lee Sin's banned out. Let me pick another physical damage champion. That's what that one is. So we could potentially have Froggen playing Zyra or Krepo playing Zyra. They are going to swap it up. So my hopes are alive. Solo mid Jarvan, if Mandatory Cloud is out in the audience somewhere watching right now, he's going to be very, very happy about this one. Also very big advocate of the solo mid Jarvan and the solo mid Jace player from Team Fear. So.
All right, let's see it. Okay, it makes a bit of sense. So Jarvan in the mid lane blue buff is awesome as hell on it. You get a blue buff onto a Jarvan, it is so effective. Just because it lets him spam his Dragon Strike, it lets him be super aggressive in lane. He can bully people around. When it comes to bursting down and going for ganks, you get the standard into a Dragon Strike, into an ultimate. It's a good combo on its own, but when there's, someone like a Mumu hanging around nearby, maybe a Shen backing you up, you kick ass. That's what happens. You kill people, and you kill people so quickly.
It's pretty much what happens. On top of this, when you have a composition like TSM that wants to dive down and take out targets and just jump on them, you have a Jarvan who's like, well, I'm going to come in from the side, I'm going to Cataclysm, trap you all in here. Shen's going to teleport in with a Stand United. He's going to get the taunt across. Everybody's stuck in there. They don't want to have to burn flashes to get out of a Jarvan ultimate to try to chase down targets. They're going to try to take down Froggen's Jarvan.
Take down Shen. And yeah, if those people are being focused down, awesome. That means Yellow P in the back, just shooting out those Mystic Shots, staying alive, and dealing the DPS. I will say this. They have 3 melee characters and a support, Zyra, so they don't have a lot of ranged DPS. At the same time, Jarvan does provide a lot of ranged DPS with his Dragon Strike. The standard, it'll be more for finishing, but it does provide a very good attack speed bonus to Yellow Pete. So they're still going to have a lot of ranged presence, even if they really only have one ranged character.
I mean, they got the Zyra ultimate too. If they kept that Cataclysm down, the Zyra ultimate knock up the Curse of the Sad Mummy,
they have
across
the CC
everybody.
Out the wazoo. There is CC out the wazoo. You can get locked down by anybody except Yellow Pete. And Yellow Pete's going to have that kite potential, just because Ezreal always has that kite potential. But Jarvan has a knock-up and Cataclysm, which is not quite a CC. But I was mentioning it before, it's like, who else is going to have that really good denial in terms of AoE radius? Well, Vadivia's banned out. Jarvan does.
That he does indeed, Studios. We're going to have to see what TSM is going to do to respond to CLG.EU's unique picks of solo mid Jarvan. I'm actually going to take a quick look over here as we go over maybe the level 1 strategy. Taking a look at the runes and masters he has. Running armor penetrations, a very offensive heavy Jarvan. Probably 2190, I would assume. So he is packing 49 magic resistance on top of that 35 starting armor. So at level 1, Studio, last game, before I finished the question, you said CLG.EU, and they proved it in that invade. What do you think about it this game?
All right, it's a bit trickier for CLG. They have a Mumu. Mumu does not do a whole lot level 1. He can either cry or throw his head around and throw a tantrum, and neither of those are very good options. Bandage Toss, I mean, it's a good CC, but you never take Bandage Toss at level 1 just because it affects your jungling so negatively. You just cannot have it. At the same time, Jarvan's not going to provide that much CC like Anivia. It looks like CLG just going for a decent spread because, well, if they do focus, if they do go aggressive, TSM could probably just stop them.
It's very true. So both teams lining up at the line of scrimmage on opposite sides of the river. Skarner kind of hovering over by his red buff area, potentially going to go for raids. Could go for red buff and then save the smite for his blue buff he thinks he's going to be invaded on, or potentially going against CLG.EU as well. However, pan up to over here, we realize that TSM has put a ward in that top tribe rush, whereas CLG.EU has put a ward down of their own blue buff. So if Odd One does decide to do any counter jungling shenanigans with a save smite Skarner, CLG.EU is going to know exactly what's up.
I mean, both teams, they're starting out passively. For TSM, this is their last chance to stand winners. You want to have that failsafe. You never want to fall into losers like as early as this, because that means you have a lot more matches to play overall. It really, really makes it a lot harder slog to get to the #1 spot. And yet, this is work for the teams. They're having fun playing this game, but they're still working hard.
Well, we see a bit of a delayed invade going down by CLG.EU. Dire spotting this one out, though, so he knows that it's going to give the information to Odd One to be able to go over and take that blue buff away from CLG.EU. Like we said, they're going to realize what's going on with Skarner, though. Could potentially go on for a bit of a collapse here, but they actually have lane swap themselves, so Shen's going to be going into a 1v2 bottom lane. Dire's going to be in a 1v2 top lane, actually potentially a 1v3, as it looks like we're going to be trying to contest this one, and we have a Snoop Azamumu was coming into top lane. He's going to decide to go against that, though, but Froggen already getting aggressive on Reginald in the mid lane. Now Snoop is going to try to come over here as well. Odd One, Wicked still contesting this blue buff steal. Snoop is coming on over. They could potentially stop Odd One from getting a blue buff altogether, and yes, they do. He's running away.
And Froggen takes a lot of damage mid lane, though. Looking at Reginald, looks like he went aggressive, use the Ignite, and that's something that Froggen's going to have trouble as. He's going against Katarina. Katarina really punishes melee levels because that Sinister Steel, even though it's a short-range spell, well, if you're a melee character, she can get it used often. Jarvan does have a higher attack range than most melees at 175 versus 125, but that's still going to be hard to auto-attack with. Katarina can just get a lot of reliable harass onto Froggen. It's something that can't normally happen with most mid laners when you're playing Katarina early on.
Well,
look at that damage trade. He comes out behind just by getting auto attacks off.
Unfortunately, Froggen is not able to actually get the Demacian Standard and Dragonlance combo down every single time. We saw him miss one right there, unlike Anivia with his Flash Frost combos. Odd One, though, very starved out. Went back, took his raids, and now going for another invade on the blue buff. CLG.EU still had that ward in the brush, and the Stupe knows what's going on. Is he going to get Bandits also over the wall, smites it away? Did he actually get it from Odd One? I can't tell. Yeah, he took it away from Odd One. Odd One does hit level 2 off the experience, but he loses the blue buff. Snoopy going over the wall, even though he got Bandage Toss at level 2, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Because he hit level 3 by stealing blue buff, so and there you go. Alright, so I was wrong. It makes sense, because if you pick Bandage Toss at level 2 and you steal your own blue buff from the enemy jungler, totally worth it.
So there we go. Amumu taking that one away, and now TSM completely starved out. We see Skarner just going back into his own jungle, trying to take away these golems, dropping extremely low. He's going to have to go back before he even can test his own red buff. He's going to be extremely behind, and as you said, Snoop in the meantime, level 3, walk around with a blue buff, looks healthy as ever. Maybe even kind of can try to contend against Dyrus as he comes back from basically just going back, as he was taking a lot of damage. Yellow Pete Crepo going in underneath this tower. Snoop is going to come in, Bandage Toss available, misses it. Zyra Root does land though, but Dyrus is going to be able to get away from this one because of that missed Bandage Toss from Snoop.
Dyrus this game not running Ignite, running heal, running Ignite this time. Not going to have the defensive option, but missing that Bandage Toss. That's actually a lot of damage. I believe 80 at rank 1, so that's something they want to rely on, not something they could really let miss if they want to go for the aggressive dive. They did land the roots, they did land the vines, they had the CC, but not the DPS to kill them. They're just running back around, going to do this again.
Snoop right, coming around for another pass. Let's see if he lands this Bandage Toss. Even if he hits a minion, though, it might not be the worst thing in the world, because he'll at least get close enough to Dyrus to use that Despair and Tantrum. Zyra Roots go off from Crepo, so they're just well around this tower. This tower is so low, though. Look at this. There's a plant going off, taking some shots from it. Krepo and Yellow Pete just still continuing to tank away these minions. Stupe being super, super patient over here. Mid lane, we did see Froggen pushing down onto Reginald, now actually motioning up towards that top lane as well. Wicked is safe there at his own tower, despite the fact that Chaos going to specialty on a lot of damage. Bandage Toss does land on that Dyrus. He backs up from his own tower. There's Despair and the Tantrum. Yellow Pete dealing some damage as well. Froggen comes in. Dyrus actually going to use him to leap away, but the combo from Froggen just going to take down Dyrus. So well placed there by Froggen. He's able to pick up first blood once again.
And that combo actually fantastic. All right, the cool thing about that combo was the standard went down. The Dragon Strike pulled him to the standard, which was right next to him. But that meant the standard did damage, I believe. And the Dragon Strike also hit. But that meant he got pulled straight to the standard, did not go for a tower dive. And had he been in that bad position, well, Reginald might have been able to pick up that kill. So a very sick play coming out of Froggen there. That is a secret tech? Secret Jarvan tech. I was supposed to say Draven. Like, no, that's not Draven, but secret Jarvan tech.
Those are special tactics.
Putting down the standard next to yourself so you don't move, but still get the damage, still get the armor. But that's awesome.
They get the top tower as well. So Dyrus, without his tower in the top lane, only 9 CS, now 10 compared to the 24 that Wicked's been able to secure underneath his own tower against that 1v2 lane. So we do have now Yellow Pete and Krepo coming down. They're going to wind up lane swapping away. Chaos and the Special both deciding to go back. We're going to have to see, is it just going to be to buy items? We do see Corky picking up a Phage, or is it going to be to potentially lane swap back onto them? Although I can't help but think that that's just going to put Dyrus in a bit of a precarious position.
Well, the problem they have on CLG.EU is that Yellow Pete is behind in CS. It's 51 to 36 now, but of course he does have the assist. The turret going down is an extra 7 CS in his favor, so they're relatively equal. They could go for a 2v2 lane. I mean, Leona Corky, that hurts. That really hurts, but you gotta be confident. And Reginald, they're both level 6 now. Reginald just going super aggressive, gets the ultimate just to deal damage. That's what Predator can do. Just applying that pressure.
You gotta be careful. The Cataclysm goes off. Reginald is actually gonna flash out of there, realizing that something was up, and Snoopy was just waiting in the wings, wanting to come in there with a bandage toss, but good heads-up play there by Reginald. Burns the flash, but he's able to get out of there and not die.
Whoa, check out Froggen's boots. He's got Zerker Greaves.
That is a very bruisery kind of Jarvan. He's going to be building damage.
Manly.
He's probably going to be,
Jarvan.
if he doesn't pick up another Doran's Blade, he's just going to go straight for Bloodthirsters. It's his Lee Sin build all over again.
Oh, okay, so that makes sense. It's not quite as tanky as Lee Sin because, well, Lee Sin, he has a mobility and well, I guess the standard does provide armor, so I guess it is going to be relatively tanky.
He's also got the shield from his W.
Yeah, so it is like Lee Sin. That is weird to really think about how close they are in terms of characters, but completely different playstyles.
We do see him picking up a longsword, though, so he could potentially be going for a Last Whisper or something, maybe, or just going for, he could also be going for a Phage.
Could be Phage, could be Brutalizer. Top lane, Yalwood's looking for that catch. Doesn't have his ultimate off, so Wicked could be relatively safe against Dyrus having used his ultimate. No, that was from the brush. I think he used ultimate for like, wow, what do you use it on?
Ultimate at level 5.
Yeah. That's a very good strategy to really do that. Pick up your ultimate before you can access it.
Well, Wicked has hit level 6 already, so he has Standing Unit available. Odd One does have a red buff as well as Crystalline Slash, but Taunt is available for Wicked. Flash is available for Wicked, and I don't think they're going to be able to wind up getting anything on him, so Odd One is just going to wind up going back. Froggen, in the meantime, deciding that, hey, if Nivea can do it, so can Jarvan. I'm going to take away your big raid. I'm going to make sure I farm that up. Reginald's going to come in here, try to get some damage down. It actually goes for the full combo. There goes that Death Lotus as well, but the knockup from Froggen is going to wind up trading some decent damage back onto Reggie. Reggie actually getting the better of the trade against Froggen, though.
I mean,
Nupe's not far away, though. Could potentially go in here with that bandage toss.
By that ward, though. How far is he from 6? That's going to be the big question. Maybe he can wait, let a few creeps die. Nah, just about halfway. So we're going to have to go ahead and clear his own drum a little bit. He's spotted by that ward, leaving the area, and Reginald will be safe for now. Froggen, he'd used his combo in the jungle to pick up that big raid. Unfortunately, that just left him way too open to take Katarina's damage.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Krepo landing some roots down on the Chaos Index Special, just harassing back and forth. Yellow Pete and Chaos. You know, Chaos with a decent lead, though, because of that 1v2 lane, whereas Yellow Pete went for the kill, and they went to push down that tower and that top lane very, very quickly. Chaos was able to get a little bit of extra CS, now 79 compared to 66. The assist from Yellow Pete is going to keep them relatively even, though, as they're only about 20 or such gold apart, so that's like 1 or 2 minion kills, and that's about it.
Not even a health potion of difference. Top lane, Wicked versus Dyrus, not really going in Dyrus' favor, 26 CS to 54. I mean, his early disadvantage, that early kill onto him was really efficient. That's why they're going for this aggressive ganking. Odd One, how far is he from 6? He's also a pretty big deal. Gonna hit it in a few creeps, so they might just be waiting for it, but the way Wicked's pushing forward, those creeps won't die for quite a while.
Bottom lane, in the meantime, we did actually see Stupe and Amumu trying to do the same thing that Odd One's doing in the top lane. I'm gonna have some quick fingers to try to do this one. Wicked, he's in a very precarious spot. Odd One, like you said, going to hit level 6 in just a second. Wicked might actually phase check this, but Crystalline Slash is going off. He is gonna be able to taunt away. No level 6 there from the Impale. Bottom lane, in the meantime. Crepple got very, very low, but Sube reveals himself. Curse to this side, one goes off. Zyra ultimate barely knocks up KX there as he tries to get out of there with the flash, and they are going to wind up mopping up a kill there. Meanwhile, we had Wicked teleporting down on Shen with the Stand United just in case, and because that's been popped, because Froggen's already pushing Reginald around in that mid lane still, they are going to be going for a very quick Dragon attempt. Katarina, they're going to get knocked up by Froggen as he's trying to come down and just chase after Jarvan. So Jarvan's going to be kept out of this Dragon Pit attempt, but don't think it really matters because the rest of CLG.EU easily going to take this Dragon.
I wouldn't say easily. YellowPete got pretty low doing that, but that was good play coming out from Froggen, zoning out Reginald, making sure he could not get to that pit, because even though there's a lot of CC on CLG, had Reginald shown up to that pit, had he gotten that DPS off, well, guess what? That was a low creepo. That was a low YellowPete. He would have gotten those 2 kills, might have gotten the reset speed to really snowball that fight. Right now, though, 2 kills in favor of CLG.EU, but still a 3,000 gold difference. We saw this last game. It was 3-0 in that case, but still, they're able to make a lot happen with that Dragon pickup, with that tower pickup. They do pick up top in response, but, I mean, they lost a turret, or they lost a Dragon and a kill to get that. And, I mean, even though Crepple got low, they're not getting these kills, they're not getting the gold they really need to stay relevant. We could see what happened last time happen again, though. It's going to be a different style. Jarvan going to be a lot more burstier than Anivia, but just going to provide a lot less after the fight has started.
We do see that CLG has gone once again a lane swap. We do see Ezreal on the top lane. Zyra and Amumu, though, however, coming down to this mid lane. Reginald does get a very good death notice here. Jarvan's gotten extremely low, but he is going to flash. But is the Ignite going to take down? Don't think so, but Snoop has become the new target. Oddone's going to be able to get that one. Rengar actually coming in. He's going to be able to secure the kill onto Jarvan there. Dyrus very nice there. Double kill being picked up by the Oddone as Zyra drops underneath her own tower, and TSM needed that. And look how low Reginald is on that Katarina. 98 HP.
Barely surviving, Shen pulling into the turret at the last second to pick up that kill, just because they could not secure it. Wicked now taking fairly low in the bot lane, coming out, the combo coming out from xPeke on KX. He is having no HP. I mean, that bar looks empty to me, but as it stands, you know, 500 gold difference round. TSM, they're back now. Before, they did not get these pickoffs last game. This is what happens when their team really is effective, when they get the Rengar ultimate to get catches, when Reginald uses his own ultimate and doesn't really get stopped. Froggen initiated, but the combo was down for him, and that let Reginald just get a lot of free damage in response.
I still got to be the Debbie Downer with it, though. Last time we saw TSM in the game on the main stage, they did the same exact thing. They came back, they got 2 quick kills and a double kill, but they both went to odd one. And it's not the person you really want to have them on. He's in that same kind of position that we saw previously in the tournament, where when Skarner got behind, he farmed up his jungle and his team waited for him to be in a spot where he could just sit back and tank. I believe it was the TPA game versus M5, where they completely shut him down. They counter jungled just the ever-living crap out of him, and they tried to keep him down as long as possible, but he eventually hit this point with 2 GP10s going into a Shirelia's Reverie, in addition to the fact that he had hit level 12 or so. He was just tanky enough to absorb damage, and he was just able to come back into the game and help his team as much as possible. Odd One picking up these kills as Snoop attacks the Invisible Wolves, but Odd One picking up these 2 kills, it is going to let him get back into this game a bit, but he needs to put those on carries. Dyrus picked up 1, but Reginald didn't get any of those kills. KX in the bottom lane didn't wind up getting a kill either, so those carries that are really going to need to bring them into the late game, not getting the farm they need from those extra kills.
Well, Wicked actually might go down this time, though, taking a lot of damage from KX. Wicked, what are you going to do? You ton out of there and you got the fate. That's going to be enough, I think. He gets out and Snoop absorbs rockets.
Oh man, they just did not pursue after that one far enough. They thought they were going to easily pick up the kill, but Snoop comes in from basically nowhere, and they're able to wind up stopping the aggression from TSM. Reginald wanted to come down and try to get another kill off of him, but Froggen to be stopping him. Cataclysm goes off. Reginald actually knows he doesn't have flash available, so he does Shumpa over to Crepple. Oh, Zyra ultimate being burned. Look at the double wards right there. That is team synergy. Although Reginald's in a very bad spot now. He doesn't have any wards to really Shumpo away to. I think he's just going to try to deny himself on some turret. No, the roots over the wall from Crepple going to be too much. He does actually get back over the wall onto Crepple because of that slight little vision, but now YellowPete has acquired another kill, and that is going to be a little bit dangerous as the 2-0-1 AD carry goes against the 0-1-0 carry from TSM.
Luckily, that 0-1-0 carry does have a lot more CS than YellowPete, but gold should be equal overall, and that's getting kind of scary. Let's see, 4,500 versus 4,200, a little bit in favor of YellowPete, not a massive advantage though.
So now CLG.EU, with their advantage of that kill, going to be pressuring down onto this mid turret. Oddman comes around, Oracle's Elixir in hand. Dyrus as well jumping in from the top brush there. Wants to just defend this tower. Did he burn the... Yes, we burned the ultimate to get that one off, potentially thinking they could get someone there, but no, they are going to defend the middle lane turret though, so CLG.EU going to wisely back off that, head back into their own jungle and secure their own buffs to their team.
They're starting to pull ahead again. We saw this game 1, but there was no recourse from TSM. They never really came back. Game 2, this is different. They did have that comeback. We know they can win those fights. And Reginald, he took a long time to die. He went up against Frog, and he went up against Krepa. Eventually took all 3 of them with Yellow Pete included to really take him down. And that's a good sign. If Reginald is tanky, maybe just from his runes, from the Haunting Guys and Doran Shield, if you can survive enough damage, that's going to be very important just so you can get those resets. The base damage on Katarina is fairly high. The hard part is staying alive to get those resets. And, well, maybe he might have enough HP to survive these team fights. CLG's composition doesn't have that much damage. It's mostly going to be coming out of a little bit from Frog in terms of burst, and then a lot of kind of small AoE. You know, Snoopy has the ultimate, but that's not a lot of DPS, but it's noticeable. It's an okay amount. Same with Wicked and his taunt and the Vorpal Blades. Like, there's a little bit of damage all around, but no one really has the big burst.
It's very true, and we did see actually Jarvan going back and picking up a Hex Drinker, so he's building a little bit of defense and a little bit of damage at a time, so that's going to help him sustain in that lane against Reginald. Reginald drops him low at all, he's going to have that little bit of an extra shield, and Reggie's not going to be able to burst him down nearly as fast. Odd One in the meantime, with that Oracle's Elixir, decides to maybe discovers the entire ward party over here by CLG.EU, and he might just be having a bit of a field day there, but they are going to be keeping him back. There's still the roots going over the wall from Krepa Zyra just to deter them away from advancing any further. Don't exactly have a timer down on Dragon. I can only imagine it's going to be respawned within the next minute or so, as it might be the next big objective, the next big fight that we see these two teams go after.
Well, that's why CLG.EU is hanging out in the area. They're looking for it. They want that Dragon. They want it now. Of course, TSM, they're aware of its respawn too, so they're all hanging around the area. They're all ready for it. Even a C is down by Dragon, ready to spot it. It did just come back up. So the fight's on. Who's going to get the advantage? Who's going to force the fight? Will the other team respond?
Had to see here, Snoopy and Froggen just sitting around that mid lane, but so are Dyrus, Odd One, and Reginald. Bottom lane, we have Wicked just pushing away to his hard to contend. He does have Stand United available, so that's going to be easy for him to get into this fight whenever it does start. CLG.EU knows this. They're going to cede the first, what seems to be the better positioning towards TSM. Note that they don't start that because Dyrus walks over that Zyra seed that we had planted before. Special realizing there's a seed in his face as well, wants to get out of there beforehand. Dyrus still going to jump down, leads from one brush to another. Yellowpete actually getting attacked with a bit of damage. Stand United goes down onto Yellowpete. Knock up with the Zyra ultra, goes down to the Reginald. He's going to be broken out of Death Loot as he goes down, but Rengar's going to be able to reprise the kill on the Snoopy there. Chaos in the back lane, just chunking away bits of damage, but the front line from the CLG.EU is just too strong. Jarvan takes down Odd One right there. Dyrus going to get a reprisal kill onto Jarvan though. It looks like he's going to go forward though. Chaos is going to get caught out there. Zyra actually picks up a kill on Leona. Ezreal will finish off Dyrus there, and Chaos in a very, very bad spot. Has to Valkyrie away. Looks like Wicked, Yellowpete, and Krepa will live to take the Dragon today.
And that's a tale they're going to tell for centuries to come because, oh my god, that was just a slugfest. There are very few team fights like that, but there's such a tanky front line coming out from CLG.EU, such a tanky front line coming out from TSM. I mean, look at these compositions. There are 3 ranged characters in this game, 2 AD carries and 1 support. So everybody, when they go for these fights, they just slug it out. They're duking it out. No one can really dive the carries just because they don't have the range to do it. And that's what makes these fights so important. That's what makes the goal difference, even though it was minor for Yellowpete, a little bit ahead, it actually makes it that much more important for him to have farm. And as weird as it is, people like xSpecial, they need as much gold as they can get just to survive the front line, just to be more HP, to survive the meat, be a meat shield. And this is a 5,000 or 4,500 gold lead in favor of CLG.EU. This is getting scary because that big meat shield is a lot meatier for CLG.EU right now.
And we did see them taking a tower in that bottom lane in addition to securing themselves dragons. So now going forward about 5,000 gold as you mentioned before. 7 kills to 5, 2 towers compared to 1. CLG.EU starting to roll their way forward into the commanding lead of this game once again. Elixir of Fortitude in addition to Warden's Veil have been acquired by Wicked on his last trip back. We already talked about the Hex Drinker and now an additional pickaxe being acquired by Jarvan for Froggen. So that could be just going to a Maul the Malmortis. He does actually get the Phage off of that as well. Chaos in the bottom lane is going to reprise the kill in the tower down there. However, you know, that's slowly closing the gold gap, but TSM, what they really need is another fight. And they need a fight where Reggie doesn't go in and get Zyra ulted because that really cut their DPS down.
It's going to be a hard fight for TSM no matter what they do, but in the end, it has to be Reginald surviving, and he's going to have to play it safer. He's going to be going for a more passive role. I know Reginald doesn't like that style. I mean, Katarina, he wants to go aggressive, he wants to start the fight fast, end the fight fast. Focus on getting those resets, make sure he's a big part. But the truth is, because there is so much melee, because the front line is going to be the big focus for both sides, I mean, he needs to come in late. It's going to be very hard for him to ever clean up just because who's being hit? Froggen on Jarvan, Snoopy on a Mumu, Wicked on Shen. Those are guys being hit by his skills, and frankly, they don't take a lot of damage right now.
especially when you're taking a look at some people like Shen. We did see he's building a decent amount of armor. Audition has a little bit of HP on him. Mercury chips being acquired for a little additional magic resistance. We were talking about the fact that Jarvan already building from all the Malmortia, so he's going to be able to tank through all that Katarina damage she will be able to dish out. And on top of that, you know, you mentioned they have only a very few ranged amount of characters. If Frogging can land that knockup, if Zyra can land her knockup, they have ways, or even a taunt coming out from Shen, they have ways to stop the Katarina DPS. And at this point in time, like, Dyrus can jump into the fight, Corki can wail away at rockets from the back, Odd One could be in the fray as well, but Reginald is their main DPS source for a majority of these team fights, and because he's in the middle of everybody, and that's where they want to pin their skills, hitting absolutely everybody with that AoE knockup or with the taunt or anything, Reginald's directly in the line of fire, and he's just not being able to DPS like he did not at all in that fight.
Yeah, he showed up, it's like, oh wait, he's dead. And he's built fairly tanky. That's the scary thing. I mean, it's only Doran Shield, it's only hunting guys. Compared to most APs, and Katarina does get a lot of mitigation because of Shunko. But I mean, in the end, this could just become a farm game. They might just need Reginald to get more items, eventually get a Guardian Angel. That could be enough. You know, having that extra tech ability, surviving a lot more damage because of the mitigation. And of course, the respawn letting him get those resets. Bit of root coming out from the Crab, trying to hold this turret. 5-man push from TSM. Are they going to fight this?
Sleep actually goes in, Curse to the side when he goes off. Chaos is going to Valkyrie, but he's still rooted in place for a little bit of time. They wanted to go after that half HP tower in the mid lane. However, CLG.EU going to burn some ultimates in order to contest that one. True Shot Barrage, in addition to the Curse of the Sad Mommy and Stand United, have actually all been burned. So TSM might have actually come out ahead with that one.
Push now. I mean, what's scary now?
Nothing really.
That much. Yeah, they're gonna go for this turret, and CLG.EU, if they try and defend it, well, Shen's already left the lane. They gotta get the hell out of there.
Yeah, CLG actually gonna get impaled. There's the Zyra ult with the one thing left, and there's a good flash over the wall from Yellow Pete. They're gonna secure himself out of that one. Froggen, though, going into Chaos. Dragonlance for style gonna pick up the kill, but now Froggen's in a little bit of a bad spot. Stipe and Krepo, though, there he goes over the wall with the Demacian standard Dragonlance combination. TSM gonna put a ward over there. Stipe's actually gonna continue going in with that bandage tossing. Special gets knocked out. TSM, they had the fight. They thought they burned the ultimates they wanted to. They go in, try to pick up kills, just cannot deal enough damage, and they still don't get that mid tower.
Part of it was that Odd One got the pull onto Yellow Pete. That's awesome. But he did it, and he pulled him next to the wall, letting him flash over. Actually, the Yellow Pete got his Arcane Shift off. Only when that happens, you can't get the pull off anymore. Odd One's actually lucky to get it in the first place, but still, this is just unfortunate for TSM. That would have been the perfect fight. In the end, they could not catch Frog just because they were too close to walls. Too much mobility over walls, actually, being what's sitting TSM down the drain right now. And that's just gotta hurt when you get a good catch on their AD carry and your own dies in response. And this is what Froggen's gonna be doing now. But before he was a frontliner. Now, if he sees his chance, he can just dive straight for someone like Chaos. His damage is incredibly high. He's got a Hex Drinker, a Phage, and a Last Whisper, so his armor penetration is through the roof. His damage, I mean, is at 231 right now. That's pretty high, and don't forget, I believe Dragon Strike is 1-to-1, Cataclysm is 1.5-to-1. I think for bonus AD for both, so that's a lot of DPS.
Let me take a look here.
410 damage coming out from Dragon Strike. The ultimate tooling 525, so that's a nice 900 damage. His auto attacks can do another like 300 with his passive, so the burst is just insane right now. You factor in Ignite, that's a dead Corki.
That's very dead Corki, and you factor in the fact he has a dive buddy and Shen can use that Stand United, can taunt right next to him, go into the Cataclysm as well. It's
his buddy wasn't even there for the fight. That's the scary part. His dive buddy was off farming top lane.
I mean, that would have been a Jarvan that would in no way had a chance of going down if he did, but he did want to pick up the kill on Chaos, use his combo to get over the wall and just walk away. Imagine how much pain he could bring when Shen joins the fray after all. Doesn't use the Stand United and decide to go back to lane.
Well, the scary part is Shen, he can just save his ultimate for Yellow Pete. Froggen, he's got Corki covered. He will kill Corki. There's really no doubt about it right now. Alright, if a lot of peeling does come out from TSM, well, that means Reginald's not getting his resets. So right now, the question is, do they protect Corki from someone like Jarvan, which is going to be hard to do, but can be done, especially if he gets the CC off, will really hinder that damage. Or do they try and go aggressive, but leave Corki open? I don't think Corki can survive against Jarvan. He's got to dodge the combo. That's not really easy to do. Corki's not a very fast character. He does have a Triforce, so he will be kind of speedy, but still, only at 392 movement speed. That combo is very fast, very out of nowhere when it's coming from Froggen.
And we've seen Chaos cutting corners recently in his builds as well. We thought it was because he was in a 1v2 lane last time, or potential 1v2 lane, but he didn't actually go for any Doran's Blades whatsoever, so he doesn't have that little bit of extra oomph in HP. Yeah, it wouldn't exactly do as much against a Jarvan or against a Shen who are going to be able to dive down on top of him, but he'd have just a little bit of extra HP, a little bit of extra sustain in those Doran's Blades, and it might make a little bit of difference, because normally you see characters getting 1 to 2 of those Doran's Blades, then going for the Triforce. Snuve going to connect here with this bandage onto a special though. There's a stand United coming in from Shen. Snuve's going to walk into the middle of TSM. I don't think they know what's up. And where did Shen's right there? Okay, I didn't see him pop in there for a second.
Up there, but unfortunately,
I thought Wicked did the fabled canceling his teleport again, like he does in solo queue sometimes.
no
somehow.
idea how he did that.
No idea
Still
how he did that either.
impressive.
But he does actually join the fray, so TSM's gonna have to be wary. They are 5 members strong apiece. They could potentially be going for a fight. Katarina gonna flash forward, realizes the frog is very low. He's gonna Smossian standard combo over the wall on the blue buff though. Curse is sad, Mummy goes off. There's Leona ulted though, catching onto most of CLG.EU, but xSpecial's gonna go down and think of absolutely everybody. Dyrus dropping extremely low as well. Chaos and Odd One, they do get the pull down on the Cripple. Frog and over the wall! Gonna dunk down, but Snuve actually, Odd One gonna pick up a kill on Jarvan, but now Yellow Pete is here to clean house, takes out a kill onto Corky, takes out another kill. Katarina gonna wind up killing a Mumu, but she has been wiped off the map as well, and Dyrus, the only one left alive on TSM side. Meanwhile, 2 members of CLG.EU, a very weak Wicked, and a very strong Yellow Pete.
Yellow Pete looking just manly right now. I have to say, I love what Froggen did. He got over the wall, started attacking the blue buff, just trying to maybe pick it up before he finally got back into the fight. Unfortunately, couldn't do so. You have to realize that was a 4v5 for a long time. Froggen wants to get his burst up at the beginning of the fight, really force disposition and disarray into TSM as they try to scramble to protect Chaos. He retreated at the start of that. The standard has a good 12-second cooldown at this point, and that was 12 seconds of just Froggen not doing anything. Even then, TSM they were barely ahead and still were losing the fight in the end, and it's getting scary because Yellow Pete, he's 606. He's still behind 40 CS compared to Chaos, but those kills make up for it, and so do those objectives. And it looks like at this point, maybe Ezreal just will outcarry Chaos. Can they fight Ezreal if they're not diving onto him? Can they dive Ezreal? Not so much. He has too much mobility, too much escape.
9.4k compared to the 8k of Chaos. That is a 1.4k gold advantage in favor of Yellow Pete, despite him being significantly behind in the CS compared to Corky. 1, 3, and 4. Corky actually hasn't even acquired his boots level 2 yet. Has the dagger in his inventory to go for those Berserker's Greaves, but instead going for the Bloodthirster. Once again, trying to play catch up with the enemy AD carry for all the kills. We actually do have, on the side of CLG.EU as well, double Sunfire Arcades being lined up for us there by Snoopy and Wicked. In the meantime, Jarvan has gone back, has his Phage, has his Hexbringer, has now actually gone for a last Whisper before going for the Maul of Malmortius. Not as important to upgrade that item for the extra damage, just really looking for that shield and the magic resistances. TSM finally going to be able to take down that tower in the mid lane with barely half HP on it. 13-8 though is the kill score in favor of CLG.EU. About 8k gold ahead, 42.2k to 34.5k. 3 towers for TSM though, with that last one being killed in the mid lane. They've taken out all the outer turrets, so it establishes a little bit of forward map presence for them, but 2 towers from CLG.EU have been taken, 1 on top, 1 on bottom lane, and they are still in a very scary lead against TSM.
I mean, if you are TSM, how do you deal with the enemy team? Alright, they have to kill Yellow Pete. That's the most important thing right now, but that's not going to be easy to do. xSpecial can try and land a CC, can try and land a Solar Flare, and really pick him up from range. He doesn't have a Quicksilver Sash yet. He's not really buying that just because Odd One's been having trouble getting to him. Rengar, maybe he can get the leap onto him, but at the same time, Arcane Shift. Arcane Shift right now is a big problem for TSM. It gets him out of so much danger. Dyrus can't get there. And if he does get there, Arcane Shift. xSpecial can't land his ultimate because of Arcane Shift and let him get out of it just on reaction. And that's the story. Froggen now has a G8. That's terrifying because even if they do kill him, they'll give him a chance to die, respawn with his cooldowns back up, and go for that burst combo again. And his burst, we've seen it's insane. I believe Cataclysm might stay up when he has been rooted.
No, we do have a root going down from Odd One though, but xSpecial going to be going, lands the ultimate, only hits Crepple. Yellow Pete in the back is going to get the True Shot barrage off. Looks like Odd One wound up pulling somebody, they wound up actually disappearing off the map. Looks like Katarina in the meantime though in the back going to get a kill on Zyron. She gets taken out by Ezreal. 2 kills for Jarvan, 2 kills for Ezreal now as they take down xSpecial on Leona. Dyrus once again the only man left standing on TSM. Yellow Pete's going to seal the deal with a triple kill. 9, 0, and 7 Trinity Force Bloodthirster, super strong Yellow Pete from CLG.EU, and that is going to be barren for them.
I would not be surprised to see TSM forfeit this game at this point. How do they deal with this? I mean, this is a 10,000 gold lead. They're getting Baron buff now. They can't protect Chaos. They can't dive Yellow Pete. I mean, the start of that fight, that was once again just Jarvan taking off Chaos. I don't believe True Shot Barrage hit him. So that's just the predicament they're in, and it's gonna get worse. Jarvan now super tanky. No one going down for CLG. TSM, I think they're on their last stretches right now. If they can get one team fight, if they can hold for 20 minutes maybe they'll have the potential, maybe Original will have enough farm to really go in there and start cleaning house. But right now, I mean, just look look at Yellow Pete, 907, legendary, a beast, picking up so many kills that fight. And how do you come back against that? That is so scary.
I thought TSM was going to have a little bit of positional advantages because they've taken out all the outer turrets from CLG.EU. Even though Zyra has the Oracle's Elixir, I believe were they actually able to burn it in that fight?
They did kill Crepo, but the thing is, killing Crepo's a bad thing. That procs the passive.
I don't think they actually killed him because he's got Baron buff, so...
Oh,
he still has an Oracle's Elixir,
too.
too.
He totally went down, but they might have waited for his respawn. He is a support, so he's going to be a lower level, have a faster respawn time.
So he has that Zanya Zaragoza acquired. I now see Guardian Angel being acquired by Yellow Pete as well. So that Zyra running around in Oracles, I thought that maybe they're going to be able to establish map presence by warding forward because they had all the outer turrets from CLG.EU down and waiting to pick someone off like the Oracle's Elixir carrier or someone a little bit weaker, maybe catching Yellow Pete out of position, forcing him to burn a flash on top of his arcane chip just in order to escape. But TSM, they have the comp that wants to get up in their enemy's face and they want to be like, all right, fight now. Something that Jatt was talking about before. Like, that's the way he likes playing League of Legends now is, all right, we have champions, there's the enemy team, all right, fight now. That's just the kind of thing that they want to be able to do, and unfortunately just not working out for them because, once again, they're not in the position that they need to be. They may be getting the engagements, maybe even the positioning, but they don't have the items, they don't have the farm. 10k gold, and now moving on to almost 12k gold advantage for CLG.EU. That is tons of items.
I mean, Froggen going so aggressive, like, he could have tried to burst down KX. Once he sees that they're split off him, he's just going to go for it.
I don't know, Wicked was actually taunting in towards Dyrus there, but Dyrus reprising a little bit of damage on him, but barely a scratch from the very, very beefy Wicked. Randuin's Omen, Aegis the Legion, and Sunfire Cape being acquired for that top lane Shen, or bottom lane Shen as he was in this game as they swapped him up for the 1v2. They take out that second middle tower, and they are now pushing down into the middle inhibitor turret. Almost certainly going to get this while the Baron is still alive. Root's going down from Zyra. And the one thing is, too, xPeke keeps jumping in, but he's only landing his ultimate on 1 or 2 people. If he can maybe get 3 or 4, just group it up onto the members of CLG.EU while they're in this enclosed area right in front of TSM's base. Maybe, just maybe, they can get Reginald in there to deal enough damage with his ultimate. But CLG.EU, they are so tanky right now.
Everybody's taking, even Alwan taking a lot of damage. His fight starts out, Alwan gets picked off so quickly.
He just absolutely evaporates. Dyrus falls very shortly after that one. That's another kill for Yellow Pete, a kill for Snoop at even 10, 0, and 8 for Yellow Pete. And they're just marching now. They want to end the game now. They want to take the 2-0 victory over Team Solo Mid. This one Nexus Tower is going down. Froggen jumps in, gets the Cataclysm down. Reginald drops extremely, extremely low. Froggen is going to fight Chaos in his own Cataclysm. Chaos can't even get to his own fountain there. He's going to go down to Yellow Pete, another victim of the 11-kill legendary Ezreal. Special and Reginald, the only 2 members of TSM left to arrive. Wicked's like, hey guys, come join the party. We're going to taunt you forward. Froggen's going to jump with the Demacian Standard Dragonlance combination. Chaos actually leaves the game. He is mad, everybody. 21-9, the final kill score. 7 towers to 3. 56.9k to 40.5k gold. CLG.EU 2-0-2-0-2-0 against TSM, and they are going to move on into the winner's bracket. Don't know who they're facing yet because we haven't really started any of the other winner brackets matches besides the one going on in the mainstream right now.
Moscow 5 versus We hype as hell, but
that
don't know what's going to happen.
That was so impressive from CLG.EU. That was literally CLG.EU. All right. When I was in high school, I used to work with these Gundam model kits. Have you ever used these before?
No.
All right, so
I can safely say super no.
So they came in a box. I know a lot of people out there that might be getting this analogy now. They came in a box, and the instructions were all in like Japanese, but they had pictures and there were parts, and they're all lined up on this little grid. And you take them apart, and you put them together. There's also a way you could see it, so you could take the model apart, and you could have all the pieces safe for you. Well, that's what CLG.EU did. They opened up the TSM box, dismantled the parts, and just left them there. They just meticulously picked apart Wing Zero custom TSM and just completely shut them down in 2 games.
They busted out their Optimus Prime. They're just like, these are the real winners, and then just smashed those pieces. And I mean, right now, there's an American Eagle shedding a tear with TSM being eliminated. Right now, it's only CLG North America. Those are the only guys left in winners.
Not quite eliminated. Well, they are out of the winners bracket.
Down to losers. Losers is so scary.
You know who's in the losers bracket? AZUBU Blaze is in the losers bracket.
I didn't say that because holy crap. But I mean, they played that so well in CLG.EU. They had the composition. They did what they needed to do to first have the beefy front line. Then eventually, Froggen became this awesome AD carry assassin. And TSM, they could not match it up. They could not protect their own AD carry. They could not dive Yellow Pete at the same time. They were forced into this meaty slugfest. While really CLG.EU would just kill the carry and say, well, we win the fight now. We have it. You guys can keep fighting, but we're going to win no matter what. And unfortunately for TSM, they just had nothing to come back with.
No, once again, Froggen, not the richest man in the world. That one's when title went to Yellow P 11-0-8. Krepo, a little bit sad as he did get 3 deaths. It might be some of his first deaths of the actual tournament, which he was talking about. He was like, I think he was bragging to Elements. He was like, I am 0-0-28 in tournament play right now, and 16 assists being tacked onto that, but 3 deaths and 2 kills. So fortunately, he's not the unstoppable support character anymore. But CLG just looking super, super strong, advancing into the winner's bracket. How come every single time CLG.EU says, we're not practiced for this tournament, we're doing really, really poorly, we don't think we're going to do well, they get into like the round of 4 or higher?
Well, the question is going to be, how do they do against, I'd say, the scarier sounding teams like we or Moscow 5 that are playing right now? I mean, no offense to the North American scene, people have kind of said some bad things about it lately, and Iceland was not the biggest name. So we're going to see them playing better and better teams as this goes on, and I mean, maybe North America might not have what it takes to take out CLG.EU. I'm hoping they do. Hopefully one team. I hope one friggin' team can really do well. But if that's the case, if just we can't deal with CLG.EU, then they're going to trounce us, and they're going to keep trouncing us.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are actually going to have to see what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't exactly know if the World Elite and Moscow 5 match are still going on the other stream. Pretty sure those matches will be going a little bit longer than the 2 that we had right here. So if you guys still staying tuned, you want to watch on League of Legends action, unfortunately the stream is done for tonight. We are going to be coming back, I believe it's 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Pacific Standard Time, which on the East Coast for me, that's 1 p.m.
So yeah, 3 hours ahead, I believe, 10 hours ahead for CEST, which would be about 8 p.m.? Don't quote me on that. Please don't. But just giving you a rough estimate. I might be wrong about that. Please check Reddit, check the site, check things that know the time for sure. I'm never positive when it comes to time zone conversions.
And while you're also on the internet, you can check out these awesome sponsors I have down here. See, I can do this because I'm really talented when it comes to XSplit.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, there we go.
Looking at you, speed stick.
So,
don't sweat it.
Don't sweat it.
That's
handle it.
I forgot they don't handle it. It's a great tagline. Don't
It's an
sweat it, handle
awesome
it.
tagline. But regardless of the fact, guys, we're going to be out for the evening. Like we said, tune in tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you are not content with the League of Legends action just yet, you can just go over to the mainstream. I believe it is HatPerson and Baroncast are still doing it over there. Might be Phreak and Jatt. Don't exactly know. We got a little confused and muddled on who was casting what. So whoever is on the main stage, it definitely has a really awesome best of 3 for you between Moscow 5 and World Elite going on right now. We should probably go over and check that out.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing first thing.
I'm going to stop talking right now. I'm just going to leave this up here if you guys want to check out my Selfer Studio on Twitter. Of course, we're going to be casting tomorrow as well. Not together anymore, though.
Yeah, I'm going to stop pointing at this because I'm not very good at it. Yeah.
No, you don't have the same XSplit powers that I do.
Got the skills. And me being HatPerson, I believe you're going to be with Red Baron tomorrow, but still catch us. And just at a minimum, catch these games because these games are so cool. But yeah.
All right, guys.
See you guys tomorrow. It's IPL5. We got so much more coming.